Chapter 39 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It will probably not surprise the reflective reader that Ralph Touchett should have seen less of his cousin since her marriage than he had done before that event, an event of which he took such a view as could hardly prove a confirmation of intimacy. He had uttered his thought, as we know, and after this had held his peace, Isabel not having invited him to resume a discussion which marked an era in their relations. That discussion had made a difference, the difference he feared rather than the one he hoped. It had not chilled the girl's zeal in carrying out her engagement, but it had come dangerously near to spoiling a friendship. No reference was ever again made between them to Ralph's opinion of Gilbert Osmond, and by surrounding this topic with a sacred silence, they managed to preserve a semblance of reciprocal frankness. But there was a difference, as Ralph often said to himself. There was a difference. She had not forgiven him. She never would forgive him. That was all he had gained. She thought she had forgiven him, she believed she didn't care, and as she was both very generous and very proud, these convictions represented a certain reality. But whether or no the event should justify him, he would virtually have done her a wrong, and the wrong was of the sort that women remember best. As Osmond's wife, she could never again be his friend. If in this character she should enjoy the felicity she expected, she would have nothing but contempt for the man who had attempted, in advance, to undermine a blessing so dear. And if, on the other hand, his warning should be justified, the vow she had taken that he should never know it would lay upon her spirit such a burden as to make her hate him. So dismal had been, during the year that followed his cousin's marriage, Ralph's prevision of the future. And if his meditations appear morbid, we must remember he was not in the bloom of health. He consoled himself as he might by behaving, as he deemed, beautifully, and was present at the ceremony by which Isabel was united to Mr. Osmond, and which was performed in Florence in the month of June. He learned from his mother that Isabel at first had thought of celebrating her nuptials in her native land, but that as simplicity was what she chiefly desired to secure, she had finally decided, in spite of Osmond's professed willingness to make a journey of any length, that this characteristic would be best embodied in their being married by the nearest clergyman in the shortest time. The thing was done, therefore, at the little American chapel on a very hot day, in the presence only of Mrs. Touchett and her son, of Pansy Osmond and the Countess Gemini. That severity in the proceedings of which I just spoke was in part the result of the absence of two persons who might have been looked for on the occasion and who would have lent it a certain richness. Madame Merle had been invited, but Madame Merle, who was unable to leave Rome, had written a gracious letter of excuses. Henrietta Stackpole had not been invited, as her departure from America, announced to Isabel by Mr. Goodwood, was in fact frustrated by the duties of her profession. But she had sent a letter, less gracious than Madame Merle's, intimating that, had she been able to cross the Atlantic, she would have been present not only as a witness, but as a critic. Her return to Europe had taken place somewhat later, and she had effected a meeting with Isabel in the autumn, in Paris, when she had indulged, perhaps a trifle too freely, her critical genius. Poor Osmond, who was chiefly the subject of it, had protested so sharply that Henrietta was obliged to declare to Isabel that she had taken a step which put a barrier between them. "It isn't in the least that you've married, it is that you have married him," she had deemed it her duty to remark, agreeing, it will be seen, much more with Ralph Touchett than she suspected, though she had few of his hesitations and compunctions. Henrietta's second visit to Europe, however, was not apparently to have been made in vain. For just at the moment when Osmond had declared to Isabel that he really must object to that newspaper woman, and Isabel had answered that it seemed to her he took Henrietta too hard, the good Mr. Bantling had appeared upon the scene, and proposed that they should take a run down to Spain. Henrietta's letters from Spain had proved the most acceptable she had yet published, and there had been one in especial, dated from the Alhambra, and entitled Moors and Moonlight, which generally passed for her masterpiece. Isabel had been secretly disappointed at her husband's not seeing his way simply to take the poor girl for funny. She even wondered if his sense of fun, or of the funny, which would be his sense of humour, wouldn't it, were by chance defective. Of course she herself looked at the matter as a person whose present happiness had nothing to grudge to Henrietta's violated conscience. Osmond had thought their alliance a kind of monstrosity. He couldn't imagine what they had in common. For him, Mr. Bantling's fellow tourist was simply the most vulgar of women, and he had also pronounced her the most abandoned. Against this latter clause of the verdict, Isabel had appealed with an ardour that had made him wonder afresh at the oddity of some of his wife's tastes. Isabel could explain it only by saying that she liked to know people who were as different as possible from herself. "Why, then, don't you make the acquaintance of your washerwoman?" Osmond had inquired. To which Isabel had answered that she was afraid her washerwoman wouldn't care for her. Now Henrietta cared so much. Ralph had seen nothing of her for the greater part of the 2 years that had followed her marriage. The winter that formed the beginning of her residence in Rome he had spent again at San Remo, where he had been joined in the spring by his mother, who afterwards had gone with him to England to see what they were doing at the bank, an operation she couldn't induce him to perform. Ralph had taken a lease of his house at San Remo, a small villa which he had occupied still another winter, but late in the month of April of this second year he had come down to Rome. It was the first time since her marriage that he had stood face to face with Isabel. His desire to see her again was then of the keenest. She had written to him from time to time, but her letters told him nothing he wanted to know. He had asked his mother what she was making of her life, and his mother had simply answered that she supposed she was making the best of it. Mrs. Touchett had not the imagination that communes with the unseen, and she now pretended to no intimacy with her niece, whom she rarely encountered. This young woman appeared to be living in a sufficiently honourable way, but Mrs. Touchett still remained of the opinion that her marriage had been a shabby affair. It had given her no pleasure to think of Isabel's establishment, which she was sure was a very lame business. From time to time in Florence she rubbed against the Countess Gemini, doing her best always to minimize the contact, and the Countess reminded her of Osmond, who made her think of Isabel. The Countess was less talked of in these days, but Mrs. Touchett augured no good of that. It only proved how she had been talked of before. There was a more direct suggestion of Isabel in the person of Madame Merle, but Madame Merle's relations with Mrs. Touchett had undergone a perceptible change. Isabel's aunt had told her, without circumlocution, that she had played too ingenious a part, and Madame Merle, who never quarrelled with anyone, who appeared to think no one worth it, and who had performed the miracle of living, more or less, for several years with Mrs. Touchett and showing no symptom of irritation, Madame Merle now took a very high tone, and declared that this was an accusation from which she couldn't stoop to defend herself. She added, however, without stooping, that her behaviour had been only too simple, that she had believed only what she saw, that she saw Isabel was not eager to marry, and Osmond not eager to please. His repeated visits had been nothing. He was boring himself to death on his hilltop, and he came merely for amusement. Isabel had kept her sentiments to herself, and her journey to Greece and Egypt had effectually thrown dust in her companion's eyes. Madame Merle accepted the event. She was unprepared to think of it as a scandal, but that she had played any part in it, double or single, was an imputation against which she proudly protested. It was doubtless in consequence of Mrs. Touchett's attitude, and of the injury it offered to habits consecrated by many charming seasons, that Madame Merle had, after this, chosen to pass many months in England, where her credit was quite unimpaired. Mrs. Touchett had done her a wrong. There are some things that can't be forgiven. But Madame Merle suffered in silence. There was always something exquisite in her dignity. Ralph, as I say, had wished to see for himself, but while engaged in this pursuit he had yet felt afresh what a fool he had been to put the girl on her guard. He had played the wrong card, and now he had lost the game. He should see nothing, he should learn nothing. For him she would always wear a mask. His true line would have been to profess delight in her union, so that later, when, as Ralph phrased it, the bottom should fall out of it, she might have the pleasure of saying to him that he had been a goose. He would gladly have consented to pass for a goose in order to know Isabel's real situation. At present, however, she neither taunted him with his fallacies nor pretended that her own confidence was justified. If she wore a mask, It completely covered her face. There was something fixed and mechanical in the serenity painted on it. This was not an expression, Ralph said. It was a representation. It was even an advertisement. She had lost her child. That was a sorrow, but it was a sorrow she scarcely spoke of. There was more to say about it than she could say to Ralph. It belonged to the past, moreover. It had occurred 6 months before, and she had already laid aside the tokens of mourning. She appeared to be leading the life of the world. Ralph heard her spoken of as having a charming position. He observed that she produced the impression of being peculiarly enviable, that it was supposed, among many people, to be a privilege even to know her. Her house was not open to everyone, and she had an evening in the week to which people were not invited as a matter of course. She lived with a certain magnificence, but you needed to be a member of her circle to perceive it. For there was nothing to gape at, nothing to criticize, nothing even to admire, in the daily proceedings of Mr. and Mrs. Osmond. Ralph, in all this, recognized the hand of the master, for he knew that Isabel had no faculty for producing studied impressions. She struck him as having a great love of movement, of gaiety, of late hours, of long rides, of fatigue, an eagerness to be entertained, to be interested, even to be bored, to make acquaintances, to see people who were talked about, to explore the neighbourhood of Rome, to enter into relation with certain of the mustiest relics of its old society. In all this, there was much less discrimination than in that desire for comprehensiveness of development on which he had been used to exercise his wit. There was a kind of violence in some of her impulses, of crudity in some of her experiments, which took him by surprise. It seemed to him that she even spoke faster, moved faster, breathed faster, than before her marriage. Certainly she had fallen into exaggerations, she who used to care so much for the pure truth, and whereas of old she had a great delight in good-humoured argument, in intellectual play, she never looked so charming as when in the genial heat of discussion she received a crushing blow full in the face and brushed it away as a feather. She appeared now to think there was nothing worth people's either differing about or agreeing upon. Of old she had been curious, and now she was indifferent. And yet in spite of her indifference, her activity was greater than ever. Slender still, but lovelier than before, she had gained no great maturity of aspect, yet there was an amplitude and a brilliancy in her personal arrangements that gave a touch of insolence to her beauty. Poor human-hearted Isabel! What perversity had bitten her? Her light step drew a mass of drapery behind it. Her intelligent head sustained a majesty of ornament. The free, keen girl had become quite another person. What he saw was the fine lady who was supposed to represent something. What did Isabel represent? Ralph asked himself, and he could only answer by saying that she represented Gilbert Osmond. Good heavens, what a function! He then woefully exclaimed. He was lost in wonder at the mystery of things. He recognized Osmond, as I say. He recognized him at every turn. He saw how he kept all things within limits, how he adjusted, regulated, animated their manner of life. Osmond was in his element. At last he had material to work with. He always had an eye to effect, and his effects were deeply calculated. They were produced by no vulgar means, but the motive interior with a sort of invidious sanctity, to tantalize society with a sense of exclusion, to make people believe his house was different from every other, to impart to the face that he presented to the world a cold originality. This was the ingenious effort of the personage to whom Isabel had attributed a superior morality. He works with superior material, Ralph said to himself. Its rich abundance compared with his former resources. Ralph was a clever man, but Ralph had never, to his own sense, been so clever as when he observed in petto that under the guise of caring only for intrinsic values, Osmond lived exclusively for the world. Far from being its master as he pretended to be, he was its very humble servant, and the degree of its attention was his only measure of success. He lived with his eye on it from morning till night, and the world was so stupid it never suspected the trick. Everything he did was pose, pose so subtly considered that if one were not on the lookout one mistook it for impulse. Ralph had never met a man who lived so much in the land of consideration. His tastes, his studies, his accomplishments, his collections were all for a purpose. His life on his hilltop at Florence had been the conscious attitude of years. His solitude, his ennui, his love for his daughter, his good manners, his bad manners, were so many features of a mental image constantly present to him as a model of impertinence and mystification. His ambition was not to please the world, but to please himself by exciting the world's curiosity and then declining to satisfy it. It had made him feel great ever to play the world a trick. The thing he had done in his life most directly to please himself was his marrying Miss Archer, though in this case, indeed, the gullible world was in a manner embodied in poor Isabel, who had been mystified to the top of her bent. Ralph, of course, found a fitness in being consistent. He had embraced a creed, and as he had suffered for it, he could not in honour forsake it. I give this little sketch of its articles for what they may at the time have been worth. It was certain that he was very skilful in fitting the facts to his theory, even the fact that during the month he spent in Rome at this period, the husband of the woman he loved appeared to regard him not in the least as an enemy. For Gilbert Osmond, Ralph had not now that importance. It was not that he had the importance of a friend, it was rather that he had none at all. He was Isabel's cousin, and he was rather unpleasantly ill. It was on this basis that Osmond treated with him. He made the proper enquiries, asked about his health, about Mrs. Touchett, about his opinion of winter climates, whether he were comfortable at his hotel. He addressed him, on the few occasions of their meeting, not a word that was not necessary. But his manner had always the urbanity proper to conscious success in the presence of conscious failure. For all this, Ralph had had, toward the end, a sharp inward vision of Osmond's making it of small ease to his wife that she should continue to receive Mr. Touchett. He was not jealous. He had not that excuse. No one could be jealous of Ralph. But he made Isabel pay for her old-time kindness, of which so much was still left. And as Ralph had no idea of her paying too much, so when his suspicion had become sharp, he had taken himself off. In doing so, he had deprived Isabel of a very interesting occupation. She had been constantly wondering what fine principle was keeping him alive. She had decided that it was his love of conversation. His conversation had been better than ever. He had given up walking. He was no longer a humorous stroller. He sat all day in a chair, almost any chair would serve, and was so dependent on what you would do for him that, had not his talk been highly contemplative, you might have thought he was blind. The reader already knows more about him than Isabel was ever to know, and the reader may therefore be given the key to the mystery. What kept Ralph alive was simply the fact that he had not yet seen enough of the person in the world in whom he was most interested. He was not yet satisfied. There was more to come. He couldn't make up his mind to lose that. He wanted to see what she would make of her husband, or what her husband would make of her. This was only the first act of the drama, and he was determined to sit out the performance. His determination had held good. It had kept him going some 18 months more, till the time of his return to Rome with Lord Warburton. It had given him indeed such an air of intending to live indefinitely that Mrs. Touchett, though more accessible to confusions of thought in the matter of this strange, unremunerative, and unremunerated son of hers than she had ever been before, had, as we have learned, not scrupled to embark for a distant land. If Ralph had been kept alive by suspense, it was with a good deal of the same emotion, the excitement of wondering in what state she should find him, that Isabel mounted to his apartment the day after Lord Warburton had notified her of his arrival in Rome. She spent an hour with him. It was the first of several visits. Gilbert Osmond called on him punctually, and on their sending their carriage for him, Ralph came more than once to Palazzo Roccanera. A fortnight elapsed, at the end of which Ralph announced to Lord Warburton that he thought after all he wouldn't go to Sicily. The two men had been dining together after a day spent by the latter in ranging about the Campagna. They had left the table, and Warburton, before the chimney, was lighting a cigar, which he instantly removed from his lips. "Won't go to Sicily? Where then will you go?" "Well, I guess I won't go anywhere," said Ralph from the sofa, all shamelessly. "Do you mean you'll return to England?" "Oh dear no, I'll stay in Rome." "Rome won't do for you. Rome's not warm enough." "It will have to do. I'll make it do. See how well I've been." Lord Warburton looked at him a while, puffing a cigar and as if trying to see it. "You've been better than you were in the journey, certainly. I wonder how you lived through that. But I don't understand your condition. I recommend you to try Sicily." "I can't try," said poor Ralph. "I've done trying. I can't move further. I can't face that journey. Fancy me between Scylla and Charybdis. I don't want to die on the Sicilian plains, to be snatched away like Proserpine in the same locality to the Plutonian shades." "What the deuce, then, did you come for?" his lordship inquired. "Because the idea took me. I see it won't do. It really doesn't matter where I am now. I've exhausted all remedies, I've swallowed all climates. As I'm here, I'll stay. I haven't a single cousin in Sicily, much less a married one." "Your cousin's certainly an inducement. But what does the doctor say?" "I haven't asked him, and I don't care a fig. If I die here, Mrs. Osmond will bury me. But I shall not die here." "I hope not." Lord Warburton continued to smoke reflectively. "Well, I must say," he resumed, "for myself, I'm very glad you don't insist on Sicily. I had a horror of that journey." "Ah, but for you it needn't have mattered. I had no idea of dragging you in my train." "I certainly didn't mean to let you go alone." "My dear Warburton, I never expected you to come further than this," Ralph cried. "I should have gone with you and seen you settled," said Lord Warburton. "You're a very good Christian. You're a very kind man." "Then I should have come back here." "And then you'd have gone to England." No, I should have stayed." "Well," said Ralph, "if that's what we are both up to, I don't see where Sicily comes in." His companion was silent. He sat staring at the fire. At last, looking up, "I say, tell me this," he broke out. "Did you really mean to go to Sicily when we started?" "Ah, vous m'en demandez trop." "Let me put a question first. Did you come with me quite platonically?" "I don't know what you mean by that. I wanted to come abroad." "I suspect we've each been playing our little game." "Speak for yourself. I made no secret whatever of my desiring to be here a while." "Yes, I remember you said you wished to see the Minister of Foreign Affairs." "I've seen him 3 times. He's very amusing." "I think you've forgotten what you came for," said Ralph. "Perhaps I have," his companion answered rather gravely. These two were gentlemen of a race which is not distinguished by the absence of reserve, and they had travelled together from London to Rome without an allusion to matters that were uppermost in the mind of each. There was an old subject they had once discussed, but it had lost its recognized place in their attention, and even after their arrival in Rome, where many things led back to it, they had kept the same half-diffident, half-confident silence. "I recommend you to get the doctor's consent all the same," Lord Warburton went on abruptly after an interval. "The doctor's consent will spoil it. I never have it when I can help it." "What then does Mrs. Osmond think?" Ralph's friend demanded. "I've not told her. She'll probably say that Rome's too cold, and even offer to go with me to Catania. She's capable of that." "In your place I should like it." "Her husband won't like it." "Ah, well, I can fancy that, though it seems to me you're not bound to mind his likings. They're his affair." "I don't want to make any more trouble between them," said Ralph. "Is there so much already?" "There's complete preparation for it. Her going off with me would make the explosion. Osmond isn't fond of his wife's cousin." "Then of course he'd make a row. But won't he make a row if you stop here?" "That's what I want to see. He made one the last time I was in Rome, and then I thought it my duty to disappear. Now I think it's my duty to stop and defend her. My dear Touchett, your defensive powers—" Lord Warburton began with a smile. But he saw something in his companion's face that checked him. "Your duty in these premises seems to me rather a nice question," he observed instead. Ralph, for a short time, answered nothing. "It's true that my defensive powers are small," he returned at last. "But as my aggressive ones are still smaller, Osmond may, after all, not think me worth his gunpowder. At any rate," he added, "there are things I'm curious to see." "You're sacrificing your health to your curiosity, then?" "I'm not much interested in my health, and I'm deeply interested in Mrs. Osmond." "So am I, but not as I once was," Lord Warburton added quickly. This was one of the allusions he had not hitherto found occasion to make. "Does she strike you as very happy?" Ralph inquired, emboldened by this confidence. "Well, I don't know. I've hardly thought. She told me the other night she was happy." "Ah, she told you, of course," Ralph exclaimed, smiling. "I don't know that. It seems to me I was rather the sort of person she might have complained to." "Complained? She'll never complain. She has done it, what she has done, and she knows it. She'll complain to you least of all. She's very careful." "She needn't be. I don't mean to make love to her again." "I'm delighted to hear it. There can be no doubt at least of your duty." "Ah, no," said Lord Warburton gravely. "None." "Permit me to ask," Ralph went on, "whether it's to bring out the fact that you don't mean to make love to her that you're so very civil to the little girl?" Lord Warburton gave a slight start. He got up and stood before the fire, looking at it hard. "Does that strike you as very ridiculous?" "Ridiculous? Not in the least, if you really like her." "I think her a delightful little person. I don't know when a girl of that age has pleased me more." "She's a charming creature." "Ah, she at least is genuine." "Of course there's the difference in our ages. More than 20 years." "My dear Warburton," said Ralph, "are you serious?" "Perfectly serious, as far as I've got." "I'm very glad." "And heaven help us!" cried Ralph. "How cheered up old Osmond will be." His companion frowned. "I say, don't spoil it. I shouldn't propose for his daughter to please him." "He'll have the perversity to be pleased all the same." "He's not so fond of me as that," said his lordship. "As that? My dear Warburton, the drawback of your position is that people needn't be fond of you at all to wish to be connected with you. Now with me in such a case I should have the happy confidence that they loved me." Lord Warburton seemed scarcely in the mood for doing justice to general axioms. He was thinking of a special case. "Do you judge she'll be pleased?" "The girl herself. Delighted, surely." "No, no. I mean Mrs. Osmond." Ralph looked at him a moment. "My dear fellow, what has she to do with it?" "Whatever she chooses. She's very fond of Pansy." "Very true. Very true." And Ralph slowly got up. "It's an interesting question, how far her fondness for Pansy will carry her." He stood there a moment with his hands in his pockets and rather a clouded brow. "I hope, you know, that you're very, very sure. The deuce!" he broke off. "I don't know how to say it." "Yes, you do. You know how to say everything." "Well, it's awkward. I hope you're sure that among Miss Osmond's merits her being so near her stepmother isn't a leading one." "Good heavens, Touchett!" cried Lord Warburton angrily. "For what do you take me?" End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Isabel had not seen much of Madame Merle since her marriage, this lady having indulged in frequent absences from Rome. At one time she had spent 6 months in England, at another she had passed a portion of a winter in Paris. She had made numerous visits to distant friends, and gave countenance to the idea that for the future she should be a less inveterate Roman than in the past. As she had been inveterate in the past only in the sense of constantly having an apartment in one of the sunniest niches of the Pincian, an apartment which often stood empty, this suggested a prospect of almost constant absence, a danger which Isabel at one period had been much inclined to deplore. Familiarity had modified in some degree her first impression of Madame Merle, but it had not essentially altered it. There was still much wonder of admiration in it. That personage was armed at all points. It was a pleasure to see a character so completely equipped for the social battle. She carried her flag discreetly, but her weapons were polished steel, and she used them with a skill which struck Isabel as more and more that of a veteran. She was never weary, never overcome with disgust. She never appeared to need rest or consolation. She had her own ideas. She had of old exposed a great many of them to Isabel, who knew also that under an appearance of extreme self-control her highly cultivated friend concealed a rich sensibility. But her will was mistress of her life. There was something gallant in the way she kept going. It was as if she learned the secret of it, as if the art of life were some clever trick she had guessed. Isabel, as she herself grew older, became acquainted with revulsions, with disgusts. There were days when the world looked black, and she asked herself with some sharpness what it was that she was pretending to live for. Her old habit had been to live by enthusiasm, to fall in love with suddenly perceived possibilities, with the idea of some new adventure. As a younger person, she had been used to proceed from one little exaltation to the other. There were scarcely any dull places between. But Madame Merle had suppressed enthusiasm. She fell in love nowadays with nothing. She lived entirely by reason and by wisdom. There were hours when Isabel would have given anything for lessons in this art. If her brilliant friend had been near, she would have made an appeal to her. She had become aware more than before of the advantage of being like that, of having made oneself a firm surface, a sort of corselet of silver. But, as I say, it was not till the winter during which we lately renewed acquaintance with our heroine that the personage in question made again a continuous stay in Rome. Isabel now saw more of her than she had done since her marriage, but by this time Isabel's needs and inclinations had considerably changed. It was not at present to Madame Merle that she would have applied for instruction. She had lost the desire to know this lady's clever trick. If she had troubles, she must keep them to herself, and if life was difficult, it would not make it easier to confess herself beaten. Madame Merle was doubtless of great use to herself and an ornament to any circle, but was she, would she be, of use to others in periods of refined embarrassment? The best way to profit by her friend, this indeed Isabel had always thought, was to imitate her, to be as firm and bright as she. She recognized no embarrassments, and Isabel, considering this fact, determined for the 50th time to brush aside her own. It seemed to her, too, on the renewal of an intercourse which had virtually been interrupted, that her old ally was different, was almost detached, pushing to the extreme a certain rather artificial fear of being indiscreet. Ralph Touchett, we know, had been of the opinion that she was prone to exaggeration, to forcing the note, was apt, in the vulgar phrase, to overdo it. Isabel had never admitted this charge. She had indeed never quite understood it. Madame Merle's conduct, to her perception, always bore the stamp of good taste, was always quiet. But in this matter of not wishing to intrude upon the inner life of the Osmond family, it at last occurred to our young woman that she overdid a little. That, of course, was not the best taste. That was rather violent. She remembered too much that Isabel was married, that she had now other interests, that though she, Madame Merle, had known Gilbert Osmond and his little Pansy very well, better almost than any one, she was not, after all, of the inner circle. She was on her guard. She never spoke of their affairs till she was asked, even pressed, as when her opinion was wanted, she had a dread of seeming to meddle. Madame Merle was as candid as we know, and one day she candidly expressed this dread to Isabel. "I must be on my guard," she said. "I might so easily, without suspecting it, offend you. You would be right to be offended, even if my intention should have been of the purest. I must not forget that I knew your husband long before you did. I must not let that betray me. If you were a silly woman, you might be jealous. You're not a silly woman, I know that very well. But neither am I. Therefore I'm determined not to get into trouble. A little harm's very soon done, a mistake's made before one knows it. Of course, if I had wished to make love to your husband, I had 10 years to do it in, and nothing to prevent. So it isn't likely I shall begin today, when I'm so much less attractive than I was. But if I were to annoy you by seeming to take a place that doesn't belong to me, you wouldn't make that reflection. You'd simply say I was forgetting certain differences. I'm determined not to forget them. Certainly a good friend isn't always thinking of that. One doesn't always suspect one's friends of injustice. I don't suspect you, my dear, in the least. But I suspect human nature. Don't think I make myself uncomfortable. I'm not always watching myself. I think I sufficiently prove it in talking to you as I do now. All I wish to say is, however, that if you were to be jealous, that's the form it would take, I should be sure to think it was a little my fault. It certainly wouldn't be your husband's. Isabel had had 3 years to think over Mrs. Touchett's theory that Madame Merle had made Gilbert Osmond's marriage. We know how she had at first received it. Madame Merle might have made Gilbert Osmond's marriage, but she had certainly not made Isabel Archer's. That was the work of Isabel scarcely knew what. Of nature, providence, fortune, of the eternal mystery of things. It was true her aunt's complaint had been not so much of Madame Merle's activity as of her duplicity. She had brought about the strange event, and then she had denied her guilt. Such guilt would not have been great to Isabel's mind. She couldn't make a crime of Madame Merle's having been the producing cause of the most important friendship she had ever formed. This had occurred to her just before her marriage, after her little discussion with her aunt, and at a time when she was still capable of that large inward reference, the tone almost of the philosophic historian, to her scant young annals. If Madame Merle had desired her change of state, she could only say it had been a very happy thought. With her, moreover, she had been perfectly straightforward. She had never concealed her high opinion of Gilbert Osmond. After their union, Isabel discovered that her husband took a less convenient view of the matter. He seldom consented to finger, in talk, this roundest and smoothest bead of their social rosary. "Don't you like Madame Merle?" Isabel had once said to him. "She thinks a great deal of you." "I'll tell you once for all," Osmond had answered. "I liked her once better than I do today. I'm tired of her, and I'm rather ashamed of it. She's so almost unnaturally good. I'm glad she's not in Italy. It makes for relaxation, for a sort of moral détente. Don't talk of her too much. It seems to bring her back. She'll come back in plenty of time." Madame Merle, in fact, had come back before it was too late. Too late, I mean, to recover whatever advantage she might have lost. But meantime, if, as I have said, she was sensibly different, Isabel's feelings were also not quite the same. Her consciousness of the situation was as acute as of old, but it was much less satisfying. A dissatisfied mind, whatever else it may miss, is rarely in want of reasons. They bloom as thick as buttercups in June. The fact of Madame Merle's having had a hand in Gilbert Osmond's marriage ceased to be one of her titles to consideration. It might have been written, after all, that there was not so much to thank her for. As time went on, there was less and less, and Isabel once said to herself that perhaps without her these things would not have been. That reflection indeed was instantly stifled. She knew an immediate horror at having made it. "Whatever happens to me, let me not be unjust," she said. "Let me bear my burdens myself and not shift them upon others." This disposition was tested eventually by that ingenious apology for her present conduct which Madame Merle saw fit to make, and of which I have given a sketch. For there was something irritating, There was almost an air of mockery in her neat discriminations and clear convictions. In Isabel's mind today there was nothing clear. There was a confusion of regrets, a complication of fears. She felt helpless as she turned away from her friend, who had just made the statements I have quoted. Madame Merle knew so little what she was thinking of. She was herself, moreover, so unable to explain. Jealous of her? Jealous of her with Gilbert? The idea just then suggested no near reality. She almost wished jealousy had been possible. It would have made in a manner for refreshment. Wasn't it, in a manner, one of the symptoms of happiness? Madame Merle, however, was wise, so wise that she might have been pretending to know Isabel better than Isabel knew herself. This young woman had always been fertile in resolutions, any of them of an elevated character, but at no period had they flourished, in the privacy of her heart, more richly than today. It is true that they all had a family likeness. They might have been summed up in the determination that if she was to be unhappy, it should not be by a fault of her own. Her poor winged spirit had always had a great desire to do its best, and it had not as yet been seriously discouraged. It wished, therefore, to hold fast to justice, not to pay itself by petty revenges. To associate Madame Merle with its disappointment would be a petty revenge, especially as the pleasure to be derived from that would be perfectly insincere. It might feed her sense of bitterness, but it would not loosen her bonds. It was impossible to pretend that she had not acted with her eyes open. If ever a girl was a free agent, she had been. A girl in love was doubtless not a free agent, but the sole source of her mistake had been within herself. There had been no plot, no snare. She had looked and considered and chosen. When a woman had made such a mistake, there was only one way to repair it, just immensely, oh, with the highest grandeur, to accept it. One folly was enough, especially when it was to last forever. A second one would not much set it off. In this vow of reticence there was a certain nobleness which kept Isabel going. But Madame Merle had been right, for all that, in taking her precautions. One day, about a month after Ralph Touchett's arrival in Rome, Isabel came back from a walk with Pansy. It was not only a part of her general determination to be just that she was at present very thankful for Pansy, it was also a part of her tenderness for things that were pure and weak. Pansy was dear to her, and there was nothing else in her life that had the rightness of the young creature's attachment or the sweetness of her own clearness about it. It was like a soft presence, like a small hand in her own. On Pansy's part it was more than an affection, it was a kind of ardent, coercive faith. On her own side her sense of the girl's dependence was more than a pleasure. It operated as a definite reason when motives threatened to fail her. She had said to herself that we must take our duty where we find it, and that we must look for it as much as possible. Pansy's sympathy was a direct admonition. It seemed to say that here was an opportunity, not eminent perhaps, but unmistakable. Yet an opportunity for what, Isabel could hardly have said. In general, to be more for the child than the child was able to be for herself. Isabel could have smiled in these days, to remember that her little companion had once been ambiguous, for she now perceived that Pansy's ambiguities were simply her own grossness of vision. She had been unable to believe anyone could care so much, so extraordinarily much, to please. But since then she had seen this delicate faculty in operation, and now she knew what to think of it. It was the whole creature. It was a sort of genius. Pansy had no pride to interfere with it, and though she was constantly extending her conquests, she took no credit for them. The two were constantly together. Mrs. Osmond was rarely seen without her stepdaughter. Isabel liked her company. It had the effect of one's carrying a nosegay composed all of the same flower. And then, not to neglect Pansy, not under any provocation to neglect her, this she had made an article of religion. The young girl had every appearance of being happier in Isabel's society than in that of anyone save her father, whom she admired with an intensity justified by the fact that, as paternity was an exquisite pleasure to Gilbert Osmond, he had always been luxuriously mild. Isabel knew how Pansy liked to be with her and how she studied the means of pleasing her. She had decided that the best way of pleasing her was negative, and consisted in not giving her trouble, a conviction which certainly could have had no reference to trouble already existing. She was therefore ingeniously passive and almost imaginatively docile. She was careful even to moderate the eagerness with which she assented to Isabel's propositions, and which might have implied that she could have thought otherwise. She never interrupted, never asked social questions, and though she delighted in approbation, to the point of turning pale when it came to her, never held out her hand for it. She only looked toward it wistfully, an attitude which, as she grew older, made her eyes the prettiest in the world. When, during the second winter at Palazzo Roccanera, she began to go to parties, to dances, she always, at a reasonable hour, lest Mrs. Osmond should be tired, was the first to propose departure. Isabel appreciated the sacrifice of the late dances, for she knew her little companion had a passionate pleasure in this exercise, taking her steps to the music like a conscientious fairy. Society, moreover, had no drawbacks for her. She liked even the tiresome parts, the heat of ballrooms, the dullness of dinners, the crush at the door, the awkward waiting for the carriage. During the day, in this vehicle beside her stepmother, she sat in a small, fixed, appreciative posture, bending forward and faintly smiling, as if she had been taken to drive for the first time. On the day I speak of, they had been driven out of one of the gates of the city, and at the end of half an hour had left the carriage to await them by the roadside, while they walked away over the short grass of the Campagna, which even in the winter months is sprinkled with delicate flowers. This was almost a daily habit with Isabel, who was fond of a walk and had a swift length of step, though not so swift a one as on her first coming to Europe. It was not the form of exercise that Pansy loved best, but she liked it, because she liked everything, and she moved with a shorter undulation beside her father's wife, who afterwards, on their return to Rome, paid a tribute to her preferences by making the circuit of the Pincian or the Villa Borghese. She had gathered a handful of flowers in a sunny hollow, far from the walls of Rome, and on reaching Palazzo Roccanera, went straight to her room to put them into water. Isabel passed into the drawing-room, the one she herself usually occupied, the second in order from the large antechamber which was entered from the staircase, and in which even Gilbert Osmond's rich devices had not been able to correct a look of rather grand nudity. Just beyond the threshold of the drawing-room she stopped short, the reason for her doing so being that she had received an impression. The impression had, in strictness, nothing unprecedented, but she felt it as something new, and the soundlessness of her step gave her time to take in the scene before she interrupted it. Madame Merle was there in her bonnet, and Gilbert Osmond was talking to her. For a minute they were unaware she had come in. Isabel had often seen that before, certainly, but what she had not seen, or at least had not noticed, was that their colloquy had for the moment converted itself into a sort of familiar silence, from which she instantly perceived that her entrance would startle them. Madame Merle was standing on the rug, a little way from the fire. Osmond was in a deep chair, leaning back and looking at her. Her head was erect as usual, but her eyes were bent on his. What struck Isabel first was that he was sitting while Madame Merle stood. There was an anomaly in this that arrested her. Then she perceived that they had arrived at a desultory pause in their exchange of ideas, and were musing, face to face, with the freedom of old friends who sometimes exchange ideas without uttering them. There was nothing to shock in this. They were old friends, in fact. But the thing made an image, lasting only a moment, like a sudden flicker of light. Their relative positions, their absorbed mutual gaze, struck her as something detected. But it was all over by the time she had fairly seen it. Madame Merle had seen her and had welcomed her without moving. Her husband, on the other hand, had instantly jumped up. He presently murmured something about wanting a walk, and after having asked their visitor to excuse him, left the room. "I came to see you, thinking you would have come in, and as you hadn't, I waited for you," Madame Merle said. "Didn't he ask you to sit down?" Isabel asked with a smile. Madame Merle looked about her. Ah, it's very true. I was going away. You must stay now. Certainly. I came for a reason. I've something on my mind. I've told you that before, Isabel said, that it takes something extraordinary to bring you to this house. And you know what I've told you, that whether I come or whether I stay away, I've always the same motive, the affection I bear you. Yes, you've told me that. You look just now as if you didn't believe it, said Madame Merle. Ah, Isabel answered, the profundity of your motives, that's the last thing I doubt. You doubt sooner the sincerity of my words. Isabel shook her head gravely. I know you've always been kind to me. As often as you would let me. You don't always take it. Then one has to let you alone. It's not to do you a kindness, however, that I've come today. It's quite another affair. I've come to get rid of a trouble of my own, to make it over to you. I've been talking to your husband about it. I'm surprised at that. He doesn't like troubles. Especially other people's, I know very well, but neither do you, I suppose. At any rate, whether you do or not, you must help me. It's about poor Mr. Rosier. Ah, said Isabel reflectively. It's his trouble then, not yours. He has succeeded in saddling me with it. He comes to see me 10 times a week to talk about Pansy. Yes, he wants to marry her. I know all about it. Madame Merle hesitated. I gathered from your husband that perhaps you didn't. How should he know what I know? He has never spoken to me of the matter. It's probably because he doesn't know how to speak of it. It's nevertheless the sort of question in which he's rarely at fault. Yes, because as a general thing he knows perfectly well what to think. Today he doesn't. Haven't you been telling him? Isabel asked. Madame Merle gave a bright, voluntary smile. Do you know you're a little dry? Yes, I can't help it. Mr. Rosier has also talked to me. In that there's some reason. You're so near the child. Ah, said Isabel, for all the comfort I've given him. If you think me dry, I wonder what he thinks. I believe he thinks you can do more than you have done. I can do nothing. You can do more, at least, than I. I don't know what mysterious connection he may have discovered between me and Pansy, but he came to me from the first, as if I held his fortune in my hand. Now he keeps coming back to spur me up, to know what hope there is, to pour out his feelings. He's very much in love, said Isabel. Very much. For him. Very much for Pansy, you might say as well. Madame Merle dropped her eyes a moment. Don't you think she's attractive? The dearest little person possible, but very limited. She ought to be all the easier for Mr. Rosier to love. Mr. Rosier's not unlimited. No, said Isabel. He has about the extent of one's pocket-handkerchief, the small ones with lace borders. Her humour had lately turned a good deal to sarcasm, but in a moment she was ashamed of exercising it on so innocent an object as Pansy's suitor. He's very kind, very honest, she presently added, and he's not such a fool as he seems. He assures me that she delights in him, said Madame Merle. I don't know. I've not asked her. You've never sounded her a little? It's not my place. It's her father's. Oh, you're too literal, said Madame Merle. I must judge for myself. Madame Merle gave her smile again. It isn't easy to help you. To help me, said Isabel very seriously. What do you mean? It's easy to displease you. Don't you see how wise I am to be careful? I notify you, at any rate, as I notified Osmond, that I wash my hands of the love affairs of Miss Pansy and Mr. Edward Rosier. Je n'y peux rien, moi. I can't talk to Pansy about him. Especially, added Madame Merle, as I don't think him a paragon of husbands. Isabel reflected a little, after which, with a smile, "You don't wash your hands, then," she said. After which, again, she added in another tone, "You can't. You're too much interested." Madame Merle slowly rose. She had given Isabel a look as rapid as the intimation that had gleamed before our heroine a few moments before. Only this time the latter saw nothing. "Ask him the next time, and you'll see." "I can't ask him. He has ceased to come to the house. Gilbert has let him know that he's not welcome." "Ah, yes," said Madame Merle. "I forgot that, though it's the burden of his lamentation. He says Osmond has insulted him. All the same," she went on, "Osmond doesn't dislike him so much as he thinks." She had got up as if to close the conversation, but she lingered, looking about her, and had evidently more to say. Isabel perceived this and even saw the point she had in view, but Isabel also had her own reasons for not opening the way. "That must have pleased him, if you've told him," she answered, smiling. "Certainly I've told him. As far as that goes, I've encouraged him. I've preached patience, have said that his case isn't desperate if he'll only hold his tongue and be quiet. Unfortunately, he has taken it into his head to be jealous." "Jealous?" "Jealous of Lord Warburton, who, he says, is always here." Isabel, who was tired, had remained sitting, but at this she also rose. "Ah!" she exclaimed simply, moving slowly to the fireplace. Madame Merle observed her as she passed, and while she stood a moment before the mantel-glass and pushed into its place a wandering tress of hair. "Poor Mr. Rosier keeps saying there's nothing impossible in Lord Warburton's falling in love with Pansy," Madame Merle went on. Isabel was silent a little. She turned away from the glass. "It's true. There's nothing impossible," she returned at last, gravely and more gently. "So I've had to admit to Mr. Rosier. So, too, your husband thinks." "That I don't know." "Ask him and you'll see." "I shall not ask him," said Isabel. "Pardon me, I forgot you had pointed that out. Of course," Madame Merle added, "you've had infinitely more observation of Lord Warburton's behaviour than I." "I see no reason why I shouldn't tell you that he likes my stepdaughter very much." Madame Merle gave one of her quick looks again. "Likes her, you mean, as Mr. Rosier means?" "I don't know how Mr. Rosier means, but Lord Warburton has let me know that he's charmed with Pansy." "And you've never told Osmond?" This observation was immediate, precipitate. It almost burst from Madame Merle's lips. Isabel's eyes rested on her. "I suppose he'll know in time. Lord Warburton has a tongue and knows how to express himself." Madame Merle instantly became conscious that she had spoken more quickly than usual, and the reflection brought the colour to her cheek. She gave the treacherous impulse time to subside, and then said, as if she had been thinking it over a little, "That would be better than marrying poor Mr. Rosier." "Much better, I think." "It would be very delightful. It would be a great marriage. It's really very kind of him." "Very kind of him?" "To drop his eyes on a simple little girl." "I don't see that." "It's very good of you. But after all, Pansy Osmond—" "After all, Pansy Osmond's the most attractive person he has ever known," Isabel exclaimed. Madame Merle stared, and indeed she was justly bewildered. "Ah, a moment ago I thought you seemed rather to disparage her." "I said she was limited, and so she is. And so's Lord Warburton." "So are we all, if you come to that. If it's no more than Pansy deserves, all the better. But if she fixes her affections on Mr. Rosier, I won't admit that she deserves it. That will be too perverse." "Mr. Rosier's a nuisance," Isabel cried abruptly. "I quite agree with you, and I'm delighted to know that I'm not expected to feed his flame. For the future, when he calls on me, my door shall be closed to him." And gathering her mantle together, Madame Merle prepared to depart. She was checked, however, on her progress to the door by an inconsequent request from Isabel. "All the same, you know, be kind to him." She lifted her shoulders and eyebrows, and stood looking at her friend. "I don't understand your contradictions. Decidedly, I shan't be kind to him, for it will be a false kindness. I want to see her married to Lord Warburton." "You had better wait till he asks her." "If what you say is true, he'll ask her. Especially," said Madame Merle in a moment, "if you make him." "If I make him?" "It's quite in your power. You've great influence with him." Isabel frowned a little. "Where did you learn that?" "Mrs. Touchett told me." "Not you. Never," said Madame Merle, smiling. "I certainly never told you anything of the sort." "You might have done so far as opportunity went, when we were by way of being confidential with each other. But you really told me very little. I've often thought so since." Isabel had thought so too, and sometimes with a certain satisfaction. But she didn't admit it now, perhaps because she wished not to appear to exult in it. "You seem to have had an excellent informant in my aunt," she simply returned. "She let me know you had declined an offer of marriage from Lord Warburton, because she was greatly vexed and was full of the subject. Of course I think you've done better in doing as you did. But if you wouldn't marry Lord Warburton yourself, make him the reparation of helping him to marry someone else." Isabel listened to this with a face that persisted in not reflecting the bright expressiveness of Madame Merle's. But in a moment she said, reasonably and gently enough, "I should be very glad indeed if, as regards Pansy, it could be arranged." Upon which her companion, who seemed to regard this as a speech of good omen, embraced her more tenderly than might have been expected, and triumphantly withdrew. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Osmond touched on this matter that evening for the first time, coming very late into the drawing-room where she was sitting alone. They had spent the evening at home, and Pansy had gone to bed. He himself had been sitting since dinner in a small apartment in which he had arranged his books, and which he called his study. At 10 o'clock, Lord Warburton had come in, as he always did when he knew from Isabel that she was to be at home. He was going somewhere else, and he sat for half an hour. Isabel, after asking him for news of Ralph, said very little to him on purpose. She wished him to talk with her stepdaughter. She pretended to read. She even went after a little to the piano. She asked herself if she mightn't leave the room. She had come little by little to think well of the idea of Pansy's becoming the wife of the master of beautiful Lockleigh, though at first it had not presented itself in a manner to excite her enthusiasm. Madame Merle that afternoon had applied the match to an accumulation of inflammable material. When Isabel was unhappy, she always looked about her, partly from impulse and partly by theory, for some form of positive exertion. She could never rid herself of the sense that unhappiness was a state of disease, of suffering as opposed to doing. To do, it hardly mattered what, would therefore be an escape, perhaps in some degree a remedy. Besides, she wished to convince herself that she had done everything possible to content her husband. She was determined not to be haunted by visions of his wife's limpness under appeal. It would please him greatly to see Pansy married to an English nobleman, and justly please him, since this nobleman was so sound a character. It seemed to Isabel that if she could make it her duty to bring about such an event, she should play the part of a good wife. She wanted to be that. She wanted to be able to believe sincerely, and with proof of it, that she had been that. Then such an undertaking had other recommendations. It would occupy her, and she desired occupation. It would even amuse her, and if she could really amuse herself she perhaps might be saved. Lastly, it would be a service to Lord Warburton, who evidently pleased himself greatly with the charming girl. It was a little weird he should, being what he was, but there was no accounting for such impressions. Pansy might captivate anyone at least but Lord Warburton. Isabel would have thought her too small, too slight, perhaps even too artificial for that. There was always a little of the doll about her, and that was not what he had been looking for. Still, who could say what men ever were looking for? They looked for what they found. They knew what pleased them only when they saw it. No theory was valid in such matters, and nothing was more unaccountable or more natural than anything else. If he had cared for her, it might seem odd he should care for Pansy, who was so different, but he had not cared for her so much as he had supposed. Or if he had completely got over it, and it was natural that, as the affair had failed, he should think something of quite another sort might succeed. Enthusiasm, as I say, had not come at first to Isabel, but it came today, and made her feel almost happy. It was astonishing what happiness she could still find in the idea of procuring a pleasure for her husband. It was a pity, however, that Edward Rosier had crossed their path. At this reflection, the light that had suddenly gleamed upon that path lost something of its brightness. Isabel was unfortunately as sure that Pansy thought Mr. Rosier the nicest of all the young men, as sure as if she had held an interview with her on the subject. It was very tiresome she should be so sure, when she had carefully abstained from informing herself, almost as tiresome as that poor Mr. Rosier should have taken it into his own head. He was certainly very inferior to Lord Warburton. It was not the difference in fortune so much as the difference in the men. The young American was really so light a weight. He was much more of the type of the useless fine gentleman than the English nobleman. It was true that there was no particular reason why Pansy should marry a statesman. Still, if a statesman admired her, that was his affair, and she would make a perfect little pearl of a peeress. It may seem to the reader that Mrs. Osmond had grown of a sudden strangely cynical, for she ended by saying to herself that this difficulty could probably be arranged. An impediment that was embodied in poor Rosier could not anyhow present itself as a dangerous one. There were always means of levelling secondary obstacles. Isabel was perfectly aware that she had not taken the measure of Pansy's tenacity, which might prove to be inconveniently great, but she inclined to see her as rather letting go under suggestions than as clutching under deprecation, since she had certainly the faculty of assent developed in a very much higher degree than that of protest. She would cling, yes, she would cling, but it really mattered to her very little what she clung to. Lord Warburton would do as well as Mr. Rosier, especially as she seemed quite to like him. She had expressed this sentiment to Isabel without a single reservation. She had said she thought his conversation most interesting. He had told her all about India. His manner to Pansy had been of the rightest and easiest. Isabel noticed that for herself, as she also observed that he talked to her not in the least in a patronizing way, reminding himself of her youth and simplicity, but quite as if she understood his subjects with that sufficiency with which she followed those of the fashionable operas. This went far enough for attention to the music and the baritone. He was careful only to be kind. He was as kind as he had been to another fluttered young chit at Gardencourt. A girl might well be touched by that. She remembered how she herself had been touched, and said to herself that if she had been as simple as Pansy, the impression would have been deeper still. She had not been simple when she refused him. That operation had been as complicated as, later, her acceptance of Osmond had been. Pansy, however, in spite of her simplicity, really did understand, and was glad that Lord Warburton should talk to her, not about her partners and bouquets, but about the state of Italy, the condition of the peasantry, the famous grist tax, the pellagra, his impressions of Roman society. She looked at him, as she drew her needle through her tapestry, with sweet, submissive eyes, and when she lowered them she gave little quiet oblique glances at his person, his hands, his feet, his clothes, as if she were considering him. Even his person, Isabel might have reminded her, was better than Mr. Rosier's. But Isabel contented herself at such moments with wondering where this gentleman was. He came no more at all to Palazzo Roccanera. It was surprising, as I say, the hold it had taken of her, the idea of assisting her husband to be pleased. It was surprising for a variety of reasons, which I shall presently touch upon. On the evening I speak of, while Lord Warburton sat there, she had been on the point of taking the great step of going out of the room and leaving her companions alone. I say the great step, because it was in this light that Gilbert Osmond would have regarded it, and Isabel was trying as much as possible to take her husband's view. She succeeded after a fashion, but she fell short of the point I mention. After all, she couldn't rise to it. Something held her and made this impossible. It was not exactly that it would be base or insidious, for women as a general thing practice such manoeuvres with a perfectly good conscience, and Isabel was instinctively much more true than false to the common genius of her sex. There was a vague doubt that interposed, a sense that she was not quite sure. So she remained in the drawing-room, and after a while Lord Warburton went off to his party, of which he promised to give Pansy a full account on the morrow. After he had gone, she wondered if she had prevented something which would have happened if she had absented herself for a quarter of an hour, and then pronounced, always mentally, that when their distinguished visitor should wish her to go away, he would easily find means to let her know it. Pansy said nothing whatever about him after he had gone, and Isabel studiously said nothing, as she had taken a vow of reserve until after he should have declared himself. He was a little longer in coming to this than might seem to accord with the description he had given Isabel of his feelings. Pansy went to bed, and Isabel had to admit that she could not now guess what her stepdaughter was thinking of. Her transparent little companion was, for the moment, not to be seen through. She remained alone, looking at the fire, until at the end of half an hour her husband came in. He moved about a while in silence and then sat down. He looked at the fire like herself. But she now had transferred her eyes from the flickering flame in the chimney to Osmond's face, and she watched him while he kept his silence. Covert observation had become a habit with her, an instinct of which it is not an exaggeration to say that it was allied to that of self-defense, had made it habitual. She wished as much as possible to know his thoughts, to know what he would say beforehand, so that she might prepare her answer. Preparing answers had not been her strong point of old. She had rarely in this respect got further than thinking afterwards of clever things she might have said. But she had learned caution, learned it in a measure from her husband's very countenance. It was the same face she had looked into with eyes equally earnest perhaps, but less penetrating, on the terrace of a Florentine villa. Except that Osmond had grown slightly stouter since his marriage. He still, however, might strike one as very distinguished. "Has Lord Warburton been here?" he presently asked. "Yes, he stayed half an hour." "Did he see Pansy?" "Yes, he sat on the sofa beside her." "Did he talk with her much?" "He talked almost only to her." "It seems to me he's attentive. Isn't that what you call it?" "I don't call it anything," said Isabel. "I've waited for you to give it a name." "That's consideration you don't always show," Osmond answered after a moment. "I've determined this time to try and act as you'd like. I've so often failed of that." Osmond turned his head slowly, looking at her. "Are you trying to quarrel with me?" "No, I'm trying to live at peace." "Nothing's more easy. You know I don't quarrel myself." "What do you call it when you try to make me angry?" Isabel asked. "I don't try. If I've done so, it has been the most natural thing in the world. Moreover, I'm not in the least trying now." Isabel smiled. "It doesn't matter. I've determined never to be angry again." "That's an excellent resolve. Your temper isn't good." "No, it's not good." She pushed away the book she had been reading and took up the band of tapestry Pansy had left on the table. "That's partly why I've not spoken to you about this business of my daughter's," Osmond said, designating Pansy in the manner that was most frequent with him. "I was afraid I should encounter opposition, that you too would have views on the subject. I've sent little Rosier about his business." "You were afraid I'd plead for Mr. Rosier? Haven't you noticed that I've never spoken to you of him?" "I've never given you a chance. We've so little conversation in these days. I know he was an old friend of yours." "Yes, he's an old friend of mine." Isabel cared little more for him than for the tapestry that she held in her hand, but it was true that he was an old friend and that with her husband she felt a desire not to extenuate such ties. He had a way of expressing contempt for them which fortified her loyalty to them. even when, as in the present case, they were in themselves insignificant. She sometimes felt a sort of passion of tenderness for memories which had no other merit than that they belonged to her unmarried life. "But as regards Pansy," she added in a moment, "I've given him no encouragement." "That's fortunate," Osmond observed. "Fortunate for me, I suppose you mean. For him it matters little." "There's no use talking of him," Osmond said. "As I tell you, I've turned him out." "Yes, but a lover outside's always a lover. He's sometimes even more of one. Mr. Rosier still has hope." "He's welcome to the comfort of it. My daughter has only to sit perfectly quiet to become Lady Warburton." "Should you like that?" Isabel asked with a simplicity which was not so affected as it may appear. She was resolved to assume nothing, for Osmond had a way of unexpectedly turning her assumptions against her. The intensity with which he would like his daughter to become Lady Warburton had been the very basis of her own recent reflections. But that was for herself. She would recognize nothing until Osmond should have put it into words. She would not take for granted with him that he thought Lord Warburton a prize worth an amount of effort that was unusual among the Osmonds. It was Gilbert's constant intimation that for him nothing in life was a prize, that he treated as from equal to equal with the most distinguished people in the world, and that his daughter had only to look about her to pick out a prince. It cost him, therefore, a lapse from consistency to say explicitly that he yearned for Lord Warburton, and that if this nobleman escaped, his equivalent might not be found, with which, moreover, it was another of his customary implications that he was never inconsistent. He would have liked his wife to glide over the point. But strangely enough, now that she was face to face with him, and although an hour before she had almost invented a scheme for pleasing him, Isabel was not accommodating, would not glide. And yet she knew exactly the effect on his mind of her question. It would operate as an humiliation. Never mind. He was terribly capable of humiliating her. All the more so that he was also capable of waiting for great opportunities and of showing sometimes an almost unaccountable indifference to small ones. Isabel perhaps took a small opportunity because she would not have availed herself of a great one. Osmond at present acquitted himself very honourably. "I should like it extremely. It would be a great marriage. And then Lord Warburton has another advantage. He's an old friend of yours. It would be pleasant for him to come into the family. It's very odd Pansy's admirers should all be your old friends." "It's natural that they should come to see me. In coming to see me they see Pansy. Seeing her, it's natural they should fall in love with her." "So I think. But you're not bound to do so." "If she should marry Lord Warburton I should be very glad," Isabel went on. "He's an excellent man. You say, however, that she has only to sit perfectly still. Perhaps she won't sit perfectly still. If she loses Mr. Rosier she may jump up." Osmond appeared to give no heed to this. He sat gazing at the fire. "Pansy would like to be a great lady," he remarked in a moment with a certain tenderness of tone. "She wishes above all to please," he added. "To please Mr. Rosier, perhaps." "No, to please me." "Me too, a little, I think," said Isabel. "Yes, she has a great opinion of you. But she'll do what I like." "If you're sure of that, it's very well," she went on. "Meantime," said Osmond, "I should like our distinguished visitor to speak." "He has spoken, to me. He has told me it would be a great pleasure to him to believe she could care for him." Osmond turned his head quickly, but at first he said nothing. Then, "Why didn't you tell me that?" he asked sharply. "There was no opportunity. You know how we live. I've taken the first chance that is offered." "Did you speak to him of Rosier?" "Oh yes, a little." "That was hardly necessary." "I thought it best he should know that. So that... And Isabel paused. "So that what?" "So that he might act accordingly." "So that he might back out, do you mean?" "No, so that he might advance while there's yet time." "That's not the effect it seems to have had." "You should have patience," said Isabel. "You know Englishmen are shy." "This one's not. He was not when he made love to you." She had been afraid Osmond would speak of that. It was disagreeable to her. "I beg your pardon. He was extremely so," she returned. He answered nothing for some time. He took up a book and fingered the pages while she sat silent and occupied herself with Pansy's tapestry. "You must have a great deal of influence with him," Osmond went on at last. "The moment you really wish it, you can bring him to the point." This was more offensive still, but she felt the great naturalness of his saying it, and it was, after all, extremely like what she had said to herself. "Why should I have influence?" she asked. "What have I ever done to put him under an obligation to me?" "You refuse to marry him," said Osmond with his eyes on his book. "I must not presume too much on that," she replied. He threw down the book presently and got up, standing before the fire with his hands behind him. "Well, I hold that it lies in your hands. I shall leave it there. With a little goodwill you may manage it. Think that over, and remember how much I count on you." He waited a little, to give her time to answer, but she answered nothing, and he presently strolled out of the room. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. She had answered nothing, because his words had put the situation before her, and she was absorbed in looking at it. There was something in them that suddenly made vibrations deep, so that she had been afraid to trust herself to speak. After he had gone, she leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes, and for a long time, far into the night and still further, she sat in the still drawing-room, given up to her meditation. A servant came in to attend to the fire, and she bade him bring fresh candles and then go to bed. Osmond had told her to think of what he had said, and she did so indeed, and of many other things. The suggestion from another that she had a definite influence on Lord Warburton, this had given her the start that accompanies unexpected recognition. Was it true that there was something still between them that might be a handle to make him declare himself to Pansy? A susceptibility on his part to approval, a desire to do what would please her? Isabel had hitherto not asked herself the question, because she had not been forced. But now that it was directly presented to her, she saw the answer, and the answer frightened her. Yes, there was something on Lord Warburton's part. When he had first come to Rome, she believed the link that united them to be completely snapped. But little by little, she had been reminded that it had yet a palpable existence. It was as thin as a hair, but there were moments when she seemed to hear it vibrate. For herself, nothing was changed. What she once thought of him, she always thought. It was needless this feeling should change. It seemed to her, in fact, a better feeling than ever. But he? Had he still the idea that she might be more to him than other women? Had he the wish to profit by the memory of the few moments of intimacy through which they had once passed? Isabel knew she had read some of the signs of such a disposition. But what were his hopes, his pretensions, and in what strange way were they mingled with his evidently very sincere appreciation of poor Pansy? Was he in love with Gilbert Osmond's wife? And if so, what comfort did he expect to derive from it? If he was in love with Pansy, he was not in love with her stepmother, and if he was in love with her stepmother, he was not in love with Pansy. Was she to cultivate the advantage she possessed in order to make him commit himself to Pansy, knowing he would do so for her sake and not for the small creature's own? Was this the service her husband had asked of her? This, at any rate, was the duty with which she found herself confronted. From the moment she admitted to herself that her old friend had still an uneradicated predilection for her society. It was not an agreeable task. It was, in fact, a repulsive one. She asked herself with dismay whether Lord Warburton were pretending to be in love with Pansy in order to cultivate another satisfaction and what might be called other chances. Of this refinement of duplicity she presently acquitted him. She preferred to believe him in perfect good faith. But if his admiration for Pansy were a delusion, this was scarcely better than its being an affectation. Isabel wandered among these ugly possibilities until she had completely lost her way. Some of them, as she suddenly encountered them, seemed ugly enough. Then she broke out of the labyrinth, rubbing her eyes, and declared that her imagination surely did her little honour, and that her husband's did him even less. Lord Warburton was as disinterested as he need be, and she was no more to him than she need wish. She would rest upon this till the contrary should be proved more effectually than by a cynical intimation of Osmond's. Such a resolution, however, brought her this evening but little peace, for her soul was haunted with terrors which crowded to the foreground of thought as quickly as a place was made for them. What had suddenly set them into livelier motion she hardly knew, unless it were the strange impression she had received in the afternoon of her husband's being in more direct communication with Madame Merle than she suspected. That impression came back to her from time to time, and now she wondered it had never come before. Besides this, her short interview with Osmond half an hour ago was a striking example of his faculty for making everything wither that he touched, spoiling everything for her that he looked at. It was very well to undertake to give him a proof of loyalty. The real fact was that the knowledge of his expecting a thing raised a presumption against it. It was as if he had had the evil eye, as if his presence were a blight and his favour a misfortune. Was the fault in himself, or only in the deep mistrust she had conceived for him? This mistrust was now the clearest result of their short married life. A gulf had opened between them, over which they looked at each other with eyes that were on either side a declaration of the deception suffered. It was a strange opposition, of the like of which she had never dreamed, an opposition in which the vital principle of the one was a thing of contempt to the other. It was not her fault. She had practised no deception. She had only admired and believed. She had taken all the first steps in the purest confidence, and then she had suddenly found the infinite vista of a multiplied life to be a dark, narrow alley with a dead wall at the end. Instead of leading to the high places of happiness from which the world would seem to lie below one, so that one could look down with a sense of exaltation and advantage, and judge and choose and pity, it led rather downward and earthward, into realms of restriction and depression, where the sound of other lives, easier and freer, was heard as from above, and where it served to deepen the feeling of failure. It was her deep distrust of her husband. This was what darkened the world. That is a sentiment easily indicated, but not so easily explained, and so composite in its character that much time and still more suffering had been needed to bring it to its actual perfection. Suffering with Isabel was an active condition. It was not a chill, a stupor, a despair. It was a passion of thought, of speculation, of response to every pressure. She flattered herself that she had kept her failing faith to herself, however, that no one suspected it but Osmond. Oh, he knew it, and there were times when she thought he enjoyed it. It had come gradually. It was not till the first year of their life together, so admirably intimate at first, had closed, that she had taken the alarm. Then the shadows had begun to gather. It was as if Osmond deliberately, almost malignantly, had put the lights out, one by one. The dusk at first was vague and thin, and she could still see her way in it. But it steadily deepened, and if now and again it had occasionally lifted, there were certain corners of her prospect that were impenetrably black. These shadows were not an emanation from her own mind, she was very sure of that. She had done her best to be just and temperate, to see only the truth. They were a part, They were a kind of creation and consequence of her husband's very presence. They were not his misdeeds, his turpitudes. She accused him of nothing. That is, but of one thing, which was not a crime. She knew of no wrong he had done. He was not violent, he was not cruel. She simply believed he hated her. That was all she accused him of, and the miserable part of it was precisely that it was not a crime, for against a crime she might have found redress. He had discovered that she was so different, that she was not like what he had believed she would prove to be. He had thought at first he could change her, and she had done her best to be what he would like. But she was, after all, herself. She couldn't help that. And now there was no use pretending, wearing a mask or a dress, for he knew her, and had made up his mind. She was not afraid of him. She had no apprehension he would hurt her, for the ill will he bore her was not of that sort. He would, if possible, never give her a pretext, never put himself in the wrong. Isabel, scanning the future with dry, fixed eyes, saw that he would have the better of her there. She would give him many pretexts. She would often put herself in the wrong. There were times when she almost pitied him, for if she had not deceived him in intention, she understood how completely she must have done so in fact. She had effaced herself when he first knew her. She had made herself small, pretending there was less of her than there really was. It was because she had been under the extraordinary charm that he, on his side, had taken pains to put forth. He was not changed. He had not disguised himself, during the year of his courtship, any more than she. But she had seen only half his nature then, as one saw the disk of the moon when it was partly masked by the shadow of the earth. She saw the full moon now. She saw the whole man. She had kept still, as it were, so that he should have a free field, and yet in spite of this she had mistaken a part for the whole. Ah, she had been immensely under the charm. It had not passed away. It was there still. She still knew perfectly what it was that made Osmond delightful when he chose to be. He had wished to be when he made love to her, and as she had wished to be charmed, it was not wonderful he had succeeded. He had succeeded because he had been sincere. It never occurred to her now to deny him that. He admired her. He had told her why. Because she was the most imaginative woman he had known. It might very well have been true, for during those months she had imagined a world of things that had no substance. She had had a more wondrous vision of him, fed through charmed senses, and oh, such a stirred fancy! She had not read him right. A certain combination of features had touched her, and in them she had seen the most striking of figures. That he was poor and lonely, and yet that somehow he was noble. That was what had interested her, and seemed to give her her opportunity. There had been an indefinable beauty about him, in his situation, in his mind, in his face. She had felt at the same time that he was helpless and ineffectual, but the feeling had taken the form of a tenderness, which was the very flower of respect. He was like a sceptical voyager strolling on the beach while he waited for the tide, looking seaward, yet not putting to sea. It was in all this she had found her occasion. She would launch his boat for him. She would be his providence. It would be a good thing to love him. And she had loved him. She had so anxiously and yet so ardently given herself, a good deal for what she found in him, but a good deal also for what she brought him and what might enrich the gift. As she looked back at the passion of those full weeks, she perceived in it a kind of maternal strain, the happiness of a woman who felt that she was a contributor, that she came with charged hands. But for her money, as she saw today, she would never have done it. And then her mind wandered off to poor Mr. Touchett, sleeping under English turf, the beneficent author of infinite woe. For this was the fantastic fact. At bottom her money had been a burden, had been on her mind, which was filled with the desire to transfer the weight of it to some other conscience, to some more prepared receptacle. What would lighten her own conscience more effectually than to make it over to the man with the best taste in the world? Unless she should have given it to a hospital, there would have been nothing better she could do with it, and there was no charitable institution in which she had been as much interested as in Gilbert Osmond. He would use her fortune in a way that would make her think better of it, and rub off a certain grossness attaching to the good luck of an unexpected inheritance. There had been nothing very delicate in inheriting £70,000. The delicacy had been all in Mr. Touchett's leaving them to her. But to marry Gilbert Osmond and bring him such a portion, in that there would be delicacy for her as well. There would be less for him, that was true, but that was his affair. And if he loved her, he wouldn't object to her being rich. Had he not had the courage to say he was glad she was rich? Isabel's cheek burned when she asked herself if she had really married on a factitious theory in order to do something finely appreciable with her money. But she was able to answer quickly enough that this was only half the story. It was because a certain ardour took possession of her, a sense of the earnestness of his affection and a delight in his personal qualities. He was better than anyone else. This supreme conviction had filled her life for months, and enough of it still remained to prove to her that she could not have done otherwise. The finest, in the sense of being the subtlest, manly organism she had ever known had become her property, and the recognition of her having but to put out her hands and take it had been originally a sort of act of devotion. She had not been mistaken about the beauty of his mind. She knew that organ perfectly now. She had lived with it. She had lived in it almost. It appeared to have become her habitation. If she had been captured, it had taken a firm hand to seize her. That reflection perhaps had some worth. A mind more ingenious, more pliant, more cultivated, more trained to admirable exercises she had not encountered. And it was this exquisite instrument she had now to reckon with. She lost herself in infinite dismay when she thought of the magnitude of his deception. It was a wonder, perhaps, in view of this, that he didn't hate her more. She remembered perfectly the first sign he had given of it. It had been like a bell that was to ring up the curtain upon the real drama of their life. He said to her one day that she had too many ideas, and that she must get rid of them. He had told her that already before their marriage, but then she had not noticed it. It had come back to her only afterwards. This time she might well have noticed it, because he had really meant it. The words had been nothing superficially, but when in the light of deepening experience she had looked into them, they had then appeared portentous. He had really meant it. He would have liked her to have nothing of her own but her pretty appearance. She had known she had too many ideas. She had more even than he had supposed, many more than she had expressed to him when he had asked her to marry him. Yes, she had been hypocritical. She had liked him so much. She had too many ideas for herself. But that was just what one married for, to share them with someone else. One couldn't pluck them up by the roots, though of course one might suppress them, be careful not to utter them. It had not been this, however, his objecting to her opinions. This had been nothing. She had no opinions, none that she would not have been eager to sacrifice in the satisfaction of feeling herself loved for it. What he had meant had been the whole thing, her character, the way she felt, the way she judged. This was what she had kept in reserve. This was what he had not known until he had found himself, with the door closed behind, as it were, set down face to face with. She had a certain way of looking at life which he took as a personal offence. Heaven knew that now at least it was a very humble, accommodating way. The strange thing was that she should not have suspected from the first that his own had been so different. She had thought it so large, so enlightened, so perfectly that of an honest man and a gentleman. Hadn't he assured her that he had no superstitions, no dull limitations, no prejudices that had lost their freshness? Hadn't he all the appearance of a man living in the open air of the world, indifferent to small considerations, caring only for truth and knowledge, and believing that two intelligent people ought to look for them together, and whether they found them or not, find at least some happiness in the search? He had told her he loved the conventional, but there was a sense in which this seemed a noble declaration. In that sense, that of the love of harmony and order and decency and of all the stately offices of life, she went with him freely, and his warning had contained nothing ominous. But when, as the months had elapsed, she had followed him further, and he had led her into the mansion of his own habitation, then she had seen where she really was. She could live it over again, the incredulous terror with which she had taken the measure of her dwelling. Between those four walls she had lived ever since. They were to surround her for the rest of her life. It was the house of darkness, the house of dumbness, the house of suffocation. Osmond's beautiful mind gave it neither light nor air. Osmond's beautiful mind, indeed, seemed to peep down from a small high window and mock at her. Of course, it had not been physical suffering. For physical suffering there might have been a remedy. She could come and go. She had her liberty. Her husband was perfectly polite. He took himself so seriously. It was something appalling. Under all his culture, his cleverness, his amenity, under his good nature, his facility, his knowledge of life, his egotism lay hidden like a serpent in a bank of flowers. She had taken him seriously, but she had not taken him so seriously as that. How could she? Especially when she had known him better. She was to think of him as he thought of himself, as the first gentleman in Europe. So it was that she had thought of him at first, and that indeed was the reason she had married him. But when she began to see what it implied, she drew back. There was more in the bond than she had meant to put her name to. It implied a sovereign contempt for every one but some 3 or 4 very exalted people whom he envied, and for every one in the world but half a dozen ideas of his own. That was very well. She would have gone with him even there a long distance, for he pointed out to her so much of the baseness and shabbiness of life, opened her eyes so wide to the stupidity, the depravity, the ignorance of mankind, that she had been properly impressed with the infinite vulgarity of things and of the virtue of keeping oneself unspotted by it. But this base, if noble world, it appeared, was after all what one was to live for. One was to keep it for ever in one's eye, in order not to enlighten or convert or redeem it, but to extract from it some recognition of one's own superiority. On the one hand it was despicable, but on the other it afforded a standard. Osmond had talked to Isabel about his renunciation, his indifference, the ease with which he dispensed with the usual aids to success, and all this had seemed to her admirable. She had thought it a grand indifference, an exquisite independence. But indifference was really the last of his qualities. She had never seen any one who thought so much of others. For herself, avowedly, the world had always interested her, and the study of her fellow creatures been her constant passion. She would have been willing, however, to renounce all her curiosities and sympathies for the sake of a personal life, if the person concerned had only been able to make her believe it was a gain. This, at least, was her present conviction, and the thing certainly would have been easier than to care for society as Osmond cared for it. He was unable to live without it, and she saw that he had never really done so. He had looked at it out of his window even when he appeared to be most detached from it. He had his ideal, just as she had tried to have hers. Only it was strange that people should seek for justice in such different quarters. His ideal was a conception of high prosperity and propriety, of the aristocratic life, which she now saw that he deemed himself always, in essence at least, to have led. He had never lapsed from it for an hour. He would never have recovered from the shame of doing so. That again was very well. Here too she would have agreed, but they attached such different ideas, such different associations and desires, to the same formulas. Her notion of the aristocratic life was simply the union of great knowledge with great liberty, The knowledge would give one a sense of duty and the liberty a sense of enjoyment. But for Osmond it was altogether a thing of forms, a conscious, calculated attitude. He was fond of the old, the consecrated, the transmitted. So was she, but she pretended to do what she chose with it. He had an immense esteem for tradition. He had told her once that the best thing in the world was to have it, but that if one was so unfortunate as to not have it, one must immediately proceed to make it. She knew that he meant by this that she hadn't it, but that he was better off, though from what source he had derived his traditions she had never learned. He had a very large collection of them, however, that was very certain, and after a little she began to see. The great thing was to act in accordance with them, the great thing not only for him but for her. Isabel had an undefined conviction that to serve for another person than their proprietor traditions must be of a thoroughly superior kind, but she nevertheless assented to this intimation that she too must march to the stately music that floated down from unknown periods in her husband's past. She, who of old had been so free of step, so desultory, so devious, so much the reverse of processional. There were certain things they must do, a certain posture they must take, certain people they must know and not know. When she saw this rigid system close about her, draped though it was in pictured tapestries, that sense of darkness and suffocation, of which I have spoken, took possession of her. She seemed shut up with an odour of mould and decay. She had resisted, of course, at first very humorously, ironically, tenderly. Then, as the situation grew more serious, eagerly, passionately, pleadingly. She had pleaded the cause of freedom, of doing as they chose, of not caring for the aspect and denomination of their life, the cause of other instincts and longings, of quite another ideal. Then it was that her husband's personality, touched as it never had been, stepped forth and stood erect. The things she had said were answered only by his scorn, and she could see he was ineffably ashamed of her. What did he think of her? That she was base, vulgar, ignoble? He at least knew now that she had no traditions. It had not been in his provision of things that she should reveal such flatness. Her sentiments were worthy of a radical newspaper or a Unitarian preacher. The real offence, as she ultimately perceived, was her having a mind of her own at all. Her mind was to be his, attached to his own like a small garden plot to a deer park. He would rake the soil gently and water the flowers. He would weed the beds and gather an occasional nosegay. It would be a pretty piece of property for a proprietor already far-reaching. He didn't wish her to be stupid. On the contrary, it was because she was clever that she had pleased him. But he expected her intelligence to operate altogether in his favour, and so far from desiring her mind to be a blank, he had flattered himself that it would be richly receptive. He had expected his wife to feel with him and for him, to enter into his opinions, his ambitions, his preferences. And Isabel was obliged to confess that this was no great insolence on the part of a man so accomplished, and a husband originally at least so tender. But there were certain things she could never take in. To begin with, they were hideously unclean. She was not a daughter of the Puritans, but for all that she believed in such a thing as chastity and even as decency. It would appear that Osmond was far from doing anything of the sort. Some of his traditions made her push back her skirts. Did all women have lovers? Did they all lie, and even the best have their price? Were there only 3 or 4 that didn't deceive their husbands? When Isabel heard such things, she felt a greater scorn for them than for the gossip of a village parlour, a scorn that kept its freshness in a very tainted air. There was the taint of her sister-in-law. Did her husband judge only by the Countess Gemini? This lady very often lied, and she had practised deceptions that were not simply verbal. It was enough to find these facts assumed among Osmond's traditions. It was enough without giving them such a general extension. It was her scorn of his assumptions, It was this that made him draw himself up. He had plenty of contempt, and it was proper his wife should be as well furnished. But that she should turn the hot light of her disdain upon his own conception of things, this was a danger he had not allowed for. He believed he should have regulated her emotions before she came to it, and Isabel could easily imagine how his ears had scorched on his discovering he had been too confident. When one had a wife who gave one that sensation, there was nothing left but to hate her. She was morally certain now that this feeling of hatred, which at first had been a refuge and a refreshment, had become the occupation and comfort of his life. The feeling was deep because it was sincere. He had had the revelation that she could after all dispense with him. If to herself the idea was startling, if it presented itself at first as a kind of infidelity, a capacity for pollution, what infinite effect might it not be expected to have had upon him? It was very simple. He despised her. She had no traditions, and the moral horizon of a Unitarian minister. Poor Isabel, who had never been able to understand Unitarianism. This was the certitude she had been living with now for a time that she had ceased to measure. What was coming? What was before them? That was her constant question. What would he do? What ought she to do? When a man hated his wife, what did it lead to? She didn't hate him, that she was sure of. For every little while she felt a passionate wish to give him a pleasant surprise. Very often, however, she felt afraid, and it used to come over her, as I have intimated, that she had deceived him at the very first. They were strangely married at all events, and it was a horrible life. Until that morning he had scarcely spoken to her for a week. His manner was as dry as a burned-out fire. She knew there was a special reason. He was displeased at Ralph Touchett's staying on in Rome. He thought she saw too much of her cousin. He had told her a week before it was indecent she should go to him at his hotel. He would have said more than this if Ralph's invalid state had not appeared to make it brutal to denounce him. But having had to contain himself had only deepened his disgust. Isabel read all this as she would have read the hour on the clock face. She was as perfectly aware that the sight of her interest in her cousin stirred her husband's rage as if Osmond had locked her into her room, which she was sure was what he wanted to do. It was her honest belief that on the whole she was not defiant, but she certainly couldn't pretend to be indifferent to Ralph. She believed he was dying at last, and that she should never see him again, and this gave her a tenderness for him that she had never known before. Nothing was a pleasure to her now. How could anything be a pleasure to a woman who knew that she had thrown away her life? There was an everlasting weight on her heart. There was a livid light on everything. But Ralph's little visit was a lamp in the darkness. For the hour that she sat with him her ache for herself became somehow her ache for him. She felt today as if he had been her brother. She had never had a brother, but if she had, and she were in trouble, and he were dying, he would be dear to her, as Ralph was. Ah, yes, if Gilbert was jealous of her there was perhaps some reason. It didn't make Gilbert look better to sit for half an hour with Ralph. It was not that they talked of him. It was not that she complained. His name was never uttered between them. It was simply that Ralph was generous, and that her husband was not. There was something in Ralph's talk, in his smile, in the mere fact of his being in Rome, that made the blasted circle round which she walked more spacious. He made her feel the good of the world. He made her feel what might have been. He was, after all, as intelligent as Osmond, quite apart from his being better. And thus it seemed to her an act of devotion to conceal her misery from him. She concealed it elaborately. She was perpetually, in their talk, hanging out curtains, and before her again, it lived before her again, it had never had time to die, that morning in the garden at Florence, when he had warned her against Osmond. She had only to close her eyes to see the place, to hear his voice, to feel the warm, sweet air. How could he have known? What a mystery! What a wonder of wisdom! As intelligent as Gilbert? He was much more intelligent, to arrive at such a judgment as that. Gilbert had never been so deep, so just. She had told him then that from her at least he should never know if he was right. And this was what she was taking care of now. It gave her plenty to do. There was a passion, exaltation, religion in it. Women find their religion sometimes in strange exercises, and Isabel, at present, in playing a part before her cousin, had an idea that she was doing him a kindness. It would have been a kindness, perhaps, if he had been for a single instant a dupe. As it was, the kindness consisted mainly in trying to make him believe that he had once wounded her greatly and that the event had put him to shame, but that, as she was very generous and he was so ill, she bore him no grudge, and even considerately forbore to flaunt her happiness in his face. Ralph smiled to himself as he lay on his sofa, at this extraordinary form of consideration, but he forgave her for having forgiven him. She didn't wish him to have the pain of knowing she was unhappy. That was the great thing, and it didn't matter that such knowledge would rather have righted him. For herself, she lingered in the soundless saloon long after the fire had gone out. There was no danger of her feeling the cold. She was in a fever. She heard the small hours strike, and then the great ones, but her vigil took no heed of time. Her mind, assailed by visions, was in a state of extraordinary activity, and her visions might as well come to her there, where she sat up to meet them, as on her pillow, to make a mockery of rest. As I have said, she believed she was not defiant, and what could be a better proof of it than that she should linger there half the night, trying to persuade herself that there was no reason why Pansy shouldn't be married as he would put a letter in the post-office. When the clock struck 4, she got up. She was going to bed at last, for the lamp had long since gone out, and the candles burned down to their sockets. But even then, she stopped again in the middle of the room, and stood there gazing at a remembered vision, that of her husband and Madame Merle, unconsciously and familiarly associated. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3 nights after this, she took Pansy to a great party, to which Osmond, who never went to dances, did not accompany them. Pansy was as ready for a dance as ever. She was not of a generalizing turn, and had not extended to other pleasures the interdict she had seen placed on those of love. If she was biding her time or hoping to circumvent her father, she must have had a prevision of success. Isabel thought this unlikely. It was much more likely that Pansy had simply determined to be a good girl. She had never had such a chance, and she had a proper esteem for chances. She carried herself no less attentively than usual, and kept no less anxious an eye upon her vaporous skirts. She held her bouquet very tight, and counted over the flowers for the 20th time. She made Isabel feel old. It seemed so long since she had been in a flutter about a ball. Pansy, who was greatly admired, was never in want of partners, and very soon after their arrival she gave Isabel, who was not dancing, her bouquet to hold. Isabel had rendered her this service for some minutes when she became aware of the near presence of Edward Rosier. He stood before her. He had lost his affable smile, and wore a look of almost military resolution. The change in his appearance would have made Isabel smile if she had not felt his case to be at bottom a hard one. He had always smelt so much more of heliotrope than of gunpowder. He looked at her a moment somewhat fiercely, as if to notify her he was dangerous, and then dropped his eyes on her bouquet. After he had inspected it, his glance softened, and he said quickly, "It's all Pansy's. It must be hers." Isabel smiled kindly. "Yes, it's hers. She gave it to me to hold." "May I hold it a little, Mrs. Osmond?" the poor young man asked. No, I can't trust you. I'm afraid you wouldn't give it back. I'm not sure that I should. I should leave the house with it instantly. But may I not at least have a single flower? Isabel hesitated a moment, and then, smiling still, held out the bouquet. Choose one yourself. It's frightful what I'm doing for you. Ah, if you do no more than this, Mrs. Osmond, Rosier exclaimed, with his glass in one eye, carefully choosing his flower. Don't put it into your buttonhole, she said. Don't for the world. I should like her to see it. She has refused to dance with me, but I wish to show her that I believe in her still. It's very well to show it to her, but it's out of place to show it to others. Her father has told her not to dance with you. And is that all you can do for me? I expected more from you, Mrs. Osmond, said the young man in a tone of fine general reference. You know our acquaintance goes back very far, quite into the days of our innocent childhood. Don't make me out too old, Isabel patiently answered. You come back to that very often, and I've never denied it. But I must tell you that, old friends as we are, if you had done me the honour to ask me to marry you, I should have refused you on the spot. Ah, you don't esteem me, then? Say at once that you think me a mere Parisian trifler. I esteem you very much, but I'm not in love with you. What I mean by that, of course, is that I'm not in love with you for Pansy. Very good. I see. You pity me, that's all. And Edward Rosier looked all round, inconsequently, with his single glass. It was a revelation to him that people shouldn't be more pleased, but he was at least too proud to show that the deficiency struck him as general. Isabel for a moment said nothing. His manner and appearance had not the dignity of the deepest tragedy. His little glass, among other things, was against that. But she suddenly felt touched. Her own unhappiness, after all, had something in common with his. And it came over her more than before that here, in recognizable, if not in romantic form, was the most affecting thing in the world, young love struggling with adversity. Would you really be very kind to her? She finally asked in a low tone. He dropped his eyes devoutly and raised the little flower that he held in his fingers to his lips. Then he looked at her. You pity me, but don't you pity her a little? I don't know. I'm not sure. She'll always enjoy life. It will depend on what you call life, Mr. Rosier effectively said. She won't enjoy being tortured. There'll be nothing of that. I'm glad to hear it. She knows what she's about. You'll see. I think she does, and she'll never disobey her father. But she's coming back to me, Isabel added, and I must beg you to go away. Rosier lingered a moment, till Pansy came in sight on the arm of her cavalier. He stood just long enough to look her in the face. Then he walked away, holding up his head, and the manner in which he achieved this sacrifice to expediency convinced Isabel he was very much in love. Pansy, who seldom got disarranged in dancing, looking perfectly fresh and cool after this exercise, waited a moment and then took back her bouquet. Isabel watched her and saw she was counting the flowers. Whereupon she said to herself that decidedly there were deeper forces at play than she had recognized. Pansy had seen Rosier turn away, but she said nothing to Isabel about him. She talked only of her partner, after he had made his bow and retired, of the music, the floor, the rare misfortune of having already torn her dress. Isabel was sure, however, she had discovered her lover to have abstracted a flower, though this knowledge was not needed to account for the dutiful grace with which he responded to the appeal of her next partner. That perfect amenity under acute constraint was part of a larger system. She was again led forth by a flushed young man, this time carrying her bouquet, and she had not been absent many minutes when Isabel saw Lord Warburton advancing through the crowd. He presently drew near and bade her good evening. She had not seen him since the day before. He looked about him, and then, "Where's the little maid?" he asked. It was in this manner that he had formed the harmless habit of alluding to Miss Osmond. She's dancing, said Isabel. You'll see her somewhere. He looked among the dancers, and at last caught Pansy's eye. She sees me, but she won't notice me, he then remarked. Are you not dancing? As you see, I'm a wallflower. Won't you dance with me? Thank you. I'd rather you should dance with the little maid. One needn't prevent the other, especially as she's engaged. She's not engaged for everything, and you can reserve yourself. She dances very hard, and you'll be the fresher. She dances beautifully, said Lord Warburton, following her with his eyes. Ah, at last, he added. She has given me a smile. He stood there with his handsome, easy, important physiognomy, and as Isabel observed him, it came over her, as it had done before, that it was strange a man of his mettle should take an interest in a little maid. It struck her as a great incongruity. Neither Pansy's small fascinations, nor his own kindness, his good nature, not even his need for amusement, which was extreme and constant, were sufficient to account for it. I should like to dance with you, he went on in a moment, turning back to Isabel. But I think I like even better to talk with you. Yes, it's better, and it's more worthy of your dignity. Great statesmen oughtn't to waltz. Don't be cruel. Why did you recommend me, then, to dance with Miss Osmond? Ah, that's different. If you danced with her it would look simply like a piece of kindness, as if you were doing it for her amusement. If you dance with me, you'll look as if you were doing it for your own. And pray, haven't I a right to amuse myself? No, not with the affairs of the British Empire on your hands. The British Empire be hanged. You're always laughing at it. Amuse yourself with talking to me, said Isabel. I'm not sure it's really a recreation. You're too pointed. I've always to be defending myself. And you strike me as more than usually dangerous tonight. Will you absolutely not dance? I can't leave my place. Pansy must find me here. He was silent a little. You're wonderfully good to her, he said suddenly. Isabel stared a little and smiled. Can you imagine one's not being? No, indeed. I know how one is charmed with her. But you must have done a good deal for her. I've taken her out with me, said Isabel, smiling still. And I've seen that she has proper clothes. Your society must have been a great benefit to her. You've talked to her, advised her, helped her to develop. Ah, yes. If she isn't the rose, she has lived near it. She laughed, and her companion did as much. But there was a certain visible preoccupation in his face which interfered with complete hilarity. We all try to live as near it as we can, he said, after a moment's hesitation. Isabel turned away. Pansy was about to be restored to her, and she welcomed the diversion. We know how much she liked Lord Warburton. She thought him pleasanter even than the sum of his merits warranted. There was something in his friendship that appeared a kind of resource in case of indefinite need. It was like having a large balance at the bank. She felt happier when he was in the room. There was something reassuring in his approach. The sound of his voice reminded her of the beneficence of nature. Yet for all that it didn't suit her that he should be too near her, that he should take too much of her goodwill for granted. She was afraid of that. She averted herself from it. She wished he wouldn't. She felt that if he should come too near, as it were, it might be in her to flash out and bid him keep his distance. Pansy came back to Isabel with another rent in her skirt, which was the inevitable consequence of the first, and which she displayed to Isabel with serious eyes. There were too many gentlemen in uniform. They wore those dreadful spurs, which were fatal to the dresses of little maids. It hereupon became apparent that the resources of women are innumerable. Isabel devoted herself to Pansy's desecrated drapery. She fumbled for a pin and repaired the injury. She smiled and listened to her account of her adventures. Her attention, her sympathy were immediate and active, and they were in direct proportion to a sentiment with which they were in no way connected. A lively conjecture as to whether Lord Warburton might be trying to make love to her. It was not simply his words just then, it was others as well. It was the reference, and the continuity. This was what she thought about while she pinned up Pansy's dress. If it were so, as she feared, he was of course unwitting. He himself had not taken account of his intention. But this made it none the more auspicious, made the situation none less impossible. The sooner he should get back into right relations with things, the better. He immediately began to talk to Pansy, on whom it was certainly mystifying to see that he dropped a smile of chastened devotion. Pansy replied as usual, with a little air of conscientious aspiration. He had to bend down toward her a good deal in conversation, and her eyes, as usual, wandered up and down his robust person as if he had offered it to her for exhibition. She always seemed a little frightened, yet her fright was not of the painful character that suggests dislike. On the contrary, she looked as if she knew that he knew she liked him. Isabel left them together a little, and wandered toward a friend whom she saw near, and with whom she talked till the music of the following dance began, for which she knew Pansy to be also engaged. The girl joined her presently, with a little fluttered flush, and Isabel, who scrupulously took Osmond's view of his daughter's complete dependence, consigned her, as a precious and momentary loan, to her appointed partner. About all this matter she had her own imaginations, her own reserves. There were moments when Pansy's extreme adhesiveness made each of them, to her sense, look foolish. But Osmond had given her a sort of tableau of her position as his daughter's duenna, which consisted of gracious alternations of concession and contraction, and there were directions of his which she liked to think she obeyed to the letter. Perhaps, as regards some of them, it was because her doing so appeared to reduce them to the absurd. After Pansy had been led away, she found Lord Warburton drawing near her again. She rested her eyes on him steadily. She wished she could sound his thoughts. But he had no appearance of confusion. "She has promised to dance with me later," he said. "I'm glad of that. I suppose you've engaged her for the cotillion?" At this he looked a little awkward. "No, I didn't ask her for that. It's a quadrille." "Oh, you're not clever," said Isabel almost angrily. "I told her to keep the cotillion in case you should ask for it." "Poor little maid, fancy that!" And Lord Warburton laughed frankly. "Of course I will, if you like." "If I like?" "Oh, if you dance with her only because I like it." "I'm afraid I bore her. She seems to have a lot of young fellows on her book." Isabel dropped her eyes, reflecting rapidly. Lord Warburton stood there looking at her, and she felt his eyes on her face. She felt much inclined to ask him to remove them. She didn't do so, however. She only said to him after a minute with her own raised, "Please let me understand." "Understand what?" "You told me 10 days ago that you'd like to marry my stepdaughter. You've not forgotten it?" "Forgotten it? I wrote to Mr. Osmond about it this morning." "Ah," said Isabel. "He didn't mention to me that he had heard from you." Lord Warburton stammered a little. I didn't send my letter." "Perhaps you forgot that." "No, I wasn't satisfied with it. It's an awkward sort of letter to write, you know. But I shall send it tonight." "At 3 o'clock in the morning?" "I mean later in the course of the day." "Very good. You still wish, then, to marry her?" "Very much indeed." "Aren't you afraid that you'll bore her?" And as her companion stared at this enquiry, Isabel added, "If she can't dance with you for half an hour, how will she be able to dance with you for life?" "Ah," said Lord Warburton readily, "I'll let her dance with other people. About the cotillion, the fact is I thought that that I would do it with you? I told you I'd do nothing." "Exactly. So that while it's going on I might find some quiet corner where we may sit down and talk." "Oh," said Isabel gravely, "you are much too considerate of me." When the cotillion came, Pansy was found to have engaged herself, thinking, in perfect humility, that Lord Warburton had no intentions. Isabel recommended him to seek another partner, but he assured her that he would dance with no one but herself. As, however, she had, in spite of the remonstrances of her hostess, declined other invitations on the ground that she was not dancing at all, it was not possible for her to make an exception in Lord Warburton's favour. "After all, I don't care to dance," he said. "It's a barbarous amusement. I'd much rather talk." And he intimated that he had discovered exactly the corner he had been looking for, a quiet nook in one of the smaller rooms, where the music would come to them faintly and not interfere with conversation. Isabel had decided to let him carry out his idea. She wished to be satisfied. She wandered away from the ballroom with him, though she knew her husband desired she should not lose sight of his daughter. It was with his daughter's pretendant, however, that would make it right for Osmond. On her way out of the ballroom she came upon Edward Rosier, who was standing in a doorway with folded arms, looking at the dance in the attitude of a young man without illusions. She stopped a moment and asked him if he were not dancing. "Certainly not, if I can't dance with her," he answered. "You had better go away, then," said Isabel, with the manner of good counsel. "I shall not go till she does." And he let Lord Warburton pass without giving him a look. This nobleman, however, had noticed the melancholy youth, and he asked Isabel who her dismal friend was, remarking that he had seen him somewhere before. "It's the young man I've told you about, who's in love with Pansy." "Ah, yes, I remember. He looks rather bad." "He has reason. My husband won't listen to him." "What's the matter with him?" Lord Warburton inquired. "He seems very harmless." "He hasn't money enough, and he isn't very clever." Lord Warburton listened with interest. He seemed struck with this account of Edward Rosier. "Dear me, he looked a well-set-up young fellow." "So he is, but my husband's very particular." "Oh, I see." And Lord Warburton paused a moment. "How much money has he got?" He then ventured to ask. "Some 40,000 francs a year." £1,600? Ah, but that's very good, you know." "So I think. My husband, however, has larger ideas." "Yes, I've noticed that your husband has very large ideas. Is he really an idiot, the young man?" "An idiot? Not in the least. He's charming. When he was 12 years old I myself was in love with him." "He doesn't look much more than 12 today," Lord Warburton rejoined vaguely, looking about him. Then, with more point, "Don't you think we might sit here?" he asked. "Wherever you please." The room was a sort of boudoir, pervaded by a subdued, rose-coloured light. A lady and gentleman moved out of it as our friends came in. "It's very kind of you to take such an interest in Mr. Rosier," Isabel said. "He seems to me rather ill-treated. He had a face a yard long. I wondered what ailed him." "You're a just man," said Isabel. "You've a kind thought even for a rival." Lord Warburton suddenly turned with a stare. "A rival? Do you call him my rival?" "Surely, if you both wish to marry the same person." "Yes, but since he has no chance." "I like you, however that may be, for putting yourself in his place. It shows imagination." "You like me for it?" And Lord Warburton looked at her with an uncertain eye. "I think you mean you're laughing at me for it." "Yes, I'm laughing at you a little. But I like you as somebody to laugh at." "Ah, well then, let me enter into his situation a little more. What do you suppose one could do for him?" "Since I have been praising your imagination, I'll leave you to imagine that yourself," Isabel said. "Pansy, too, would like you for that." "Miss Osmond? Ah, she, I flatter myself, likes me already." "Very much, I think." He waited a little. He was still questioning her face. "Well, then, I don't understand you. You don't mean that she cares for him?" A quick blush sprang to his brow. "You told me she would have no wish apart from her father's, and as I've gathered that he would favour me." He paused a little, and then suggested, "Don't you see?" through his blush. Yes, I told you she has an immense wish to please her father, and that it would probably take her very far." "That seems to me a very proper feeling," said Lord Warburton. "Certainly. It's a very proper feeling." Isabel remained silent for some moments. The room continued empty. The sound of the music reached them with its richness softened by the interposing apartments. Then at last she said, "But it hardly strikes me as the sort of feeling to which a man would like to be indebted for a wife." "I don't know. If the wife's a good one, and he thinks she does well." "Yes, of course, you must think that." "I do. I can't help it. You call that very British, of course." "No, I don't. I think Pansy would do wonderfully well to marry you, and I don't know who should know it better than you. But you're not in love." "Ah, yes, I am, Mrs. Osmond." Isabel shook her head. "You like to think you are while you sit here with me, but that's not how you strike me." "I'm not like the young man in the doorway. I admit that. But what makes it so unnatural? Could any one in the world be more lovable than Miss Osmond?" "No one, possibly. But love has nothing to do with good reasons." "I don't agree with you. I'm delighted to have good reasons." "Of course you are. If you were really in love you wouldn't care a straw for them." "Ah, really in love. Really in love!" Lord Warburton exclaimed, folding his arms, leaning back his head and stretching himself a little. "You must remember that I'm 42 years old. I won't pretend I'm as I once was." "Well, if you're sure," said Isabel, "it's all right." He answered nothing. He sat there with his head back looking before him. Abruptly, however, he changed his position. He turned quickly to his friend. "Why are you so unwilling, so sceptical?" She met his eyes, and for a moment they looked straight at each other. If she wished to be satisfied, she saw something that satisfied her. She saw in his expression the gleam of an idea that she was uneasy on her own account, that she was perhaps even in fear. It showed a suspicion, not a hope, but such as it was, it told her what she wanted to know. Not for an instant should he suspect her of detecting in his proposal of marrying her stepdaughter an implication of increased nearness to herself, or of thinking it, on such a betrayal, ominous. In that brief, extremely personal gaze, however, deeper meanings passed between them than they were conscious of at the moment. "My dear Lord Warburton," she said, smiling, "you may do, so far as I'm concerned, whatever comes into your head." And with this she got up and wandered into the adjoining room, where, within her companion's view, she was immediately addressed by a pair of gentlemen, high personages in the Roman world, who met her as if they had been looking for her. While she talked with them she found herself regretting she had moved. It looked a little like running away, all the more as Lord Warburton didn't follow her. She was glad of this, however, and at any rate she was satisfied. She was so well satisfied that when, in passing back into the ballroom, she found Edward Rosier still planted in the doorway, she stopped and spoke to him again. "You did right not to go away. I've some comfort for you." "I need it," the young man softly wailed, "when I see you so awfully thick with him." "Don't speak of him. I'll do what I can for you. I'm afraid it won't be much, but what I can I'll do." He looked at her with gloomy obliqueness. "What has suddenly brought you round?" "The sense that you are an inconvenience in doorways," she answered, smiling as she passed him. Half an hour later she took leave, with Pansy, and at the foot of the staircase the two ladies, with many other departing guests, waited a while for their carriage. Just as it approached, Lord Warburton came out of the house and assisted them to reach their vehicle. He stood a moment at the door, asking Pansy if she had amused herself, and she, having answered him, fell back with a little air of fatigue. Then Isabel, at the window, detaining him by a movement of her finger, murmured gently, "Don't forget to send your letter to her father." End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Countess Gemini was often extremely bored. Bored, in her own phrase, to extinction. She had not been extinguished, however, and she struggled bravely enough with her destiny, which had been to marry an unaccommodating Florentine who insisted upon living in his native town, where he enjoyed such consideration as might attach to a gentleman whose talent for losing at cards had not the merit of being incidental to an obliging disposition. The Count Gemini was not even liked by those who won from him, and he bore a name which, having a measurable value in Florence, was, like the local coin of the old Italian states, without currency in other parts of the peninsula. In Rome he was simply a very dull Florentine, and it is not remarkable that he should not have cared to pay frequent visits to a place where, to carry it off, his dullness needed more explanation than was convenient. The Countess lived with her eyes upon Rome, and it was the constant grievance of her life that she had not an habitation there. She was ashamed to say how seldom she had been allowed to visit that city. It scarcely made the matter better that there were other members of the Florentine nobility who had never been there at all. She went whenever she could, that was all she could say. Or rather, not all, but all she said she could say. In fact, she had much more to say about it, and had often set forth the reasons why she hated Florence and wished to end her days in the shadow of St. Peter's. They are reasons, however, that do not closely concern us, and were usually summed up in the declaration that Rome, in short, was the eternal city, and that Florence was simply a pretty little place like any other. The Countess apparently needed to connect the idea of eternity with her amusements. She was convinced that society was infinitely more interesting in Rome, where you met celebrities all winter at evening parties. At Florence there were no celebrities, none at least that one had heard of. Since her brother's marriage her impatience had greatly increased. She was so sure his wife had a more brilliant life than herself. She was not so intellectual as Isabel, but she was intellectual enough to do justice to Rome, not to the ruins and the catacombs, not even perhaps to the monuments and museums, the church ceremonies and the scenery, but certainly to all the rest. She had heard a great deal about her sister-in-law and knew perfectly that Isabel was having a beautiful time. She had indeed seen it for herself on the only occasion on which she had enjoyed the hospitality of Palazzo Roccanera. She had spent a week there during the first winter of her brother's marriage, but she had not been encouraged to renew this satisfaction. Osmond didn't want her. That she was perfectly aware of. But she would have gone all the same, for after all she didn't care two straws about Osmond. It was her husband who wouldn't let her, and the money question was always a trouble. Isabel had been very nice. The Countess, who had liked her sister-in-law from the first, had not been blinded by envy to Isabel's personal merits. She had always observed that she got on better with clever women than with silly ones like herself. The silly ones could never understand her wisdom, whereas the clever ones, the really clever ones, always understood her silliness. It appeared to her that, different as they were in appearance and general style, Isabel and she had somewhere a patch of common ground that they would set their feet upon at last. It was not very large, but it was firm, and they should both know it when once they had really touched it. And then she lived, with Mrs. Osmond, under the influence of a pleasant surprise. She was constantly expecting that Isabel would look down on her, and she as constantly saw this operation postponed. She asked herself when it would begin, like fireworks, or Lent, or the opera season. Not that she cared much, but she wondered what kept it in abeyance. Her sister-in-law regarded her with none but level glances and expressed for the poor Countess as little contempt as admiration. In reality, Isabel would as soon have thought of despising her as of passing a moral judgment on a grasshopper. She was not indifferent to her husband's sister, however. She was rather a little afraid of her. She wondered at her. She thought her very extraordinary. The Countess seemed to her to have no soul. She was like a bright, rare shell, with a polished surface and a remarkably pink lip, in which something would rattle when you shook it. This rattle was apparently the Countess's spiritual principle, a little loose nut that tumbled about inside of her. She was too odd for disdain, too anomalous for comparisons. Isabel would have invited her again, there was no question of inviting the Count, but Osmond, after his marriage, had not scrupled to say frankly that Amy was a fool of the worst species, a fool whose folly had the irrepressibility of genius. He said at another time that she had no heart, and he added in a moment that she had given it all away, in small pieces, like a frosted wedding cake. The fact of not having been asked was of course another obstacle to the Countess's going again to Rome, but at the period with which this history has now to deal, she was in receipt of an invitation to spend several weeks at Palazzo Roccanera. The proposal had come from Osmond himself, who wrote to his sister that she must be prepared to be very quiet. Whether or no she found in this phrase all the meaning he had put into it, I am unable to say, but she accepted the invitation on any terms. She was curious, moreover, for one of the impressions of her former visit had been that her brother had found his match. Before the marriage she had been sorry for Isabel, so sorry as to have had serious thoughts, if any of the Countess's thoughts were serious, of putting her on her guard. But she had let that pass, and after a little she was reassured. Osmond was as lofty as ever, but his wife would not be an easy victim. The Countess was not very exact at measurements, but it seemed to her that if Isabel should draw herself up, she would be the taller spirit of the two. What she wanted to learn now was whether Isabel had drawn herself up. It would give her immense pleasure to see Osmond overtopped. Several days before she was to start for Rome, a servant brought her the card of a visitor. A card with the simple superscription, Henrietta C. Stackpole. The Countess pressed her fingertips to her forehead. She didn't remember to have known any such Henrietta as that. The servant then remarked that the lady had requested him to say that if the Countess should not recognize her name, she would know her well enough on seeing her. By the time she appeared before her visitor, she had in fact reminded herself that there was once a literary lady at Mrs. Touchett's, the only woman of letters she had ever encountered, that is, the only modern one, since she was the daughter of a defunct poetess. She recognized Miss Stackpole immediately, the more so that Miss Stackpole seemed perfectly unchanged, and the Countess, who was thoroughly good-natured, thought it rather fine to be called on by a person of that sort of distinction. She wondered if Miss Stackpole had come on account of her mother, whether she had heard of the American Corinne. Her mother was not at all like Isabel's friend. The Countess could see at a glance that this lady was much more contemporary, and she received an impression of the improvements that were taking place, chiefly in distant countries, in the character, the professional character, of literary ladies. Her mother had been used to wear a Roman scarf thrown over a pair of shoulders timorously bared of their tight black velvet. Oh, the old clothes! And a gold laurel wreath set upon a multitude of glossy ringlets. She had spoken softly and vaguely, with the accent of her Creole ancestors, as she always confessed. She sighed a great deal, and was not at all enterprising. But Henrietta, the Countess could see, was always closely buttoned and compactly braided. There was something brisk and businesslike in her appearance. Her manner was almost conscientiously familiar. It was as impossible to imagine her ever vaguely sighing as to imagine a letter posted without its address. The Countess could not but feel that the correspondent of the Interviewer was much more in the movement than the American Corinne. She explained that she had called on the Countess because she was the only person she knew in Florence, and that when she visited a foreign city she liked to see something more than superficial travellers. She knew Mrs. Touchett, but Mrs. Touchett was in America, and even if she had been in Florence, Henrietta would not have put herself out for her, since Mrs. Touchett was not one of her admirations. "Do you mean by that I am?" the Countess graciously asked. "Well, I like you better than I do her," said Miss Stackpole. "I seem to remember that when I saw you before you were very interesting. I don't know whether it's an accident or whether it's your usual style. At any rate, I was a good deal struck with what you said. I made use of it afterwards in print." "Dear me!" cried the Countess, staring and half alarmed. "I had no idea I ever said anything remarkable. I wish I had known it at the time." "It was about the position of women in this city," Miss Stackpole remarked. "You threw a good deal of light upon it."
The position of woman's very uncomfortable. Is that what you mean? And you wrote it down and published it?" the Countess went on. "Oh, do let me see it." "I'll write to them to send you the paper if you like," Henrietta said. "I didn't mention your name. I only said a lady of high rank, and then I quoted your views." The Countess threw herself hastily backward, tossing up her clasped hands. "Do you know, I'm rather sorry you didn't mention my name. I should rather have liked to see my name in the papers. I forget what my views were. I have so many. But I'm not ashamed of them. I'm not at all like my brother. I suppose you know my brother. He thinks it a kind of scandal to be put in the papers. If you were to quote him, he'd never forgive you." "He needn't be afraid. I shall never refer to him," said Miss Stackpole with bland dryness. "That's another reason," she added, "why I wanted to come to see you. You know Mr. Osmond married my dearest friend." "Oh, yes, you were a friend of Isabel's. I was trying to think what I knew about you." "I'm quite willing to be known by that," Henrietta declared. "But that isn't what your brother likes to know me by. He has tried to break up my relations with Isabel." "Don't permit it," said the Countess. "That's what I want to talk about. I'm going to Rome." "So am I!" the Countess cried. "We'll go together." "With great pleasure. And when I write about my journey, I'll mention you by name as my companion." The Countess sprang from her chair and came and sat on the sofa beside her visitor. "Oh, you must send me the paper. My husband won't like it, but he need never see it. Besides, he doesn't know how to read." Henrietta's large eyes became immense. "Doesn't know how to read? May I put that into my letter?" "Into your letter?" "In the Interviewer. That's my paper." "Oh, yes, if you like, with his name. Are you going to stay with Isabel?" Henrietta held up her head, gazing a little in silence at her hostess. "She has not asked me. I wrote to her I was coming, and she answered that she would engage a room for me at a pension. She gave no reason." The Countess listened with extreme interest. "The reason's Osmond," she pregnantly remarked. "Isabel ought to make a stand," said Miss Stackpole. "I'm afraid she has changed a great deal. I told her she would." "I'm sorry to hear it. I hoped she would have her own way. Why doesn't my brother like you?" the Countess ingenuously added. "I don't know, and I don't care. He's perfectly welcome not to like me. I don't want everyone to like me. I should think less of myself if some people did. A journalist can't hope to do much good unless he gets a good deal hated. That's the way he knows how his work goes on. And it's just the same for a lady. But I didn't expect it of Isabel." "Do you mean that she hates you?" the Countess inquired. "I don't know. I want to see. That's what I'm going to Rome for." "Dear me! What a tiresome errand!" the Countess exclaimed. "She doesn't write to me in the same way. It's easy to see there's a difference. If you know anything," Miss Stackpole went on, "I should like to hear it beforehand, so as to decide on the line I shall take." The Countess thrust out her underlip and gave a gradual shrug. "I know very little. I see and hear very little of Osmond. He doesn't like me any better than he appears to like you." "Yet you're not a lady correspondent," said Henrietta pensively. "Oh, he has plenty of reasons. Nevertheless, they've invited me. I'm to stay in the house." And the Countess smiled almost fiercely. Her exultation, for the moment, took little account of Miss Stackpole's disappointment. This lady, however, regarded it very placidly. "I shouldn't have gone if she had asked me. That is, I think I shouldn't, and I'm glad I hadn't to make up my mind. It would have been a very difficult question. I shouldn't have liked to turn away from her, and yet I shouldn't have been happy under her roof. A pension will suit me very well. But that's not all." "Rome's very good just now," said the Countess. "There are all sorts of brilliant people. Did you ever hear of Lord Warburton?" "Hear of him? I know him very well. Do you consider him very brilliant?" Henrietta inquired. "I don't know him, but I'm told he's extremely grand seigneur. He's making love to Isabel." "Making love to her?" "So I'm told. I don't know the details," said the Countess lightly. "But Isabel's pretty safe." Henrietta gazed earnestly at her companion. For a moment she said nothing. "When do you go to Rome?" she inquired abruptly. Oh, not for a week, I'm afraid. I shall go tomorrow, Henrietta said. I think I had better not wait. Dear me, I'm sorry. I'm having some dresses made. I'm told Isabel receives immensely. But I shall see you there. I shall call on you at your pension. Henrietta sat still. She was lost in thought, and suddenly the Countess cried, "Oh, but if you don't go with me, you can't describe our journey." Miss Stackpole seemed unmoved by this consideration. She was thinking of something else, and presently expressed it. "I'm not sure that I understand you about Lord Warburton." "Understand me? I mean he's very nice, that's all." "Do you consider it nice to make love to married women?" Henrietta inquired, with unprecedented distinctness. The Countess stared, and then, with a little violent laugh, "It's certain all the nice men do it. Get married and you'll see," she added. "That idea would be enough to prevent me," said Miss Stackpole. "I should want my own husband. I shouldn't want anyone else's." "Do you mean that Isabel's guilty? And she paused a little, choosing her expression. "Do I mean she's guilty? Oh dear, no. Not yet, I hope. I only mean that Osmond's very tiresome, and that Lord Warburton, as I hear, is a great deal at the house. I'm afraid you're scandalised." "No, I'm just anxious," Henrietta said. "Ah, you're not very complimentary to Isabel. You should have more confidence. I'll tell you," the Countess added quickly, "if it will be a comfort to you, I engage to draw him off." Miss Stackpole answered at first only with the deeper solemnity of her gaze. "You don't understand me," she said after a while. "I haven't the idea you seem to suppose. I'm not afraid for Isabel, in that way. I'm only afraid she's unhappy. That's what I want to get at." The Countess gave a dozen turns of the head. She looked impatient and sarcastic. "That may very well be. For my part, I should like to know whether Osmond is." Miss Stackpole had begun a little to bore her. "If she's really changed, that must be at the bottom of it," Henrietta went on. "You'll see. She'll tell you," said the Countess. "Ah, she may not tell me. That's what I'm afraid of." "Well, if Osmond isn't amusing himself in his own old way, I flatter myself I shall discover it," the Countess rejoined. "I don't care for that," said Henrietta. "I do immensely. If Isabel's unhappy, I'm very sorry for her, but I can't help it. I might tell her something that would make her worse, but I can't tell her anything that would console her. What did she go and marry him for? If she had listened to me, she'd have got rid of him. I'll forgive her, however, if I find she has made things hot for him. If she has simply allowed him to trample upon her, I don't know that I shall even pity her. But I don't think that's very likely. I count upon finding that if she's miserable, she has at least made him so." Henrietta got up. These seemed to her, naturally, very dreadful expectations. She honestly believed she had no desire to see Mr. Osmond unhappy, and indeed he could not be for her the subject of a flight of fancy. She was, on the whole, rather disappointed in the Countess, whose mind moved in a narrower circle than she had imagined, though with a capacity for coarseness even there. "It will be better if they love each other," she said for edification. "They can't. He can't love any one." "I presumed that was the case, but it only aggravates my fear for Isabel. I shall positively start tomorrow." "Isabel certainly has devotees," said the Countess, smiling very vividly. "I declare, I don't pity her." "It may be I can't assist her," Miss Stackpole pursued, as if it were well not to have illusions. "You can have wanted to, at any rate. That's something. I believe that's what you came from America for," the Countess suddenly added. "Yes, I wanted to look after her," Henrietta said serenely. Her hostess stood there, smiling at her with small bright eyes and an eager-looking nose, with cheeks into each of which a flush had come. "Oh, that's very pretty. C'est bien gentil. Isn't that what they call friendship?" "I don't know what they call it. I thought I had better come." "She's very happy. She's very fortunate," the Countess went on. "She has others besides." And then she broke out passionately. "She's more fortunate than I. I'm as unhappy as she. I've a very bad husband. He's a great deal worse than Osmond. And I've no friends. I thought I had, but they're gone. No one, man or woman, would do for me what you've done for her." Henrietta was touched. There was nature in this bitter effusion. She gazed at her companion a moment, and then, "Look here, Countess, I'll do anything for you that you like. I'll wait over and travel with you." "Never mind," the Countess answered with a quick change of tone. "Only describe me in the newspaper." Henrietta, before leaving her, however, was obliged to make her understand that she could give no fictitious representation of her journey to Rome. Miss Stackpole was a strictly veracious reporter. On quitting her, she took the way to the Longarno, the sunny quay beside the yellow river, where the bright-faced inns familiar to tourists stand all in a row. She had learned her way before this through the streets of Florence. She was very quick in such matters, and was therefore able to turn with great decision of step out of the little square which forms the approach to the bridge of the Holy Trinity. She proceeded to the left, toward the Ponte Vecchio, and stopped in front of one of the hotels which overlook that delightful structure. Here she drew forth a small pocket-book, took from it a card and a pencil, and after meditating a moment, wrote a few words. It is our privilege to look over her shoulder, and if we exercise it, we may read the brief query. "Could I see you this evening for a few moments on a very important matter?" Henrietta added that she should start on the morrow for Rome. Armed with this little document she approached the porter, who had now taken up his station in the doorway, and asked if Mr. Goodwood were at home. The porter replied, as porters always reply, that he had gone out about 20 minutes before. Whereupon Henrietta presented her card and begged it might be handed him on his return. She left the inn and pursued her course along the quay to the severe portico of the Uffizi, through which she presently reached the entrance of the famous gallery of paintings. Making her way in, she ascended the high staircase which leads to the upper chambers. The long corridor, glazed on one side and decorated with antique busts, which gives admission to these apartments, presented an empty vista in which the bright winter light twinkled upon the marble floor. The gallery is very cold, and during the midwinter weeks but scantily visited. Miss Stackpole may appear more ardent in her quest of artistic beauty than she has hitherto struck us as being, but she had, after all, her preferences and admirations. One of the latter was the little Correggio of the Tribune, the Virgin kneeling down before the sacred infant, who lies in a litter of straw, and clapping her hands to him while he delightedly laughs and crows. Henrietta had a special devotion to this little intimate scene. She thought it the most beautiful picture in the world. On her way at present from New York to Rome, she was spending but 3 days in Florence, and yet reminded herself that they must not elapse without her paying another visit to her favourite work of art. She had a great sense of beauty in all ways, and it involved a good many intellectual obligations. She was about to turn into the Tribune when a gentleman came out of it, whereupon she gave a little exclamation and stood before Caspar Goodwood. "I've just been at your hotel," she said. "I left a card for you." "I'm very much honoured," Caspar Goodwood answered, as if he really meant it. "It was not to honour you I did it. I've called on you before, and I know you don't like it. It was to talk to you a little about something." He looked for a moment at the buckle in her hat. "I shall be very glad to hear what you wish to say." "You don't like to talk with me," said Henrietta. "But I don't care for that. I don't talk for your amusement. I wrote a word to ask you to come and see me, but since I've met you here, this will do as well." "I was just going away," Goodwood stated, "but of course I'll stop." He was civil, but not enthusiastic. Henrietta, however, never looked for great professions, and she was so much in earnest that she was thankful he would listen to her on any terms. She asked him first, none the less, if he had seen all the pictures. "All I want to. I've been here an hour." "I wonder if you've seen my Correggio," said Henrietta. "I came up on purpose to have a look at it." She went into the Tribune, and he slowly accompanied her. "I suppose I've seen it, but I didn't know it was yours. I don't remember pictures, especially that sort." She had pointed out her favourite work, and he asked her if it was about Correggio she wished to talk with him. "No," said Henrietta. "It's about something less harmonious." They had the small, brilliant room, a splendid cabinet of treasures to themselves. There was only a custode hovering about the Medician Venus. "I want you to do me a favour," Miss Stackpole went on. Caspar Goodwood frowned a little, but he expressed no embarrassment at the sense of not looking eager. His face was that of a much older man than our earlier friend. "I'm sure it's something I shan't like," he said rather loudly. "No, I don't think you'll like it. If you did, it would be no favour." "Well, let's hear it," he went on, in the tone of a man quite conscious of his patience. "You may say there's no particular reason why you should do me a favour. Indeed, I only know of one. The fact that if you'd let me, I'd gladly do you one." Her soft, exact tone, in which there was no attempt at effect, had an extreme sincerity, and her companion, though he presented rather a hard surface, couldn't help being touched by it. When he was touched he rarely showed it, however, by the usual signs. He neither blushed, nor looked away, nor looked conscious. He only fixed his attention more directly. He seemed to consider with added firmness. Henrietta continued, therefore, disinterestedly, without the sense of an advantage. "I may say now, indeed, it seems a good time, that if I've ever annoyed you, and I think I sometimes have, it's because I knew I was willing to suffer annoyance for you. I've troubled you, doubtless, but I'd take trouble for you." Goodwood hesitated. "You're taking trouble now?" "Yes, I am. Some. I want you to consider whether it's better on the whole that you should go to Rome." "I thought you were going to say that," he answered rather artlessly. "You have considered it, then?" "Of course I have, very carefully. I've looked all round it. Otherwise I shouldn't have come so far as this. That's what I stayed in Paris 2 months for. I was thinking it over." "I'm afraid you decided as you liked. You decided it was best because you were so much attracted." "Best for whom, do you mean?" Goodwood demanded. "Well, for yourself first. For Mrs. Osmond next." "Oh, it won't do her any good. I don't flatter myself that." "Won't it do her some harm? That's the question." "I don't see what it will matter to her. I'm nothing to Mrs. Osmond. But if you want to know, I do want to see her myself." "Yes, and that's why you go." "Of course it is. Could there be a better reason?" "How will it help you? That's what I want to know," said Miss Stackpole. "That's just what I can't tell you. It's just what I was thinking about in Paris." "It will make you more discontented." "Why do you say more so?" Goodwood asked rather sternly. "How do you know I'm discontented?" "Well," said Henrietta, hesitating a little, "you seem never to have cared for another." "How do you know what I care for?" he cried with a big blush. "Just now I care to go to Rome." Henrietta looked at him in silence, with a sad yet luminous expression. "Well," she observed at last, "I only wanted to tell you what I think. I had it on my mind. Of course you think it's none of my business. But nothing is anyone's business on that principle." "It's very kind of you. I'm greatly obliged to you for your interest," said Caspar Goodwood. "I shall go to Rome, and I shan't hurt Mrs. Osmond." "You won't hurt her, perhaps. But will you help her? That's the real issue." "Is she in need of help?" he asked slowly, with a penetrating look. "Most women always are," said Henrietta, with a conscientious evasiveness, and generalising less hopefully than usual. "If you go to Rome," she added, "I hope you'll be a true friend, not a selfish one." And she turned off and began to look at the pictures. Caspar Goodwood let her go, and stood watching her while she wandered round the room, but after a moment he rejoined her. "You've heard something about her here," he then resumed. "I should like to know what you've heard." Henrietta had never prevaricated in her life, and, though on this occasion there might have been a fitness in doing so, she decided, after thinking some minutes,
to make no superficial exception. "Yes, I've heard," she answered. "But as I don't want you to go to Rome, I won't tell you." "Just as you please. I shall see for myself," he said. Then, inconsistently for him, "You've heard she's unhappy," he added. "Oh, you won't see that!" Henrietta exclaimed. "I hope not. When do you start?" "Tomorrow, by the evening train. And you?" Goodwood hung back. He had no desire to make his journey to Rome in Miss Stackpole's company. His indifference to this advantage was not of the same character as Gilbert Osmond's, but it had at this moment an equal distinctness. It was rather a tribute to Miss Stackpole's virtues than a reference to her faults. He thought her very remarkable, very brilliant, and he had in theory no objection to the class to which she belonged. Lady correspondence appeared to him a part of the natural scheme of things in a progressive country, and though he never read their letters, he supposed that they ministered somehow to social prosperity. But it was this very eminence of their position that made him wish Miss Stackpole didn't take so much for granted. She took for granted that he was always ready for some allusion to Mrs. Osmond. She had done so when they met in Paris, 6 weeks after his arrival in Europe, and she had repeated the assumption with every successive opportunity. He had no wish whatever to allude to Mrs. Osmond. He was not always thinking of her. He was perfectly sure of that. He was the most reserved, the least colloquial of men, and this inquiring authoress was constantly flashing her lantern into the quiet darkness of his soul. He wished she didn't care so much. He even wished, though it might seem rather brutal of him, that she would leave him alone. In spite of this, however, he just now made other reflections, which show how widely different in effect his ill humour was from Gilbert Osmond's. He desired to go immediately to Rome. He would have liked to go alone, in the night train. He hated the European railway carriages, in which one sat for hours in a vice, knee to knee and nose to nose with a foreigner to whom one presently found oneself objecting with all the added vehemence of one's wish to have the window open. And if they were worse at night even than by day, at least at night one could sleep and dream of an American saloon car. But he couldn't take a night train when Miss Stackpole was starting in the morning. It struck him that this would be an insult to an unprotected woman. Nor could he wait until after she had gone, unless he should wait longer than he had patience for. It wouldn't do to start the next day. She worried him. She oppressed him. The idea of spending the day in a European railway carriage with her offered a complication of irritations. Still, she was a lady travelling alone. It was his duty to put himself out for her. There could be no two questions about that. It was a perfectly clear necessity. He looked extremely grave for some moments, and then said, wholly without the flourish of gallantry, but in a tone of extreme distinctness, "Of course, if you're going tomorrow, I'll go too, as I may be of assistance to you." "Well, Mr. Goodwood, I should hope so," Henrietta returned imperturbably. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I have already had reason to say that Isabel knew her husband to be displeased by the continuance of Ralph's visit to Rome. That knowledge was very present to her as she went to her cousin's hotel, the day after she had invited Lord Warburton to give tangible proof of his sincerity, and at this moment, as at others, she had a sufficient perception of the sources of Osmond's opposition. He wished her to have no freedom of mind, and he knew perfectly well that Ralph was an apostle of freedom. It was just because he was this, Isabel said to herself, that it was a refreshment to go and see him. It will be perceived that she partook of this refreshment in spite of her husband's aversion to it, that is, partook of it, as she flattered herself, discreetly. She had not as yet undertaken to act in direct opposition to his wishes. He was her appointed and inscribed master. She gazed at moments with a sort of incredulous blankness at this fact. It weighed upon her imagination, however. Constantly present to her mind were all the traditionary decencies and sanctities of marriage.
The idea of violating them filled her with shame as well as with dread, for on giving herself away she had lost sight of this contingency in the perfect belief that her husband's intentions were as generous as her own. She seemed to see, none the less, the rapid approach of the day when she should have to take back something she had solemnly bestowed. Such a ceremony would be odious and monstrous. She tried to shut her eyes to it meanwhile. Osmond would do nothing to help it by beginning first. He would put that burden upon her to the end. He had not yet formally forbidden her to call upon Ralph, but she felt sure that unless Ralph should very soon depart this prohibition would come. How could poor Ralph depart? The weather as yet made it impossible. She could perfectly understand her husband's wish for the event. She didn't, to be just, see how he could like her to be with her cousin. Ralph never said a word against him, but Osmond's sore, mute protest was none the less founded. If he should positively interpose, if he should put forth his authority, she would have to decide, and that wouldn't be easy. The prospect made her heart beat and her cheeks burn, as I say, in advance. There were moments when, in her wish to avoid an open rupture, she found herself wishing Ralph would start even at a risk. And it was of no use that, when catching herself in this state of mind, she called herself a feeble spirit, a coward. It was not that she loved Ralph less, but that almost anything seemed preferable to repudiating the most serious act, the single sacred act, of her life. That appeared to make the whole future hideous. To break with Osmond once would be to break forever. Any open acknowledgement of irreconcilable needs would be an admission that their whole attempt had proved a failure. For them there could be no condonement, no compromise, no easy forgetfulness, no formal readjustment. They had attempted only one thing, but that one thing was to have been exquisite. Once they missed it, nothing else would do. There was no conceivable substitute for that success. For the moment Isabel went to the Hôtel de Paris as often as she thought well. The measure of propriety was in the canon of taste, and there couldn't have been a better proof that morality was, so to speak, a matter of earnest appreciation. Isabel's application of that measure had been particularly free to-day, for in addition to the general truth that she couldn't leave Ralph to die alone, she had something important to ask of him. This indeed was Gilbert's business as well as her own. She came very soon to what she wished to speak of. "I want you to answer me a question. It's about Lord Warburton." "I think I guess your question," Ralph answered from his armchair, out of which his thin legs protruded at a greater length than ever. "Very possibly you guess it. Please then answer it." "Oh, I don't say I can do that." "You're intimate with him," she said. "You've a great deal of observation of him." "Very true, but think how he must dissimulate." "Why should he dissimulate? That's not his nature." "Ah, you must remember that the circumstances are peculiar," said Ralph, with an air of private amusement. "To a certain extent, yes. But is he really in love?" "Very much, I think. I can make that out." "Ah," said Isabel, with a certain dryness. Ralph looked at her as if his mild hilarity had been touched with mystification. "You say that as if you were disappointed." Isabel got up, slowly smoothing her gloves and eyeing them thoughtfully. "It's, after all, no business of mine." "You're very philosophic," said her cousin. And then, in a moment, "May I inquire what you're talking about?" Isabel stared. "I thought you knew. Lord Warburton tells me he wants, of all things in the world, to marry Pansy. I've told you that before, without eliciting a comment from you. You might risk one this morning, I think. Is it your belief that he really cares for her?" "Ah, for Pansy, no," cried Ralph very positively. "But you said just now he did." Ralph waited a moment. "That he cared for you, Mrs. Osmond." Isabel shook her head gravely. "That's nonsense, you know." "Of course it is. But the nonsense is Warburton's, not mine." "That would be very tiresome." She spoke, as she flattered herself, with much subtlety. "I ought to tell you, indeed," Ralph went on, "that to me he has denied it." "It's very good of you to talk about it together. Has he also told you that he's in love with Pansy?" "He has spoken very well of her, very properly. He has let me know, of course, that he thinks she would do very well at Lockleigh." "Does he really think it?" "Ah, what Warburton really thinks," said Ralph. Isabel fell to smoothing her gloves again. They were long, loose gloves, on which she could freely expend herself. Soon, however, she looked up, and then, "Oh, Ralph, you give me no help!" she cried abruptly and passionately. It was the first time she had alluded to the need for help, and the words shook her cousin with their violence. He gave a long murmur of relief, of pity, of tenderness. It seemed to him that at last the gulf between them had been bridged. It was this that made him exclaim in a moment, "How unhappy you must be!" He had no sooner spoken than she recovered her self-possession, and the first use she made of it was to pretend she had not heard him. "When I talk of your helping me I talk great nonsense," she said with a quick smile. "The idea of my troubling you with my domestic embarrassments! The matter's very simple. Lord Warburton must get on by himself. I can't undertake to see him through." "He ought to succeed easily," said Ralph. Isabel debated. "Yes, but he has not always succeeded." "Very true. You know, however, how that always surprised me. Is Miss Osmond capable of giving us a surprise?" "It will come from him, rather. I seem to see that after all he'll let the matter drop." "He'll do nothing dishonourable," said Ralph. "I'm very sure of that. Nothing can be more honourable than for him to leave the poor child alone. She cares for another person, and it's cruel to attempt to bribe her by magnificent offers to give him up." "Cruel to the other person, perhaps, the one she cares for. But Warburton isn't obliged to mind that." "No, cruel to her," said Isabel. "She would be very unhappy if she were to allow herself to be persuaded to desert poor Mr. Rosier. That idea seems to amuse you. Of course you're not in love with him. He has the merit, for Pansy, of being in love with Pansy. She can see at a glance that Lord Warburton isn't." "He'd be very good to her," said Ralph. "He has been good to her already. Fortunately, however, he has not said a word to disturb her. He could come and bid her good-bye to-morrow with perfect propriety." "How would your husband like that?" "Not at all. And he may be right in not liking it. Only he must obtain satisfaction himself." "Has he commissioned you to obtain it?" Ralph ventured to ask. It was natural that, as an old friend of Lord Warburton's, an older friend, that is, than Gilbert, I should take an interest in his intentions." "Take an interest in his renouncing them, you mean?" Isabel hesitated, frowning a little. "Let me understand. Are you pleading his cause?" "Not in the least. I'm very glad he shouldn't become your stepdaughter's husband. It makes such a very queer relation to you," said Ralph, smiling. "But I'm rather nervous lest your husband should think you haven't pushed him enough." Isabel found herself able to smile as well as he. "He knows me well enough not to have expected me to push. He himself has no intention of pushing, I presume. I'm not afraid I shall not be able to justify myself," she said lightly. Her mask had dropped for an instant, but she had put it on again, to Ralph's infinite disappointment. He had caught a glimpse of her natural face, and he wished immensely to look into it. He had an almost savage desire to hear her complain of her husband, hear her say that she should be held accountable for Lord Warburton's defection. Ralph was certain that this was her situation. He knew by instinct, in advance, the form that in such an event Osmond's displeasure would take. It could only take the meanest and cruelest. He would have liked to warn Isabel of it, to let her see at least how he judged for her and how he knew. It little mattered that Isabel would know much better. It was for his own satisfaction more than for hers that he longed to show her he was not deceived. He tried and tried again to make her betray Osmond. He felt cold-blooded, cruel, dishonourable almost in doing so. But it scarcely mattered, for he only failed. What had she come for, then, and why did she seem almost to offer him a chance to violate their tacit convention? Why did she ask him his advice if she gave him no liberty to answer her? How could they talk of her domestic embarrassments, as it pleased her humorously to designate them, if the principal factor was not to be mentioned? These contradictions were themselves but an indication of her trouble, and her cry for help, just before, was the only thing he was bound to consider. "You'll be decidedly at variance, all the same," he said in a moment. And, as she answered nothing, looking as if she scarce understood, "You'll find yourselves thinking very differently," he continued. "That may easily happen among the most united couples." She took up her parasol. He saw she was nervous, afraid of what he might say. "It's a matter we can hardly quarrel about, however," she added, "for almost all the interest is on his side. That's very natural. Pansy's, after all, his daughter, not mine." And she put out her hand to wish him good-bye. Ralph took an inward resolution that she shouldn't leave him without his letting her know that he knew everything. It seemed too great an opportunity to lose. "Do you know what his interest will make him say?" he said, as he took her hand. She shook her head, rather dryly, not discouragingly, and he went on. "It will make him say that your want of zeal is owing to jealousy." He stopped a moment. Her face made him afraid. "To jealousy?" "To jealousy of his daughter." She blushed red and threw back her head. "You're not kind," she said in a voice that he had never heard on her lips. "Be frank with me and you'll see," he answered. But she made no reply. She only pulled her hand out of his own, which he tried still to hold, and rapidly withdrew from the room. She made up her mind to speak to Pansy, and she took an occasion on the same day, going to the girls' room before dinner. Pansy was already dressed. She was always in advance of the time. It seemed to illustrate her pretty patience and the graceful stillness with which she could sit and wait. At present she was seated, in her fresh array, before the bedroom fire. She had blown out her candles on the completion of her toilet, in accordance with the economical habits in which she had been brought up, and which she was now more careful than ever to observe, so that the room was lighted only by a couple of logs. The rooms in Palazzo Roccanera were as spacious as they were numerous, and Pansy's virginal bower was an immense chamber with a dark, heavily timbered ceiling. Its diminutive mistress in the midst of it appeared but a speck of humanity, and as she got up with quick deference to welcome Isabel, the latter was more than ever struck with her shy sincerity. Isabel had a difficult task. The only thing was to perform it as simply as possible. She felt bitter and angry, but she warned herself against betraying this heat. She was afraid even of looking too grave, or at least too stern. She was afraid of causing alarm. But Pansy seemed to have guessed she had come more or less as a confessor, for after she had moved the chair in which she had been sitting a little nearer to the fire and Isabel had taken her place in it, she kneeled down on a cushion in front of her, looking up and resting her clasped hands on her stepmother's knees. What Isabel wished to do was to hear from her own lips that her mind was not occupied with Lord Warburton, but if she desired the assurance, she felt herself by no means at liberty to provoke it. The girl's father would have qualified this as rank treachery. And indeed, Isabel knew that if Pansy should display the smallest germ of a disposition to encourage Lord Warburton, her own duty was to hold her tongue. It was difficult to interrogate without appearing to suggest. Pansy's supreme simplicity, an innocence even more complete than Isabel had yet judged it, gave to the most tentative enquiry something of the effect of an admonition. As she knelt there in the vague firelight, with her pretty dress dimly shining, her hands folded half in appeal and half in submission, her soft eyes, raised and fixed, full of the seriousness of the situation, she looked to Isabel like a childish martyr decked out for sacrifice, and scarcely presuming even to hope to avert it. When Isabel said to her that she had never yet spoken to her of what might have been going on in relation to her getting married, but that her silence had not been indifference or ignorance, had only been the desire to leave her at liberty, Pansy bent forward, raised her face nearer and nearer, and with a little murmur which evidently expressed a deep longing, answered that she had greatly wished her to speak, and that she begged her to advise her now. "It's difficult for me to advise you," Isabel returned. "I don't know how I can undertake that. That's for your father. You must get his advice, and above all, you must act on it." At this Pansy dropped her eyes. For a moment she said nothing. "I think I should like your advice better than papa's," she presently remarked. "That's not as it should be," said Isabel coldly. "I love you very much, but your father loves you better." "It isn't because you love me, it's because you're a lady," Pansy answered, with the air of saying something very reasonable. "A lady can advise a young girl better than a man." "I advise you, then, to pay the greatest respect to your father's wishes." "Ah, yes," said the child eagerly. "I must do that." "But if I speak to you now about your getting married, it's not for your own sake, it's for mine," Isabel went on. "If I try to learn from you what you expect, what you desire, it's only that I may act accordingly." Pansy stared, and then, very quickly, "Will you do everything I want?" she asked. "Before I say yes, I must know what such things are." Pansy presently told her that the only thing she wanted in life was to marry Mr. Rosier. He had asked her, and she had told him she would do so, if her papa would allow it. Now her papa wouldn't allow it. "Very well, then. It's impossible," Isabel pronounced. "Yes, it's impossible," said Pansy without a sigh, and with the same extreme attention in her clear little face. "You must think of something else, then," Isabel went on. But Pansy, sighing at this, told her that she had attempted that feat, without the least success. "You think of those who think of you," she said with a faint smile. "I know Mr. Rosier thinks of me." "He ought not to," said Isabel loftily. "Your father has expressly requested he shouldn't." "He can't help it, because he knows I think of him." "You shouldn't think of him. There's some excuse for him, perhaps, but there's none for you." "I wish you would try to find one," the girl exclaimed, as if she were praying to the Madonna. "I should be very sorry to attempt it," said the Madonna with unusual frigidity. "If you knew someone else was thinking of you, would you think of him?" "No one can think of me as Mr. Rosier does. No one has the right." "Ah, but I don't admit Mr. Rosier's right!" Isabel hypocritically cried. Pansy only gazed at her, evidently much puzzled, and Isabel, taking advantage of it, began to represent to her the wretched consequences of disobeying her father. At this Pansy stopped her with the assurance that she would never disobey him, would never marry without his consent. And she announced, in the serenest, simplest tone, that though she might never marry Mr. Rosier, she would never cease to think of him. She appeared to have accepted the idea of eternal singleness, but Isabel of course was free to reflect that she had no conception of its meaning. She was perfectly sincere, she was prepared to give up her lover. This might seem an important step toward taking another, but for Pansy, evidently, it failed to lead in that direction. She felt no bitterness toward her father, there was no bitterness in her heart, there was only the sweetness of fidelity to Edward Rosier, and a strange, exquisite intimation that she could prove it better by remaining single than even by marrying him. "Your father would like you to make a better marriage," said Isabel. "Mr. Rosier's fortune is not at all large." "How do you mean better, if that would be good enough? And I have myself so little money, why should I look for a fortune?" "Your having so little is a reason for looking for more." With which Isabel was grateful for the dimness of the room. She felt as if her face were hideously insincere. It was what she was doing for Osmond. It was what one had to do for Osmond. Pansy's solemn eyes, fixed on her own, almost embarrassed her. She was ashamed to think she had made so light of the girl's preference. "What should you like me to do?" her companion softly demanded. The question was a terrible one, and Isabel took refuge in timorous vagueness. To remember all the pleasure it's in your power to give your father. To marry someone else, you mean, if he should ask me? For a moment Isabel's answer caused itself to be waited for. Then she heard herself utter it in the stillness that Pansy's attention seemed to make. Yes, to marry someone else. The child's eyes grew more penetrating. Isabel believed she was doubting her sincerity, and the impression took force from her slowly getting up from her cushion. She stood there a moment with her small hands unclasped, and then quavered out, "Well, I hope no one will ask me." "There has been a question of that. Someone else would have been ready to ask you." "I don't think he can have been ready," said Pansy. "It would appear so if he had been sure he'd succeed." "If he had been sure, then he wasn't ready." Isabel thought this rather sharp. She also got up and stood a moment looking into the fire. "Lord Warburton has shown you great attention," she resumed. "Of course you know it's of him I speak." She found herself, against her expectation, almost placed in the position of justifying herself, which led her to introduce this nobleman more crudely than she had intended. "He has been very kind to me, and I like him very much. But if you mean that he'll propose for me, I think you're mistaken." "Perhaps I am, but your father would like it extremely." Pansy shook her head with a wise little smile. "Lord Warburton won't propose simply to please papa." "Your father would like you to encourage him," Isabel went on mechanically. "How can I encourage him?" "I don't know. Your father must tell you that." Pansy said nothing for a moment. She only continued to smile, as if she were in possession of a bright assurance. "There's no danger, no danger," she declared at last. There was a conviction in the way she said this, and a felicity in her believing it, which conduced to Isabel's awkwardness. She felt accused of dishonesty, and the idea was disgusting. To repair her self-respect, she was on the point of saying that Lord Warburton had let her know that there was a danger. But she didn't. She only said, in her embarrassment rather wide of the mark, that he surely had been most kind, most friendly. "Yes, he has been very kind," Pansy answered. "That's what I like him for." "Why then is the difficulty so great?" "I've always felt sure of his knowing that I don't want— what did you say I should do? To encourage him. He knows I don't want to marry, and he wants me to know that he therefore won't trouble me. That's the meaning of his kindness. It's as if he had said to me, 'I like you very much, but if it doesn't please you, I'll never say it again.' I think that's very kind, very noble," Pansy went on with deepening positiveness. "That is all we've said to each other. And he doesn't care for me either. Oh, no, there's no danger." Isabel was touched with wonder at the depths of perception of which this submissive little person was capable. She felt afraid of Pansy's wisdom, began almost to retreat before it. "You must tell your father that," she remarked reservedly. "I think I'd rather not," Pansy unreservedly answered. "You oughtn't to let him have false hopes." "Perhaps not, but it will be good for me that he should. So long as he believes that Lord Warburton intends anything of the kind you say, papa won't propose any one else. And that will be an advantage for me," said the child very lucidly. There was something brilliant in her lucidity, and it made her companion draw a long breath. It relieved this friend of a heavy responsibility. Pansy had a sufficient illumination of her own, and Isabel felt that she herself just now had no light to spare from her small stock. Nevertheless, it still clung to her that she must be loyal to Osmond, that she was on her honour in dealing with his daughter. Under the influence of this sentiment, she threw out another suggestion before she retired, a suggestion with which it seemed to her that she should have done her utmost. "Your father takes for granted at least that you would like to marry a nobleman." Pansy stood in the open doorway. She had drawn back the curtain for Isabel to pass. "I think Mr. Rosier looks like one," she remarked very gravely. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lord Warburton was not seen in Mrs. Osmond's drawing-room for several days, and Isabel couldn't fail to observe that her husband said nothing to her about having received a letter from him. She couldn't fail to observe either that Osmond was in a state of expectancy, and that, though it was not agreeable to him to betray it, he thought their distinguished friend kept him waiting quite too long. At the end of 4 days he alluded to his absence.
"What has become of Warburton? What does he mean by treating one like a tradesman with a bill?"
"I know nothing about him," Isabel said. "I saw him last Friday at the German ball. He told me then that he meant to write to you."
"He has never written to me."
"So I supposed, from your not having told me."
"He's an odd fish," said Osmond comprehensively.
And on Isabel's making no rejoinder, he went on to inquire whether it took his lordship 5 days to indite a letter.
"Does he form his words with such difficulty?"
"I don't know," Isabel was reduced to replying. "I've never had a letter from him."
"Never had a letter? I had an idea that you were at one time in intimate correspondence."
She answered that this had not been the case, and let the conversation drop. On the morrow, however, coming into the drawing-room late in the afternoon, her husband took it up again.
"When Lord Warburton told you of his intention of writing, what did you say to him?" he asked.
She just faltered. "I think I told him not to forget it."
"Did you believe there was a danger of that?"
"As you say, he's an odd fish."
"Apparently he has forgotten it," said Osmond. "Be so good as to remind him."
"Should you like me to write to him?" she demanded.
"I've no objection whatever."
"You expect too much of me."
"Ah, yes, I expect a great deal of you."
"I'm afraid I shall disappoint you," said Isabel.
"My expectations have survived a good deal of disappointment."
"Of course, I know that. Think how I must have disappointed myself. If you really wish hands laid on Lord Warburton, you must lay them yourself." For a couple of minutes Osmond answered nothing. Then he said,
"That won't be easy, with you working against me."
Isabel started. She felt herself beginning to tremble. He had a way of looking at her through half-closed eyelids, as if he were thinking of her but scarcely saw her, which seemed to her to have a wonderfully cruel intention. It appeared to recognize her as a disagreeable necessity of thought, but to ignore her for the time as a presence. That effect had never been so marked as now. "I think you accuse me of something very base," she returned.
"I accuse you of not being trustworthy. If he doesn't after all come forward, it will be because you've kept him off. I don't know that it's base. It is the kind of thing a woman always thinks she may do. I've no doubt you've the finest ideas about it."
"I told you I would do what I could," she went on.
"Yes, that gained you time."
It came over her, after he had said this, that she had once thought him beautiful. "How much you must want to make sure of him!" she exclaimed in a moment. She had no sooner spoken than she perceived the full reach of her words, of which she had not been conscious in uttering them. They made a comparison between Osmond and herself, recalled the fact that she had once held this coveted treasure in her hand and felt herself rich enough to let it fall. A momentary exultation took possession of her, a horrible delight in having wounded him, for his face instantly told her that none of the force of her exclamation was lost. He expressed nothing otherwise, however. He only said quickly,
"Yes, I want it immensely."
At this moment a servant came to usher in a visitor, and he was followed the next by Lord Warburton, who received a visible check on seeing Osmond. He looked rapidly from the master of the house to the mistress, a movement that seemed to denote a reluctance to interrupt or even a perception of ominous conditions. Then he advanced, with his English address, in which a vague shyness seemed to offer itself as an element of good breeding, in which the only defect was a difficulty in achieving transitions. Osmond was embarrassed.
He found nothing to say, but Isabel remarked, promptly enough, that they had been in the act of talking upon their visitor. Upon this her husband added that they hadn't known what was become of him, that they had been afraid he had gone away. "No," he explained, smiling and looking at Osmond. "I'm only on the point of going." And then he mentioned that he found himself suddenly recalled to England. He should start on the morrow or the day after. "I'm awfully sorry to leave poor Touchett," he ended by exclaiming. For a moment neither of his companions spoke. Osmond only leaned back in his chair, listening. Isabel didn't look at him. She could only fancy how he looked. Her eyes were on their visitor's face, or they were the more free to rest that those of his lordship carefully avoided them. Yet Isabel was sure that had she met his glance she would have found it expressive. "You had better take poor Touchett with you," she heard her husband say, lightly enough, in a moment. "He had better wait for warmer weather," Lord Warburton answered. "I shouldn't advise him to travel just now." He sat there a quarter of an hour, talking as if he might not soon see them again, unless indeed they should come to England, a course he strongly recommended. Why shouldn't they come to England in the autumn? That struck him as a very happy thought. It would give him such pleasure to do what he could for them, to have them come and spend a month with him. Osmond, by his own admission, had been to England but once, which was an absurd state of things for a man of his leisure and intelligence. It was just the country for him. He would be sure to get on well there. Then Lord Warburton asked Isabel if she remembered what a good time she had had there, and if she didn't want to try it again. Didn't she want to see Gardencourt once more? Gardencourt was really very good. Touchett didn't take proper care of it, but it was the sort of place you could hardly spoil by letting it alone. Why didn't they come and pay Touchett a visit? He surely must have asked them. Hadn't asked them? What an ill-mannered wretch! And Lord Warburton promised to give the master of Gardencourt a piece of his mind. Of course it was a mere accident. He would be delighted to have them. Spending a month with Touchett and a month with himself, and seeing all the rest of the people they must know there, they really wouldn't find it half bad. Lord Warburton added that it would amuse Miss Osmond as well, who had told him that she had never been to England, and whom he had assured it was a country she deserved to see. Of course she didn't need to go to England to be admired, that was her fate everywhere, but she would be an immense success there, she certainly would, if that was any inducement. He asked if she were not at home. Couldn't he say good-bye? Not that he liked good-byes, he always funked them. When he left England the other day he hadn't said good-bye to a two-legged creature. He had had half a mind to leave Rome without troubling Mrs. Osmond for a final interview. What could be more dreary than final interviews? One never said the things one wanted. One remembered them all an hour afterwards. On the other hand, one usually said a lot of things one shouldn't, simply from a sense that one had to say something. Such a sense was upsetting. It muddled one's wits. He had it at present, and that was the effect it produced on him. If Mrs. Osmond didn't think he spoke as he ought, she must set it down to agitation. It was no light thing to part with Mrs. Osmond. He was really very sorry to be going. He had thought of writing to her instead of calling, but he would write to her at any rate, to tell her a lot of things that would be sure to occur to him as soon as he left the house. They must think seriously about coming to Lockleigh. If there was anything awkward in the conditions of his visit, or in the announcement of his departure, it failed to come to the surface. Lord Warburton talked about his agitation, but he showed it in no other manner, and Isabel saw that since he had determined on a retreat, he was capable of executing it gallantly. She was very glad for him. She liked him quite well enough to wish him to appear to carry a thing off. He would do that on any occasion, not from impudence, but simply from the habit of success, and Isabel felt it out of her husband's power to frustrate this faculty. A complex operation, as she sat there, went on in her mind. On one side she listened to their visitor, said what was proper to him, read more or less between the lines of what he said himself, and wondered how he would have spoken if he had found her alone. On the other, she had a perfect consciousness of Osmond's emotion. She felt almost sorry for him. He was condemned to the sharp pain of loss without the relief of cursing. He had had a great hope, and now, as he saw it vanish into smoke, he was obliged to sit and smile and twirl his thumbs. Not that he troubled himself to smile very brightly. He treated their friend, on the whole, to as vacant a countenance as so clever a man could very well wear. It was indeed a part of Osmond's cleverness that he could look consummately uncompromised. His present appearance, however, was not a confession of disappointment. It was simply a part of Osmond's habitual system, which was to be inexpressive exactly in proportion as he was really intent. He had been intent on this prize from the first, but he had never allowed his eagerness to irradiate his refined face. He had treated his possible son-in-law as he treated every one, with an air of being interested in him only for his own advantage, not for any profit to a person already so generally, so perfectly provided as Gilbert Osmond. He would give no sign now of an inward rage, which was the result of a vanished prospect of gain, not the faintest nor subtlest. Isabel could be sure of that, if it was any satisfaction to her. Strangely, very strangely, it was a satisfaction. She wished Lord Warburton to triumph before her husband, and at the same time she wished her husband to be very superior before Lord Warburton. Osmond, in his way, was admirable. He had, like their visitor, the advantage of an acquired habit. It was not that of succeeding, but it was something almost as good, that of not attempting. As he leaned back in his place, listening but vaguely to the other's friendly offers and suppressed explanations, as if it were only proper to assume that they were addressed essentially to his wife, he had at least, since so little else was left him, the comfort of thinking how well he personally had kept out of it, and how the air of indifference, which he was now able to wear, had the added beauty of consistency. It was something to be able to look as if the leave-taker's movements had no relation to his own mind. The latter did well, certainly, but Osmond's performance was in its very nature more finished. Lord Warburton's position was after all an easy one. There was no reason in the world why he shouldn't leave Rome. He had had beneficent inclinations, but they had stopped short of fruition. He had never committed himself, and his honour was safe. Osmond appeared to take but a moderate interest in the proposal that they should go and stay with him, and in his allusion to the success Pansy might extract from their visit. He murmured a recognition, but left Isabel to say that it was a matter requiring grave consideration. Isabel, even while she made this remark, could see the great vista which had suddenly opened out in her husband's mind, with Pansy's little figure marching up the middle of it. Lord Warburton had asked leave to bid good-bye to Pansy, but neither Isabel nor Osmond had made any motion to send for her. He had the air of giving out that his visit must be short. He sat on a small chair, as if it were only for a moment, keeping his hat in his hand. But he stayed and stayed. Isabel wondered what he was waiting for. She believed it was not to see Pansy. She had an impression that on the whole he would rather not see Pansy. It was, of course, to see herself alone. He had something to say to her. Isabel had no great wish to hear it, for she was afraid it would be an explanation, and she could perfectly dispense with explanations. Osmond, however, presently got up, like a man of good taste, to whom it had occurred that so inveterate a visitor might wish to say just the last word of all to the ladies. "I've a letter to write before dinner," he said. "You must excuse me. I'll see if my daughter's disengaged, and if she is, she shall know you're here. Of course, when you come to Rome you'll always look us up. Mrs. Osmond will talk to you about the English expedition. She decides all those things." The nod with which, instead of a handshake, he wound up this little speech was perhaps rather a meagre form of salutation, but on the whole it was all the occasion demanded. Isabel reflected that, after he left the room, Lord Warburton would have no pretext for saying, "Your husband's very angry," which would have been extremely disagreeable to her. Nevertheless, if he had done so, she would have said, "Oh, don't be anxious. He doesn't hate you. It's me that he hates." It was only when they had been left alone together that her friend showed a certain vague awkwardness, sitting down in another chair, handling 2 or 3 of the objects that were near him. "I hope he'll make Miss Osmond come," he presently remarked. "I want very much to see her." "I'm glad it's the last time," said Isabel. "So am I. She doesn't care for me." "No, she doesn't care for you." "I don't wonder at it," he returned. Then he added with inconsequence, "You'll come to England, won't you?" "I think we had better not." Ah, you owe me a visit. Don't you remember that you were to have come to Lockleigh once, and you never did?"
"Everything's changed since then," said Isabel.
"Not changed for the worse, surely, as far as we're concerned. To see you under my roof," and he hung fire but an instant, "would be a great satisfaction."
She had feared an explanation, but that was the only one that occurred. They talked a little of Ralph, and in another moment Pansy came in, already dressed for dinner, and with a little red spot in either cheek. She shook hands with Lord Warburton, and stood looking up into his face with a fixed smile, a smile that Isabel knew, though his lordship probably never suspected it, to be near akin to a burst of tears.
"I'm going away," he said. "I want to bid you good-bye."
"Good-bye, Lord Warburton."
Her voice perceptibly trembled. "And I want to tell you how much I wish you may be very happy."
"Thank you, Lord Warburton," Pansy answered. He lingered a moment and gave a glance at Isabel.
"You ought to be very happy. You've got a guardian angel."
"I'm sure I shall be happy," said Pansy in the tone of a person whose certainties were always cheerful.
"Such a conviction as that will take you a great way. But if it should ever fail you, remember.
And her interlocutor stammered a little.
"Think of me sometimes, you know,"
he said with a vague laugh. Then he shook hands with Isabel in silence, and presently he was gone. When he had left the room she expected an effusion of tears from her stepdaughter, but Pansy, in fact, treated her to something very different. "I think you are my guardian angel," she exclaimed very sweetly. Isabel shook her head. "I'm not an angel of any kind. I'm at the most your good friend." "You're a very good friend, then, to have asked papa to be gentle with me." "I've asked your father nothing," said Isabel, wondering. "He told me just now to come to the drawing-room, and then he gave me a very kind kiss." "Ah," said Isabel, "that was quite his own idea." She recognised the idea perfectly. It was very characteristic, and she was to see a great deal more of it. Even with Pansy he couldn't put himself the least in the wrong. They were dining out that day, and after their dinner they went to another entertainment, so that it was not till late in the evening that Isabel saw him alone. When Pansy kissed him before going to bed, he returned her embrace with even more than his usual munificence, and Isabel wondered if he meant it as a hint that his daughter had been injured by the machinations of her stepmother. It was a partial expression, at any rate, of what he continued to expect of his wife. She was about to follow Pansy, but he remarked that he wished she would remain. He had something to say to her. Then he walked about the drawing-room a little, while she stood waiting in her cloak.
"I don't understand what you wish to do," he said in a moment. "I should like to know, so that I may know how to act."
"Just now I wish to go to bed. I'm very tired."
"Sit down and rest. I shall not keep you long. Not there. Take a comfortable place."
And he arranged a multitude of cushions that were scattered in picturesque disorder upon a vast divan. This was not, however, where she seated herself. She dropped into the nearest chair. The fire had gone out, the lights in the great room were few. She drew her cloak about her. She felt mortally cold.
"I think you're trying to humiliate me," Osmond went on. "It's a most absurd undertaking."
"I haven't the least idea what you mean," she returned.
"You've played a very deep game. You've managed it beautifully."
"What is it that I've managed?"
"You've not quite settled it, however. We shall see him again."
And he stopped in front of her, with his hands in his pockets, looking down at her thoughtfully, in his usual way, which seemed meant to let her know that she was not an object, but only a rather disagreeable incident, of thought. "If you mean that Lord Warburton's under an obligation to come back, you're wrong," Isabel said. "He's under none whatever."
"That's just what I complain of. But when I say he'll come back, I don't mean he'll come from a sense of duty."
"There's nothing else to make him. I think he has quite exhausted Rome."
Ah, no, that's a shallow judgment. Rome's inexhaustible. And Osmond began to walk about again. However, about that perhaps there's no hurry. He added, It's rather a good idea of his that we should go to England. If it were not for the fear of finding your cousin there, I think I should try to persuade you.
It may be that you'll not find my cousin, said Isabel.
I should like to be sure of it. However, I shall be as sure as possible. At the same time, I should like to see his house that you told me so much about at one time. What do you call it? Garden Court. It must be a charming thing. And then, you know, I've a devotion to the memory of your uncle. You made me take a great fancy to him. I should like to see where he lived and died. That indeed is a detail. Your friend was right. Pansy ought to see England.
I've no doubt she would enjoy it, said Isabel.
But that's a long time hence. Next autumn's far off, Osmond continued. And meantime, there are things that more nearly interest us. Do you think me so very proud? He suddenly asked.
I think you very strange.
You don't understand me.
No, not even when you insult me.
I don't insult you. I'm incapable of it. I merely speak of certain facts, and if the allusion's an injury to you, the fault's not mine. It's surely a fact that you have kept all this matter quite in your own hands.
Are you going back to Lord Warburton? Isabel asked. I'm very tired of his name.
You shall hear it again before we've done with it.
She had spoken of his insulting her, but it suddenly seemed to her that this ceased to be a pain. He was going down, down. The vision of such a fall made her almost giddy. That was the only pain. He was too strange, too different. He didn't touch her. Still, the working of his morbid passion was extraordinary, and she felt a rising curiosity to know in what light he saw himself justified. I might say to you that I judge you've done nothing to me that's worth hearing, she said in a moment. But I should perhaps be wrong. There's a thing that would be worth my hearing, to know in the plainest words of what it is you accuse me.
Of having prevented Pansy's marriage to Warburton. Are those words plain enough?
On the contrary, I took a great interest in it. I told you so. And when you told me that you counted on me, that, I think, was what you said, I accepted the obligation. I was a fool to do so, but I did it.
You pretended to do it, and you even pretended reluctance to make me more willing to trust you. Then you began to use your ingenuity to get him out of the way.
I think I see what you mean, said Isabel.
Where's the letter you told me he had written me?
Her husband demanded. I haven't the least idea. I haven't asked him.
You stopped it on the way, said Osmond.
Isabel slowly got up. Standing there in her white cloak, which covered her to her feet, she might have represented the angel of disdain, first cousin to that of pity. Oh, Gilbert, for a man who was so fine, she exclaimed in a long murmur.
I was never so fine as you. You've done everything you wanted. You've got him out of the way without appearing to do so, and you've placed me in the position in which you wished to see me, that of a man who has tried to marry his daughter to a lord, but has grotesquely failed.
Pansy doesn't care for him. She's very glad he's gone, Isabel said.
That has nothing to do with the matter.
And he doesn't care for Pansy.
That won't do. You told me he did. I don't know why you wanted this particular satisfaction, Osmond continued. You might have taken some other. It doesn't seem to me that I've been presumptuous, that I have taken too much for granted. I've been very modest about it, very quiet. The idea didn't originate with me. He began to show that he liked her before I ever thought of it. I left it all to you.
Yes, you were very glad to leave it to me. After this you must attend to such things yourself. He looked at her a moment. Then he turned away.
I thought you were very fond of my daughter.
I've never been more so than today.
Your affection is attended with immense limitations. However, that perhaps is natural.
Is this all you wished to say to me? Isabel asked, taking a candle that stood on one of the tables.
Are you satisfied?
Am I sufficiently disappointed?"
"I don't think that on the whole you're disappointed. You've had another opportunity to try to stupefy me."
"It's not that. It's proved that Pansy can aim high."
"Poor little Pansy," said Isabel, as she turned away with her candle. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was from Henrietta Stackpole that she learned how Caspar Goodwood had come to Rome, an event that took place 3 days after Lord Warburton's departure. This latter fact had been preceded by an incident of some importance to Isabel, the temporary absence once again of Madame Merle, who had gone to Naples to stay with a friend, the happy possessor of a villa at Posipolo. Madame Merle had ceased to minister to Isabel's happiness, who found herself wondering whether the most discreet of women might not also by chance be the most dangerous. Sometimes at night she had strange visions. She seemed to see her husband and her friend, his friend, in dim, indistinguishable combination. It seemed to her that she had not done with her. This lady had something in reserve. Isabel's imagination applied itself actively to this elusive point, but every now and then it was checked by a nameless dread, so that when the charming woman was away from Rome she had almost a consciousness of respite. She had already learned from Miss Stackpole that Caspar Goodwood was in Europe, Henrietta having written to make it known to her immediately after meeting him in Paris. He himself never wrote to Isabel, and though he was in Europe, she thought it very possible he might not desire to see her. Their last interview, before her marriage, had had quite the character of a complete rupture. If she remembered rightly, he had said he wished to take his last look at her. Since then, he had been the most discordant survival of her earlier time, the only one, in fact, with which a permanent pain was associated. He had left her that morning with a sense of the most superfluous of shocks. It was like a collision between vessels in broad daylight. There had been no mist, no hidden current to excuse it, and she herself had only wished to steer wide. He had bumped against her prow, however, while her hand was on the tiller, and, to complete the metaphor, had given the lighter vessel a strain which still occasionally betrayed itself in a faint creaking. It had been horrid to see him, because he represented the only serious harm that, to her belief, she had ever done in the world. He was the only person with an unsatisfied claim on her. She had made him unhappy. She couldn't help it, and his unhappiness was a grim reality. She had cried with rage after he had left her, at she hardly knew what. She tried to think it had been at his want of consideration. He had come to her with his unhappiness when her own bliss was so perfect. He had done his best to darken the brightness of those pure rays. He had not been violent, and yet there had been a violence in the impression. There had been a violence at any rate in something somewhere. Perhaps it was only in her own fit of weeping, and in that after-sense of the same which had lasted 3 or 4 days. The effect of his final appeal had in short faded away, and all the first year of her marriage he had dropped out of her books. He was a thankless subject of reference. It was disagreeable to have to think of a person who was sore and sombre about you and whom you could yet do nothing to relieve. It would have been different if she had been able to doubt, even a little, of his unreconciled state, as she doubted of Lord Warburton's. Unfortunately, it was beyond question, and this aggressive, uncompromising look of it was just what made it unattractive. She could never say to herself that here was a sufferer who had compensations, as she was able to say in the case of her English suitor. She had no faith in Mr. Goodwood's compensations and no esteem for them. A cotton factory was not a compensation for anything, least of all for having failed to marry Isabel Archer. And yet, beyond that, she hardly knew what he had, save, of course, his intrinsic qualities. Oh, he was intrinsic enough. She never thought of his even looking for artificial aids. If he extended his business, that, to the best of her belief, was the only form exertion could take with him, it would be because it was an enterprising thing or good for the business, not in the least because he might hope it would overlay the past.
This gave his figure a kind of bareness and bleakness, which made the accident of meeting it in memory or in apprehension a peculiar concussion. It was deficient in the social drapery commonly muffling, in an over-civilized age, the sharpness of human contacts. His perfect silence, moreover, the fact that she had never heard from him and very seldom heard any mention of him, deepened this impression of his loneliness. She asked Lily for news of him, from time to time. But Lily knew nothing of Boston. Her imagination was all bounded on the east by Madison Avenue. As time went on, Isabel had thought of him oftener, and with fewer restrictions. She had had more than once the idea of writing to him. She had never told her husband about him, never let Osmond know of his visits to her in Florence, a reserve not dictated in the early period by a want of confidence in Osmond, but simply by the consideration that the young man's disappointment was not her secret, but his own. It would be very wrong of her, she had believed, to convey it to another, and Mr. Goodwood's affairs could have, after all, little interest for Gilbert. When it had come to the point, she had never written to him. It seemed to her that, considering his grievance, the least she could do was to let him alone. Nevertheless, she would have been glad to be in some way nearer to him. It was not that it ever occurred to her that she might have married him. Even after the consequences of her actual union had grown vivid to her, that particular reflection, though she indulged in so many, had not had the assurance to present itself. But on finding herself in trouble, he had become a member of that circle of things with which she wished to set herself right. I have mentioned how passionately she needed to feel that her unhappiness should not have come to her through her own fault. She had no near prospect of dying, and yet she wished to make her peace with the world, to put her spiritual affairs in order. It came back to her from time to time that there was an account still to be settled with Caspar, and she saw herself disposed or able to settle it today on terms easier for him than ever before. Still, when she learned he was coming to Rome, she felt all afraid. It would be more disagreeable for him than for anyone else to make out, since he would make it out, as over a falsified balance sheet or something of that sort, the intimate disarray of her affairs. Deep in her breast she believed that he had invested his all in her happiness, while the others had invested only a part. He was one more person from whom she should have to conceal her stress. She was reassured, however, after he arrived in Rome, for he spent several days without coming to see her. Henrietta Stackpole, it may well be imagined, was more punctual, and Isabel was largely favoured with the society of her friend. She threw herself into it, for now that she had made such a point of keeping her conscience clear, that was one way of proving she had not been superficial. The more so as the years in their flight had rather enriched than blighted those peculiarities which had been humorously criticized by persons less interested than Isabel, and which were still marked enough to give loyalty a spice of heroism. Henrietta was as keen and quick and fresh as ever, and as neat and bright and fair. Her remarkably open eyes, lighted like great glazed railway stations, had put up no shutters. Her attire had lost none of its crispness, her opinions none of their national reference. She was by no means quite unchanged, however it struck Isabel she had grown vague. Of old she had never been vague, though undertaking many enquiries at once. She had managed to be entire and pointed about each. She had a reason for everything she did. She fairly bristled with motives. Formerly, when she came to Europe, it was because she wished to see it. But now, having already seen it, she had no such excuse. She didn't for a moment pretend that the desire to examine decaying civilizations had anything to do with her present enterprise. Her journey was rather an expression of her independence of the old world than of a sense of further obligations to it. "It's nothing to come to Europe," she said to Isabel. "It doesn't seem to me one needs so many reasons for that. It is something to stay at home. This is much more important." It was not, therefore, with a sense of doing anything very important that she treated herself to another pilgrimage to Rome. She had seen the place before and carefully inspected it. Her present act was simply a sign of familiarity, of her knowing all about it, of her having as good a right as any one else to be there. This was all very well, and Henrietta was restless. She had a perfect right to be restless, too, if one came to that. But she had, after all, a better reason for coming to Rome than that she cared for it so little. Her friend easily recognized it, and with it the worth of the other's fidelity. She had crossed the stormy ocean in midwinter because she had guessed that Isabel was sad. Henrietta guessed a great deal, but she had never guessed so happily as that. Isabel's satisfactions just now were few, but even if they had been more numerous, there would still have been something of individual joy in her sense of being justified in having always thought highly of Henrietta. She had made large concessions with regard to her, and had yet insisted that, with all abatements, she was very valuable. It was not her own triumph, however, that she found good. It was simply the relief of confessing to this confidant, the first person to whom she had owned it, that she was not in the least at her ease. Henrietta had herself approached this point with the smallest possible delay, and had accused her to her face of being wretched. She was a woman. She was a sister. She was not Ralph, nor Lord Warburton, nor Caspar Goodwood, and Isabel could speak. "Yes, I'm wretched," she said very mildly. She hated to hear herself say it. She tried to say it as judicially as possible. "What does he do to you?" Henrietta asked, frowning as if she were inquiring into the operations of a quack doctor. "He does nothing. But he doesn't like me." "He's very hard to please," cried Miss Stackpole. "Why don't you leave him?" "I can't change that way," Isabel said. "Why not, I should like to know? You won't confess that you've made a mistake. You're too proud." "I don't know whether I'm too proud, but I can't publish my mistake. I don't think that's decent. I'd much rather die." "You won't always think so," said Henrietta. "I don't know what great unhappiness might bring me to, but it seems to me I shall always be ashamed. One must accept one's deeds. I married him before all the world. I was perfectly free. It was impossible to do anything more deliberate. One can't change that way," Isabel repeated. "You have changed, in spite of the impossibility. I hope you don't mean to say you like him." Isabel debated. "No, I don't like him. I can tell you because I'm weary of my secret. But that's enough. I can't announce it on the housetops." Henrietta gave a laugh. "Don't you think you're rather too considerate?" "It's not of him that I'm considerate. It's of myself," Isabel answered. It was not surprising Gilbert Osmond should not have taken comfort in Miss Stackpole. His instinct had naturally set him in opposition to a young lady capable of advising his wife to withdraw from the conjugal roof. When she arrived in Rome, he had said to Isabel that he hoped she would leave her friend the interviewer alone, and Isabel had answered that he at least had nothing to fear from her. She said to Henrietta that as Osmond didn't like her, she couldn't invite her to dine, but they could easily see each other in other ways. Isabel received Miss Stackpole freely in her own sitting-room, and took her repeatedly to drive, face to face with Pansy, who, bending a little forward, on the opposite seat of the carriage, gazed at the celebrated authoress with a respectful attention which Henrietta occasionally found irritating. She complained to Isabel that Miss Osmond had a little look as if she could remember everything one said. "I don't want to be remembered that way," Miss Stackpole declared. "I consider that my conversation refers only to the moment, like the morning papers. Your stepdaughter, as she sits there, looks as if she kept all the back numbers and would bring them out some day against me." She could not teach herself to think favourably of Pansy, whose absence of initiative, of conversation, of personal claims, seemed to her, in a girl of 20, unnatural and even uncanny. Isabel presently saw that Osmond would have liked her to urge a little the cause of her friend, insist a little upon his receiving her, so that he might appear to suffer for good manners' sake. Her immediate acceptance of his objections put him too much in the wrong, it being in effect one of the disadvantages of expressing contempt that you cannot enjoy at the same time the credit of expressing sympathy. Osmond held to his credit, and yet he held to his objections, all of which were elements difficult to reconcile. The right thing would have been that Miss Stackpole should come to dine at Palazzo Roccanera once or twice, so that, in spite of his superficial civility always so great, she might judge for herself how little pleasure it gave him. From the moment, however, that both the ladies were so unaccommodating, there was nothing for Osmond but to wish the lady from New York would take herself off. It was surprising how little satisfaction he got from his wife's friends. He took occasion to call Isabel's attention to it.
"You're certainly not fortunate in your intimates. I wish you might make a new collection," he said to her one morning, in reference to nothing visible at the moment, but in a tone of ripe reflection which deprived the remark of all brutal abruptness. "It's as if you had taken the trouble to pick out the people in the world that I have the least in common with. Your cousin I have always thought a conceited ass, besides his being the most ill-favoured animal I know. Then it's insufferably tiresome that one can't tell him so, one must spare him on account of his health. His health seems to me the best part of him. It gives him privileges enjoyed by no one else. If he's so desperately ill, there's only one way to prove it. But he seems to have no mind for that. I can't say much more for the great Warburton. When one really thinks of it, the cool insolence of that performance was something rare. He comes and looks at one's daughter as if she were a suite of apartments. He tries the door-handles and looks out of the windows, raps on the walls and almost thinks he'll take the place. Will you be so good as to draw police? Then, on the whole, he decides that the rooms are too small. He doesn't think he could live on a third floor. He must look out for a piano nobile. And he goes away after having got a month's lodging in the poor little apartment for nothing. Miss Stackpole, however, is your most wonderful invention. She strikes me as a kind of monster. One hasn't a nerve in one's body that she doesn't set quivering. You know, I have never admitted that she's a woman. Do you know what she reminds me of? Of a new steel pen, the most odious thing in nature. She talks as a steel pen writes. Aren't her letters, by the way, on ruled paper? She thinks and moves and walks and looks exactly as she talks. You may say that she doesn't hurt me, inasmuch as I don't see her. I don't see her, but I hear her. I hear her all day long. Her voice is in my ears. I can't get rid of it. I know exactly what she says, and every inflection of the tone in which she says it. She says charming things about me, and they give you great comfort. I don't like at all to think she talks about me. I feel as I should feel if I knew the footmen were wearing my hat."
Henrietta talked about Gilbert Osmond, as his wife assured him, rather less than he suspected. She had plenty of other subjects, in two of which the reader may be supposed to be especially interested. She let her friend know that Caspar Goodwood had discovered for himself that she was unhappy, though indeed her ingenuity was unable to suggest what comfort he hoped to give her by coming to Rome and yet not calling on her. They met him twice in the street, but he had no appearance of seeing them. They were driving, and he had a habit of looking straight in front of him, as if he proposed to take in but one object at a time. Isabel could have fancied she had seen him the day before. It must have been with just that face and step that he had walked out of Mrs. Touchett's door at the close of their last interview. He was dressed just as he had been dressed on that day. Isabel remembered the colour of his cravat. And yet, in spite of this familiar look, there was a strangeness in his figure too, something that made her feel it afresh to be rather terrible that he should have come to Rome. He looked bigger and more overtopping than of old, and in those days he certainly reached high enough. She noticed that the people whom he passed looked back after him. But he went straight forward, lifting above them a face like a February sky. Miss Stackpole's other topic was very different. She gave Isabel the latest news about Mr. Bantling. He had been out in the United States the year before, and she was happy to say she had been able to show him considerable attention. She didn't know how much he had enjoyed it, but she would undertake to say it had done him good. He wasn't the same man when he left as he had been when he came. It had opened his eyes and shown him that England wasn't everything. He had been very much liked in most places, and thought extremely simple, more simple than the English were commonly supposed to be. There were people who had thought him affected. She didn't know whether they meant that his simplicity was an affectation. Some of his questions were too discouraging. He thought all the chambermaids were farmers' daughters, or all the farmers' daughters were chambermaids. She couldn't exactly remember which. He hadn't seemed able to grasp the great school system. It had really been too much for him. On the whole, he had behaved as if there were too much of everything, as if he could only take in a small part. The part he had chosen was the hotel system and the river navigation. He had seemed really fascinated with the hotels. He had a photograph of every one he had visited. But the river steamers were his principal interest. He wanted to do nothing but sail on the big boats. They had travelled together from New York to Milwaukee, stopping at the most interesting cities on the route, and whenever they had started afresh, he had wanted to know if they could go by the steamer. He seemed to have no idea of geography. He had an impression that Baltimore was a western city, and was perpetually expecting to arrive at the Mississippi. He appeared never to have heard of any river in America but the Mississippi, and was unprepared to recognize the existence of the Hudson, though obliged to confess at last that it was fully equal to the Rhine. They had spent some pleasant hours in the palace cars. He was always ordering ice cream from the colored man. He could never get used to that idea that you could get ice cream in the cars. Of course you couldn't, nor fans, nor candy, nor anything in the English cars. He found the heat quite overwhelming, and she had told him she indeed expected it was the biggest he had ever experienced. He was now in England, hunting round, Henrietta called it. These amusements were those of the American red men. We had left that behind long ago, the pleasures of the chase. It seemed to be generally believed in England that we wore tomahawks and feathers, but such a costume was more in keeping with English habits. Mr. Bantling would not have time to join her in Italy, but when she should go to Paris again, he expected to come over. He wanted very much to see Versailles again. He was very fond of the ancient regime. They didn't agree about that, but that was what she liked Versailles for, that you could see the ancient regime had been swept away. There were no dukes and marquises there now. She remembered, on the contrary, one day when there were 5 American families walking all round. Mr. Bantling was very anxious that she should take up the subject of England again, and he thought she might get on better with it now. England had changed a good deal within 2 or 3 years. He was determined that if she went there, he should go see his sister, Lady Pencil, and that this time the invitation should come to her straight. The mystery about that other one had never been explained. Caspar Goodwood came at last to Palazzo Roccanera. He had written Isabel a note beforehand to ask leave. This was promptly granted. She would be at home at 6 o'clock that afternoon. She spent the day wondering what he was coming for, what good he expected to get out of it. He had presented himself hitherto as a person destitute of the faculty of compromise, who would take what he had asked for, or take nothing. Isabel's hospitality, however, raised no questions, and she found no great difficulty in appearing happy enough to deceive him. It was her conviction, at least, that she deceived him, made him say to himself that he had been misinformed. But she also saw, so she believed, that he was not disappointed, as some other men, she was sure, would have been. He had not come to Rome to look for an opportunity. She never found out what he had come for. He offered her no explanation. There could be none but the very simple one that he wanted to see her. In other words, he had come for his amusement. Isabel followed up this induction with a good deal of eagerness, and was delighted to have found a formula that would lay the ghost of this gentleman's ancient grievance. If he had come to Rome for his amusement, this was exactly what she wanted, for if he cared for amusement, he had got over his heartache. If he had got over his heartache, everything was as it should be, and her responsibilities were at an end. It was true that he took his recreation a little stiffly, but he had never been loose and easy, and she had every reason to believe he was satisfied with what he saw. Henrietta was not in his confidence, though he was in hers, and Isabel consequently received no sidelight upon his state of mind. He was open to little conversation on general topics. It came back to her that she had said of him once, years before, "Mr. Goodwood speaks a great deal, but he doesn't talk." He spoke a good deal now, but he talked perhaps as little as ever, considering that is how much there was in Rome to talk about. His arrival was not calculated to simplify her relations with her husband, for if Mr. Osmond didn't like her friends, Mr. Goodwood had no claim upon his attention, save as having been one of the first of them. There was nothing for her to say of him but that he was the very oldest. This rather meagre synthesis exhausted the facts. She had been obliged to introduce him to Gilbert. It was impossible she should not ask him to dinner, to her Thursday evenings, of which she had grown very weary, but to which her husband still held, for the sake not so much of inviting people as of not inviting them. To the Thursdays Mr. Goodwood came regularly, solemnly, rather early. He appeared to regard them with a good deal of gravity. Isabel every now and then had a moment of anger. There was something so literal about him. She thought he might know that she didn't know what to do with him. But she couldn't call him stupid. He was not that in the least. He was only extraordinarily honest. To be as honest as that made a man very different from most people. One had to be almost equally honest with him. She made this latter reflection at the very time she was flattering herself she had persuaded him that she was the most light-hearted of women. He never threw any doubt on this point, never asked her any personal questions. He had got on much better with Osmond than had seemed probable. Osmond had a great dislike to being counted on. In such a case he had an irresistible need of disappointing you. It was in virtue of this principle that he gave himself the entertainment of taking a fancy to a perpendicular Bostonian whom he had been depended upon to treat with coldness. He asked Isabel if Mr. Goodwood also had wanted to marry her, and expressed surprise at her not having accepted him. It would have been an excellent thing, like living under some tall belfry which would strike all hours and make a queer vibration in the upper air. He declared he liked to talk with the great Goodwood. It wasn't easy at first. You had to climb up an interminable steep staircase up to the top of the tower. But when you got there, you had a big view and felt a little fresh breeze. Osmond, as we know, had delightful qualities, and he gave to Caspar Goodwood the benefit of them all. Isabel could see that Mr. Goodwood thought better of her husband than he had ever wished to. He had given her the impression that morning in Florence of being inaccessible to a good impression. Gilbert asked him repeatedly to dinner, and Mr. Goodwood smoked a cigar with him afterwards, and even desired to be shown his collections. Gilbert said to Isabel that he was very original. He was as strong and of as good a style as an English portmanteau. He had plenty of straps and buckles which would never wear out, and a capital patent lock. Caspar Goodwood took to riding on the Campagna, and devoted much time to this exercise. It was therefore mainly in the evening that Isabel saw him. She bethought herself of saying to him one day that if he were willing he could render her a service. And then she added, smiling, "I don't know, however, what right I have to ask a service of you." "You're the person in the world who has most right," he answered. "I've given you assurances that I've never given anyone else." The service was that he should go and see her cousin Ralph, who was ill at the Hôtel de Paris, alone, and be as kind to him as possible. Mr. Goodwood had never seen him, but he would know who the poor fellow was. If she was not mistaken, Ralph had once invited him to Garden Court. Caspar remembered the invitation perfectly, and, though he was not supposed to be a man of imagination, had enough to put himself in the place of a poor gentleman who lay dying at a Roman inn. He called at the Hôtel de Paris, and on being shown into the presence of the master of Gardencourt, found Miss Stackpole sitting beside his sofa. A singular change had in fact occurred in this lady's relations with Ralph Touchett. She had not been asked by Isabel to go and see him, but on hearing that he was too ill to come out, had immediately gone of her own motion. After this she had paid him a daily visit, always under the conviction that they were great enemies. "Oh, yes, we're intimate enemies," Ralph used to say, and he accused her freely, as freely as the humour of it would allow, of coming to worry him to death. In reality, they became excellent friends, Henrietta much wondering that she should never have liked him before. Ralph liked her exactly as much as he had always done. He had never doubted for a moment that she was an excellent fellow. They talked about everything and always differed, about everything, that is, but Isabel, a topic as to which Ralph always had a thin forefinger on his lips. Mr. Bantling, on the other hand, proved a great resource. Ralph was capable of discussing Mr. Bantling with Henrietta for hours. Discussion was stimulated, of course, by their inevitable difference of view. Ralph, having amused himself with taking the ground that the genial ex-guardsman was a regular Machiavelli. Caspar Goodwood could contribute nothing to such a debate, but after he had been left alone with his host, he found there were various other matters they could take up. It must be admitted that the lady who had just gone out was not one of these. Caspar granted all Miss Stackpole's merits in advance, but had no further remark to make about her. Neither, after the first allusions, did the two men expatiate upon Mrs. Osmond, a theme in which Goodwood perceived as many dangers as Ralph. He felt very sorry for that unclassable personage. He couldn't bear to see a pleasant man, so pleasant for all his queerness, so beyond anything to be done. There was always something to be done, for Goodwood, and he did it in this case by repeating several times his visit to the Hôtel de Paris. It seemed to Isabel that she had been very clever. She had artfully disposed of the superfluous Caspar. She had given him an occupation. She had converted him into a caretaker of Ralph. She had a plan of making him travel northward with her cousin as soon as the first mild weather should allow it. Lord Warburton had brought Ralph to Rome, and Mr. Goodwood should take him away. There seemed a happy symmetry in this, and she was now intensely eager that Ralph should depart. She had a constant fear that he would die there before her eyes, and a horror of the occurrence of this event at an inn, by her door, which he had so rarely entered. Ralph must sink to his last rest in his own dear house, in one of those deep, dim chambers of Garden Court, where the dark ivy would cluster round the edges of the glimmering window. There seemed to Isabel in these days something sacred in Garden Court. No chapter of the past was more perfectly irrecoverable. When she thought of the months she had spent there, the tears rose to her eyes. She flattered herself, as I say, upon her ingenuity. But she had need of all she could muster, for several events occurred which seemed to confront and defy her. The Countess Gemini arrived from Florence, arrived with her trunks, her dresses, her chatter, her falsehoods, her frivolity, the strange, unholy legend of the number of her lovers. Edward Rosier, who had been away somewhere, no one, not even Pansy, knew where, reappeared in Rome and began to write her long letters, which she never answered. Madame Merle returned from Naples and said to her with a strange smile, "What on earth did you do with Lord Warburton?" As if it were any business of hers. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One day toward the end of February, Ralph Touchett made up his mind to return to England. He had his own reasons for this decision, which he was not bound to communicate. But Henrietta Stackpole, to whom he mentioned his intention, flattered herself that she guessed them. She forbore to express them, however. She only said after a moment as she sat by his sofa, "I suppose you know you can't go alone." "I've no idea of doing that," Ralph answered. "I shall have people with me." "What do you mean by people? Servants whom you pay?" "Ah," said Ralph jocosely, "after all, they're human beings." "Are there any women among them?" Miss Stackpole desired to know. "You speak as if I had a dozen. No, I confess I haven't a soubrette in my employment." "Well," said Henrietta calmly, "you can't go to England that way. You must have a woman's care." "I've had so much of yours for the past fortnight that it will last me a good while." "You've not had enough of it yet. I guess I'll go with you," said Henrietta. "Go with me?" Ralph slowly raised himself from his sofa. "Yes, I know you don't like me, but I'll go with you all the same. It would be better for your health to lie down again." Ralph looked at her a little. Then he slowly relapsed. "I like you very much," he said in a moment. Miss Stackpole gave one of her infrequent laughs. "You needn't think by saying that you can buy me off. I'll go with you, and what is more, I'll take care of you." "You're a very good woman," said Ralph. "Wait till I get you safely home before you say that. It won't be easy, but you had better go all the same." Before she left him, Ralph said to her, "Do you really mean to take care of me?" "Well, I mean to try." "I notify you then that I submit. Oh, I submit." And it was perhaps a sign of submission that a few minutes after she had left him alone, he burst into a loud fit of laughter. It seemed to him so inconsequent, such a conclusive proof of his having abdicated all functions and renounced all exercise, that he should start on a journey across Europe under the supervision of Miss Stackpole. And the great oddity was that the prospect pleased him. He was gratefully, luxuriously passive. He felt even impatient to start, and indeed he had an immense longing to see his own house again. The end of everything was at hand. It seemed to him he could stretch out his arm and touch the goal. But he wanted to die at home. It was the only wish he had left, to extend himself in the large, quiet room where he had last seen his father lie, and close his eyes upon the summer dawn. That same day Caspar Goodwood came to see him, and he informed his visitor that Miss Stackpole had taken him up and was to conduct him back to England. "Ah, then," said Caspar, "I'm afraid I shall be a fifth wheel to the coach. Mrs. Osmond has made me promise to go with you." "Good heavens! It's the golden age. You're all too kind." "The kindness on my part is to her. It's hardly to you." "Granting that, she's kind," smiled Ralph. "To get people to go with you? Yes, that's a sort of kindness," Goodwood answered without lending himself to the joke. "For myself, however," he added, "I'll go so far as to say that I would much rather travel with you and Miss Stackpole than with Miss Stackpole alone." "And you'd rather stay here than do either," said Ralph. "There's really no need of your coming. Henrietta's extraordinarily efficient." "I'm sure of that, but I've promised Mrs. Osmond." "You can easily get her to let you off." "She wouldn't let me off for the world. She wants me to look after you, but that isn't the principal thing. The principal thing is that she wants me to leave Rome." "Oh, you see too much in it," Ralph suggested. "I bore her," Goodwood went on. "She has nothing to say to me, so she invented that." "Oh, then, if it's a convenience to her, I certainly will take you with me. Though I don't see why it should be a convenience," Ralph added in a moment. "Well," said Caspar Goodwood simply, "she thinks I'm watching her." "Watching her?" "Trying to make out if she's happy." "That's easy to make out," said Ralph. "She's the most visibly happy woman I know." "Exactly so. I'm satisfied," Goodwood answered dryly. For all his dryness, however, he had more to say. "I've been watching her. I was an old friend, and it seemed to me I had the right. She pretends to be happy. That was what she undertook to be, and I thought I should like to see for myself what it amounts to. I've seen," he continued with a harsh ring in his voice, "and I don't want to see any more. I'm now quite ready to go." "Do you know, it strikes me as about time you should," Ralph rejoined. And this was the only conversation these gentlemen had about Isabel Osmond. Henrietta made her preparations for departure, and among them she found it proper to say a few words to the Countess Gemini, who returned at Miss Stackpole's pension the visit which this lady had paid her in Florence. "You were very wrong about Lord Warburton," she remarked to the Countess. "I think it right you should know that." "About his making love to Isabel? My poor lady, he was at her house 3 times a day. He has left traces of his passage," the Countess cried. "He wished to marry your niece. That's why he came to the house." The Countess stared, and then, with an inconsiderate laugh, "Is that the story that Isabel tells? It isn't bad, as such things go. If he wishes to marry my niece, pray why doesn't he do it? Perhaps he has gone to buy the wedding ring, and will come back with it next month, after I'm gone." "No, he'll not come back. Miss Osmond doesn't wish to marry him." "She's very accommodating. I knew she was fond of Isabel, but I didn't know she carried it so far." "I don't understand you," said Henrietta coldly, and reflecting that the Countess was unpleasantly perverse. "I really must stick to my point, that Isabel never encouraged the attentions of Lord Warburton." "My dear friend, what do you and I know about it? All we know is that my brother's capable of everything." "I don't know what your brother's capable of," said Henrietta with dignity. "It's not her encouraging Warburton that I complain of. It's her sending him away. I want particularly to see him. Do you suppose she thought I would make him faithless?" the Countess continued with audacious insistence. "However, she's only keeping him. One can feel that. The house is full of him there. He's quite in the air. Oh, yes, he has left traces. I'm sure I shall see him yet." "Well," said Henrietta after a little, with one of those inspirations which had made the fortune of her letters to the interviewer, Perhaps he'll be more successful with you than with Isabel." When she told her friend of the offer she had made Ralph, Isabel replied that she could have done nothing that would have pleased her more. It had always been her faith that at bottom Ralph and this young woman were made to understand each other. "I don't care whether he understands me or not," Henrietta declared. "The great thing is that he shouldn't die in the cars." "He won't do that," Isabel said, shaking her head with an extension of faith. "He won't if I can help it. I see you want us all to go. I don't know what you want to do." "I want to be alone," said Isabel. "You won't be that so long as you've so much company at home." "Ah, they're part of the comedy. You others are spectators." "Do you call it a comedy, Isabel Archer?" Henrietta rather grimly asked. "The tragedy, then, if you like. You're all looking at me. It makes me uncomfortable." Henrietta engaged in this act for a while. "You're like the stricken deer, seeking the innermost shade. Oh, you do give me such a sense of helplessness!" she broke out. "I'm not at all helpless. There are many things I mean to do." "It's not you I'm speaking of. It's myself. It's too much having come on purpose to leave you just as I find you." "You don't do that. You leave me much refreshed," Isabel said. "Very mild refreshment. Sour lemonade." "I want you to promise me something." "I can't do that. I shall never make another promise. I made such a solemn one 4 years ago, and I've succeeded so ill in keeping it." "You've had no encouragement. In this case I should give you the greatest. Leave your husband before the worst comes. That's what I want you to promise." "The worst? What do you call the worst?" "Before your character gets spoiled." "Do you mean my disposition? It won't get spoiled," Isabel answered, smiling. "I'm taking very good care of it. I'm extremely struck," she added, turning away, "with the offhand way in which you speak of a woman's leaving her husband. It's easy to see you've never had one." "Well," said Henrietta, as if she were beginning an argument, "nothing is more common in our western cities, and it's to them, after all, that we must look in the future." Her argument, however, does not concern this history, which has too many other threads to unwind. She announced to Ralph Touchett that she was ready to leave Rome by any train he might designate, and Ralph immediately pulled himself together for departure. Isabel went to see him at the last, and he made the same remark that Henrietta had made. It struck him that Isabel was uncommonly glad to get rid of them all. For all answer to this, she gently laid her hand on his, and said in a low tone, with a quick smile, "My dear Ralph." It was answer enough, and he was quite contented. But he went on in the same way, jocosely, ingenuously. "I've seen less of you than I might, but it's better than nothing. And then I've heard a great deal about you." "I don't know from whom, leading the life you've done." "From the voices of the air." "Oh, from no one else. I never let other people speak of you. They always say you're charming, and that's so flat." "I might have seen more of you, certainly," Isabel said. "But when one's married one has so much occupation." "Fortunately, I'm not married. When you come to see me in England I shall be able to entertain you with all the freedom of a bachelor." He continued to talk as if they should certainly meet again, and succeeded in making the assumption appear almost just. He made no allusion to his term being near, to the probability that he should not outlast the summer. If he preferred it so, Isabel was willing enough. The reality was sufficiently distinct without their erecting finger-posts in conversation. That had been well enough for the earlier time, though about this, as about his other affairs, Ralph had never been egotistic. Isabel spoke of his journey, of the stages into which he should divide it, of the precautions he should take. "Henrietta's my greatest precaution," he went on. "The conscience of that woman's sublime." "Certainly she'll be very conscientious." "Will be. She has been. It's only because she thinks it's her duty that she goes with me. There's a conception of duty for you." "Yes, it's a generous one," said Isabel, "and it makes me deeply ashamed. I ought to go with you, you know." "Your husband wouldn't like that." "No, he wouldn't like it. But I might go all the same."
I'm startled by the boldness of your imagination. Fancy my being a cause of disagreement between a lady and her husband."
"That's why I don't go," said Isabel simply, yet not very lucidly. Ralph understood well enough, however.
"I should think so, with all those occupations you speak of."
"It isn't that. I'm afraid," said Isabel. After a pause she repeated, as if to make herself rather than him hear the words. "I'm afraid." Ralph could hardly tell what her tone meant. It was so strangely deliberate, apparently so void of emotion. Did she wish to do public penance for a fault of which she had not been convicted? Or were her words simply an attempt at enlightened self-analysis? However this might be, Ralph could not resist so easy an opportunity.
"Afraid of your husband?"
"Afraid of myself," she said, getting up. She stood there a moment, and then added, "If I were afraid of my husband, that would be simply my duty. That's what women are expected to be."
"Ah, yes," laughed Ralph. "But to make up for it, there's always some man awfully afraid of some woman."
She gave no heed to this pleasantry, but suddenly took a different turn. "With Henrietta at the head of your little band," she exclaimed abruptly, "there will be nothing left for Mr. Goodwood."
"Ah, my dear Isabel," Ralph answered, "he's used to that. There is nothing left for Mr. Goodwood."
She coloured and then observed quickly that she must leave him. They stood together a moment. Both her hands were in both of his. "You've been my best friend," she said.
"It was for you that I wanted to live. But I'm of no use to you."
Then it came over her more poignantly that she should not see him again. She could not accept that. She could not part with him that way. "If you should send for me, I'd come," she said at last.
"Your husband won't consent to that."
"Oh, yes, I can arrange it."
"I shall keep that for my last pleasure," said Ralph.
In answer to which, she simply kissed him. It was a Thursday, and that evening Caspar Goodwood came to Palazzo Roccanera. He was among the first to arrive, and he spent some time in conversation with Gilbert Osmond, who almost always was present when his wife received. They sat down together, and Osmond, talkative, communicative, expansive, seemed possessed with a kind of intellectual gaiety. He leaned back with his legs crossed, lounging and chatting, while Goodwood, more restless but not at all lively, shifted his position, played with his hat, made the little sofa creak beneath him. Osmond's face wore a sharp, aggressive smile. He was as a man whose perceptions have been quickened by good news. He remarked to Goodwood that he was sorry they were to lose him. He himself should particularly miss him. He saw so few intelligent men, they were surprisingly scarce in Rome. He must be sure to come back. There was something very refreshing, to an inveterate Italian like himself, in talking with a genuine outsider.
"I'm very fond of Rome, you know," Osmond said. "But there's nothing I like better than to meet people who haven't that superstition. The modern world's after all very fine. Now you're thoroughly modern and yet are not at all common. So many of the moderns we see are such very poor stuff. If they're the children of the future, we're willing to die young. Of course the ancients too are often very tiresome. My wife and I like everything that's really new, not the mere pretence of it. There's nothing new, unfortunately, in ignorance and stupidity. We see plenty of that in forms that offer themselves as a revelation of progress, of light. A revelation of vulgarity. There's a certain kind of vulgarity which I believe is really new. I don't think there ever was anything like it before. Indeed, I don't find vulgarity at all before the present century. You see a faint menace of it here and there in the last, but today the air has grown so dense that delicate things are literally not recognized. Now, we've liked you." With which he hesitated a moment, laying his hand gently on Goodwood's knee and smiling with a mixture of assurance and embarrassment. "I'm going to say something extremely offensive and patronizing, but you must let me have the satisfaction of it. We've liked you because you've reconciled us a little to the future. If there are to be a certain number of people like you, à la bonne heure. I'm talking for my wife as well as for myself, you see. She speaks for me, my wife. Why shouldn't I speak for her? We're as united, you know, as the candlestick and the snuffers. Am I assuming too much when I say that I think I've understood from you that your occupations have been, commercial? There's a danger in that, you know, but it's the way you have escaped that strikes us. Excuse me if my little compliment seems in execrable taste. Fortunately, my wife doesn't hear me. What I mean is that you might have been, what I was mentioning just now. The whole American world was in a conspiracy to make you so, but you resisted. You've something about you that saved you. And yet you're so modern, the most modern man we know. We shall always be delighted to see you again. I have said that Osmond was in good humour, and these remarks will give ample evidence of the fact. They were infinitely more personal than he usually cared to be, and if Caspar Goodwood had attended to them more closely, he might have thought that the defence of delicacy was in rather odd hands. We may believe, however, that Osmond knew very well what he was about, and that if he chose to use the tone of patronage with a grossness not in his habits, he had an excellent reason for the escapade. Goodwood had only a vague sense that he was laying it on somehow. He scarcely knew where the mixture was applied. Indeed, he scarcely knew what Osmond was talking about. He wanted to be alone with Isabel, and that idea spoke louder to him than her husband's perfectly pitched voice. He watched her talking with other people, and wondered when she would be at liberty, and whether he might ask her to go into one of the other rooms. His humour was not, like Osmond's, of the best. There was an element of dull rage in his consciousness of things. Up to this time he had not disliked Osmond personally. He had only thought him very well informed and obliging, and more than he had supposed like the person whom Isabel Archer would naturally marry. His host had won in the open field a great advantage over him, and Goodwood had too strong a sense of fair play to have been moved to underrate him on that account. He had not tried positively to think well of him. This was a flight of sentimental benevolence of which, even in the days when he came nearest to reconciling himself to what had happened, Goodwood was quite incapable. He accepted him as a rather brilliant personage of the amateurish kind, afflicted with a redundancy of leisure which it amused him to work off in little refinements of conversation. But he only half trusted him. He could never make out why the deuce Osmond should lavish refinements of any sort upon him. It made him suspect that he had found some private entertainment in it, and it ministered to a general impression that his triumphant rival had in his composition a streak of perversity. He knew indeed that Osmond could have no reason to wish him evil. He had nothing to fear from him. He had carried off a supreme advantage and could afford to be kind to a man who had lost everything. It was true that Goodwood had at times grimly wished he were dead and would have liked to kill him. But Osmond had no means of knowing this, for practice had made the younger man perfect in the art of appearing inaccessible to-day to any violent emotion. He cultivated this art in order to deceive himself, but it was others that he deceived first. He cultivated it, moreover, with very limited success, of which there could be no better proof than the deep, dumb irritation that reigned in his soul when he heard Osmond speak of his wife's feelings, as if he were commissioned to answer for them. That was all he had had an ear for in what his host said to him this evening. He had been conscious that Osmond made more of a point even than usual of referring to the conjugal harmony prevailing at Palazzo Roccanera. He had been more careful than ever to speak as if he and his wife had all things in sweet community, and it were as natural to each of them to say we as to say I. In all this there was an air of intention that had puzzled and angered our poor Bostonian, who could only reflect for his comfort that Mrs. Osmond's relations with her husband were none of his business. He had no proof whatever that her husband misrepresented her, and if he judged her by the surface of things, was bound to believe that she liked her life. She had never given him the faintest sign of discontent. Miss Stackpole had told him that she had lost her illusions, but writing for the papers had made Miss Stackpole sensational. She was too fond of early news. Moreover, since her arrival in Rome, she had been much on her guard. She had pretty well ceased to flash her lantern at him. This, indeed, it may be said for her, would have been quite against her conscience. She had now seen the reality of Isabel's situation,
and it had inspired her with a just reserve. Whatever could be done to improve it, the most useful form of assistance would not be to inflame her former lovers with a sense of her wrongs. Miss Stackpole continued to take a deep interest in the state of Mr. Goodwood's feelings, but she showed it at present only by sending him choice extracts, humorous and other, from the American journals, of which she received several by every post, and which she always perused with a pair of scissors in hand. The articles she cut out she placed in an envelope addressed to Mr. Goodwood, which she left with her own hand at his hotel. He never asked her a question about Isabel. Hadn't he come 5,000 miles to see for himself? He was thus not in the least authorized to think Mrs. Osmond unhappy. But the very absence of authorization operated as an irritant, ministered to the harshness with which, in spite of his theory that he had ceased to care, he now recognized that, so far as she was concerned, the future had nothing more for him. He had not even the satisfaction of knowing the truth. Apparently he could not even be trusted to respect her if she were unhappy. He was hopeless, helpless, useless. To this last character she had called his attention by her ingenious plan for making him leave Rome. He had no objection whatever to doing what he could for her cousin, but it made him grind his teeth to think that all of the services she might have asked of him, this was the one she had been eager to select. There had been no danger of her choosing one that would have kept him in Rome. Tonight, what he was chiefly thinking of was that he was to leave her tomorrow, and that he had gained nothing by coming, but the knowledge that he was as little wanted as ever. About herself he had gained no knowledge. She was imperturbable, inscrutable, impenetrable. He felt the old bitterness, which he had tried so hard to swallow, rise again in his throat, and he knew there are disappointments that last as long as life. Osmond went on talking. Goodwood was vaguely aware that he was touching again upon his perfect intimacy with his wife. It seemed to him for a moment that the man had a kind of demonic imagination. It was impossible that without malice he should have selected so unusual a topic. But what did it matter, after all, whether he were demonic or not, and whether she loved him or hated him? She might hate him to the death, without one's gaining a straw oneself. "You travel, by the by, with Ralph Touchett," Osmond said. "I suppose that means you'll move slowly?" "I don't know. I shall do just as he likes." "You're very accommodating. We're immensely obliged to you. You must really let me say it. My wife has probably expressed to you what we feel. Touchett has been on our minds all winter. It has looked more than once as if he would never leave Rome. He ought never to have come. It's worse than an imprudence for people in that state to travel. It's a kind of indelicacy. I wouldn't for the world be under such an obligation to Touchett as he has been to my wife and me. Other people inevitably have to look after him, and everyone isn't as generous as you." "I've nothing else to do," Caspar said dryly. Osmond looked at him a moment askance. "You ought to marry, and then you'd have plenty to do. It's true that in your case that you wouldn't be quite so available for deeds of mercy." "Do you find that as a married man you're so much occupied?" the young man mechanically asked. "Ah, you see, being married's in itself an occupation. It isn't always active, it's often passive, but that takes even more attention. Then my wife and I do so many things together. We read, we study, we make music, we walk, we drive. We talk, even, as when we first knew each other. I delight to this hour in my wife's conversation. If you're ever bored, take my advice and get married. Your wife, indeed, may bore you in that case, but you'll never bore yourself. You'll always have something to say to yourself, always have a subject of reflection." "I'm not bored," said Goodwood. "I've plenty to think about and to say to myself." "More than to say to others?" Osmond exclaimed with a light laugh. "Where shall you go next? I mean after you've consigned Touchett to his natural caretakers. I believe his mother's at last coming back to look after him. That little lady's superb. She neglects her duties with a finish. Perhaps you'll spend the summer in England?" "I don't know. I've no plans." "Happy man. That's a little bleak, but it's very free." "Oh, yes. I'm very free." "Free to come back to Rome, I hope," said Osmond as he saw a group of new visitors enter the room. "Remember that when you do come we count on you." Goodwood had meant to go away early, But the evening elapsed without his having a chance to speak to Isabel, otherwise than as one of several associated interlocutors. There was something perverse in the inveteracy with which she avoided him. His unquenchable rancour discovered an intention where there was certainly no appearance of one. There was absolutely no appearance of one. She met his eyes with her clear, hospitable smile, which seemed almost to ask that he would come and help her to entertain some of her visitors. To such suggestions, however, he opposed but a stiff impatience. He wandered about and waited, he talked to the few people he knew, who found him for the first time rather self-contradictory. This was indeed rare with Caspar Goodwood, though he often contradicted others. There was often music at Palazzo Roccanera, and it was usually very good. Under cover of the music he managed to contain himself, but toward the end, when he saw the people beginning to go, he drew near to Isabel and asked her in a low tone if he might speak to her in one of the other rooms, which he had just assured himself was empty. She smiled as if she wished to oblige him, but found herself absolutely prevented. "I'm afraid it's impossible. People are saying good night, and I must be where they can see me."
"I shall wait till they are all gone, then."
She hesitated a moment. "Oh, that will be delightful," she exclaimed. And he waited, though it took a long time yet. There were several people at the end who seemed tethered to the carpet. The Countess Gemini, who was never herself till midnight, as she said, displayed no consciousness that the entertainment was over. She had still a little circle of gentlemen in front of the fire, who every now and then broke into a united laugh. Osmond had disappeared. He never bade good-bye to people, and as the Countess was extending her range, according to her custom at this period of the evening, Isabel had sent Pansy to bed. Isabel sat a little apart. She too appeared to wish her sister-in-law would sound a lower note and let the last loiterers depart in peace.
"May I not say a word to you now?"
Goodwood presently asked her. She got up immediately, smiling. "Certainly. We'll go somewhere else if you like." They went together, leaving the Countess with her little circle. And for a moment, after they had crossed the threshold, neither of them spoke. Isabel would not sit down. She stood in the middle of the room, slowly fanning herself. She had for him the same familiar grace. She seemed to wait for him to speak. Now that he was alone with her, all the passion he had never stifled surged into his senses. It hummed in his eyes and made things swim round him. The bright, empty room grew dim and blurred, and through the heaving veil he felt her hover before him with gleaming eyes and parted lips. If he had seen more distinctly, he would have perceived her smile was fixed and a trifle forced, that she was frightened at what she saw in his own face. "I suppose you wish to bid me good-bye?" she said.
"Yes, but I don't like it. I don't want to leave Rome,"
he answered with almost plaintive honesty. "I can well imagine. It's wonderfully good of you. I can't tell you how kind I think you." For a moment more he said nothing.
"With a few words like that you make me go."
"You must come back some day," she brightly returned.
"Some day? You mean as long a time hence as possible."
"Oh no, I don't mean all that."
"What do you mean? I don't understand."
"But I said I'd go, and I'll go," Goodwood added. "Come back whenever you like," said Isabel with attempted lightness.
"I don't care a straw for your cousin,"
Caspar broke out. "Is that what you wished to tell me?"
No. No, I didn't want to tell you anything. I wanted to ask you—"
He paused a moment, and then,
"What have you really made of your life?"
he said in a low, quick tone. He paused again, as if for an answer, but she said nothing, and he went on.
"I can't understand. I can't penetrate you. What am I to believe? What do you want me to think?"
Still she said nothing. She only stood looking at him, now quite without pretending to ease.
"I'm told you're unhappy, and if you are I should like to know it. That would be something for me. But you say yourself that you're happy, and you're somehow so still, so smooth, so hard. You're completely changed. You conceal everything. I haven't really come near you."
"You come very near." Isabel said gently, in a tone of warning. "And yet I don't touch you. I want to know the truth. Have you done well?" "You ask a great deal." "Yes, I've always asked a great deal. Of course you won't tell me. I shall never know if you can help it. And then, it's none of my business." He had spoken with a visible effort to control himself, to give a considerate form to an inconsiderate state of mind. But the sense that it was his last chance, that he loved her and had lost her, that she would think him a fool whatever he should say, suddenly gave him a lash and added a deep vibration to his low voice. "You're perfectly inscrutable, and that's what makes me think you've something to hide. I tell you I don't care a straw for your cousin, but I don't mean that I don't like him. I mean that it isn't because I like him that I go away with him. I'd go if he were an idiot and you should have asked me. If you should ask me, I'd go to Siberia tomorrow. Why do you want me to leave the place? You must have some reason for that. If you were as contented as you pretend you are, you wouldn't care. I'd rather know the truth about you, even if it's damnable, than have come here for nothing. That isn't what I came for. I thought I shouldn't care. I came because I wanted to assure myself that I needn't think of you anymore. I haven't thought of anything else. And you're quite right to wish me to go away. But if I must go, there's no harm in my letting myself out for a single moment, is there? If you're really hurt, if he hurts you, nothing I say will hurt you. When I tell you I love you, it's simply what I came for. I thought it was for something else, but it was for that. I shouldn't say it if I didn't believe I should never see you again. It's the last time. Let me pluck a single flower. I've no right to say that, I know, and you've no right to listen. But you don't listen. You never listen. You're always thinking of something else. After this I must go, of course, so I shall at least have a reason. Your asking me is no reason, not a real one. I can't judge by your husband," he went on irrelevantly, almost incoherently. "I don't understand him. He tells me you adore each other. Why does he tell me that? What business is it of mine? When I say that to you, you look strange. But you always look strange. Yes, you've something to hide. It's none of my business, very true. But I love you," said Caspar Goodwood. As he said, she looked strange. She turned her eyes to the door by which they had entered, and raised her fan as if in warning. "You've behaved so well. Don't spoil it," she uttered softly. "No one hears me. It's wonderful what you tried to put me off with. I love you as I've never loved you." "I know it. I knew it as soon as you consented to go." "You can't help it. Of course not. You would if you could, but you can't, unfortunately. Unfortunately for me, I mean. I ask nothing. Nothing, that is, I shouldn't. But I do ask one sole satisfaction. That you tell me. That you tell me." "That I tell you what?" "Whether I may pity you." "Should you like that?" Isabel asked, trying to smile again. "To pity you? Most assuredly. That at least would be doing something. I'd give my life to it." She raised her fan to her face, which it covered all except her eyes. They rested a moment on his. "Don't give your life to it, but give a thought to it every now and then." And with that, she went back to the Countess Gemini. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Merle had not made her appearance at Palazzo Roccanera on the evening of that Thursday of which I have narrated some of the incidents, and Isabel, though she observed her absence, was not surprised by it. Things had passed between them which added no stimulus to sociability, and to appreciate which we must glance a little backward. It has been mentioned that Madame Merle returned from Naples shortly after Lord Warburton had left Rome, and that on her first meeting with Isabel, whom, to do her justice, she came immediately to see, her first utterance had been an inquiry as to the whereabouts of this nobleman, for whom she appeared to hold her dear friend accountable. "Please don't talk of him," said Isabel for answer. "We've heard so much of him of late." Madame Merle bent her head on one side a little, protestingly, and smiled at the left corner of her mouth. "You've heard, yes. But you must remember that I've not, in Naples. I hoped to find him here and to be able to congratulate Pansy." "You may congratulate Pansy still, but not on marrying Lord Warburton." "How you say that? Don't you know I had set my heart on it?" Madame Merle asked with a great deal of spirit, but still with the intonation of good humour. Isabel was discomposed, but she was determined to be good-humoured too. "You shouldn't have gone to Naples, then. You should have stayed here to watch the affair." "I had too much confidence in you. But do you think it's too late?" "You had better ask Pansy," said Isabel. "I shall ask her what you've said to her." These words seemed to justify the impulse of self-defence aroused on Isabel's part by her perceiving that her visitor's attitude was a critical one. Madame Merle, as we know, had been very discreet hitherto. She had never criticised, she had been markedly afraid of intermeddling. But apparently she had only reserved herself for this occasion, since she now had a dangerous quickness in her eye and an air of irritation which even her admirable ease was not able to transmute. She had suffered a disappointment which excited Isabel's surprise, our heroine having no knowledge of her zealous interest in Pansy's marriage, and she betrayed it in a manner which quickened Mrs. Osmond's alarm. More clearly than ever before, Isabel heard a cold, mocking voice proceed from she knew not where, in the dim void that surrounded her, and declare that this bright, strong, definite, worldly woman, this incarnation of the practical, the personal, the immediate, was a powerful agent in her destiny. She was nearer to her than Isabel had yet discovered, and her nearness was not the charming accident she had so long supposed. The sense of accident, indeed, had died within her that day when she happened to be struck with the manner in which the wonderful lady and her own husband sat together in private. No definite suspicion had as yet taken its place, but it was enough to make her view this friend with a different eye, to have been led to reflect that there was more intention in her past behaviour than she had allowed for at the time. Ah, yes, there had been intention. There had been intention, Isabel said to herself, and she seemed to wake from a long, pernicious dream. What was it that brought home to her that Madame Merle's intention had not been good? Nothing but the mistrust which had lately taken body, and which married itself now to the fruitful wonder produced by her visitor's challenge on behalf of poor Pansy. There was something in this challenge which had at the very outset excited an answering defiance, a nameless vitality which she could see to have been absent from her friend's professions of delicacy and caution. Madame Merle had been unwilling to interfere, certainly, but only so long as there was nothing to interfere with. It will perhaps seem to the reader that Isabel went fast in casting doubt, on mere suspicion, on a sincerity proved by several years of good offices. She moved quickly indeed, and with reason, for a strange truth was filtering into her soul. Madame Merle's interest was identical with Osmond's. That was enough. "I think Pansy will tell you nothing that will make you more angry," she said, in answer to her companion's last remark. "I'm not in the least angry. I've only a great desire to retrieve the situation. Do you consider that Warburton has left us forever?" "I can't tell you. I don't understand you. It's all over. Please let it rest. Osmond has talked to me a great deal about it, and I've nothing more to say or to hear. I've no doubt," Isabel added, "that he'll be very happy to discuss the subject with you." "I know what he thinks. He came to see me last evening." "As soon as you had arrived? Then you know all about it, and you needn't apply to me for information." "It isn't information I want. At bottom, it's sympathy. I had set my heart on that marriage. The idea did what so few things do. It satisfied the imagination. Your imagination, yes, but not that of the persons concerned. You mean by that, of course, that I'm not concerned. Of course not directly. But when one's such an old friend, one can't help having something at stake. You forget how long I've known Pansy. You mean, of course, Madame Merle added, that you are one of the persons concerned. No, that's the last thing I mean. I'm very weary of it all. Madame Merle hesitated a little. Ah, yes, your work's done. Take care what you say, said Isabel very gravely. Oh, I take care, never perhaps more than when it appears least. Your husband judges you severely. Isabel made for a moment no answer to this. She felt choked with bitterness. It was not the insolence of Madame Merle's informing her that Osmond had been taking her into his confidence as against his wife that struck her most, for she was not quick to believe that this was meant for insolence. Madame Merle was very rarely insolent, and only when it was exactly right. It was not right now, or at least it was not right yet. What touched Isabel like a drop of corrosive acid upon an opened wound was the knowledge that Osmond dishonoured her in his words as well as in his thoughts. "Should you like to know how I judge him?" she asked at last. "No, because you'd never tell me, and it would be painful for me to know." There was a pause, and for the first time since she had known her, Isabel thought Madame Merle disagreeable. She wished she would leave her. "Remember how attractive Pansy is, and don't despair," she said abruptly, with a desire that this should close their interview. But Madame Merle's expansive presence underwent no contraction. She only gathered her mantle about her and, with the movement, scattered upon the air a faint, agreeable fragrance. "I don't despair. I feel encouraged. And I didn't come to scold you. I came, if possible, to learn the truth. I know you'll tell it if I ask you. It's an immense blessing with you that one can count upon that. No, you won't believe what a comfort I take in it." "What truth do you speak of?" Isabel asked, wondering. "Just this. Whether Lord Warburton changed his mind quite of his own movement, or because you recommended it. To please himself, I mean, or to please you. Think of the confidence I must still have in you, in spite of having lost a little of it," Madame Merle continued with a smile, "to ask such a question as that." She sat looking at her friend, to judge the effect of her words, and then went on. "Now don't be heroic. Don't be unreasonable. Don't take offence. It seems to me I do you an honour in speaking so. I don't know another woman to whom I would do it. I haven't the least idea that any other woman would tell me the truth. And don't you see how well it is that your husband should know it? It's true that he doesn't appear to have had any tact whatever in trying to extract it. He has indulged in gratuitous suppositions. But that doesn't alter the fact that it would make a difference in his view of his daughter's prospects to know distinctly what really occurred. If Lord Warburton simply got tired of the poor child, that's one thing, and it's a pity. If he gave her up to please you, it's another. That's a pity too, but in a different way. Then, in the latter case, you'd perhaps resign yourself to not being pleased, to simply seeing your stepdaughter married. Let him off. Let us have him." Madame Merle had proceeded very deliberately, watching her companion and apparently thinking she could proceed safely. As she went on, Isabel grew pale. She clasped her hands more tightly in her lap. It was not that her visitor had at last thought it the right time to be insolent, for this was not what was most apparent. It was a worse horror than that. "Who are you? What are you?" Isabel murmured. "What have you to do with my husband?" It was strange that for the moment she drew as near to him as if she had loved him. "Ah, then, you take it heroically. I'm very sorry. Don't think, however, that I shall do so." "What have you to do with me?" Isabel went on. Madame Merle slowly got up, stroking her muff, but not removing her eyes from Isabel's face. "Everything," she answered. Isabel sat there looking up at her, without rising. Her face was almost a prayer to be enlightened. But the light of this woman's eyes seemed only a darkness. "Oh, misery!" she murmured at last, and she fell back, covering her face with her hands. It had come over her like a high surging wave that Mrs. Touchett was right. Madame Merle had married her. Before she uncovered her face again, that lady had left the room. Isabel took a drive alone that afternoon. She wished to be far away, under the sky, where she could descend from her carriage and tread upon the daisies. She had long before this taken old Rome into her confidence, for in a world of ruins, the ruin of her happiness seemed a less unnatural catastrophe. She rested her weariness upon things that had crumbled for centuries, and yet still were upright. She dropped her secret sadness into the silence of lonely places, where its very modern quality detached itself and grew objective, so that as she sat in a sun-warmed angle on a winter's day, or stood in a mouldy church to which no one came, she could almost smile at it and think of its smallness. Small it was in the large Roman record, and her haunting sense of the continuity of the human lot easily carried her from the less to the greater. She had become deeply, tenderly acquainted with Rome. It interfused and moderated her passion. But she had grown to think of it chiefly as the place where people had suffered. This was what came to her in the starved churches, where the marble columns, transferred from pagan ruins, seemed to offer her a companionship in endurance, and the musty incense to be a compound of long unanswered prayers. There was no gentler nor less consistent heretic than Isabel. The firmest of worshippers, gazing at dark altar pictures or clustered candles, could not have felt more intimately the suggestiveness of these objects, nor have been more liable at such moments to a spiritual visitation. Pansy, as we know, was almost always her companion, and of late the Countess Gemini, balancing a pink parasol, had lent brilliancy to their equipage. But she still occasionally found herself alone when it suited her mood and where it suited the place. On such occasions she had several resorts, the most accessible of which perhaps was a seat on the low parapet which edges the wide grassy space before the high, cold front of St. John Lateran, whence you look across the Campagna at the far trailing outline of the Alban Mount, and at that mighty plain between which is still so full of all that has passed from it. After the departure of her cousin and his companions, she roamed more than usual. She carried her sombre spirit from one familiar shrine to the other. Even when Pansy and the Countess were with her, she felt the touch of a vanished world. The carriage, leaving the walls of Rome behind, rolled through narrow lanes where the wild honeysuckle had begun to tangle itself in the hedges, or waited for her in quiet places where the fields lay near, while she strolled further and further over the flower-freckled turf, or sat on a stone that had once had a use, and gazed through the veil of her personal sadness at the splendid sadness of the scene, at the dense, warm light, the far gradations and soft confusions of colour, the motionless shepherds in lonely attitudes, the hills where the cloud shadows had the lightness of a blush. On the afternoon I began with speaking of, she had taken a resolution not to think of Madame Merle, but the resolution proved vain, and this lady's image hovered constantly before her. She asked herself, with an almost childlike horror of the supposition, whether to this intimate friend of several years the great historical epithet of wicked were to be applied. She knew the idea only by the Bible and other literary works. To the best of her belief, she had had no personal acquaintance with wickedness. She had desired a large acquaintance with human life, and in spite of her having flattered herself that she cultivated it with some success, this elementary privilege had been denied her. Perhaps it was not wicked, in the historic sense, to be even deeply false, for that was what Madame Merle had been. Deeply, deeply, deeply. Isabel's Aunt Lydia had made this discovery long before, and had mentioned it to her niece. But Isabel had flattered herself at this time that she had a much richer view of things, especially of the spontaneity of her own career, and the nobleness of her own interpretations, than poor, stiffly reasoning Mrs. Touchett. Madame Merle had done what she wanted. She had brought about the union of her two friends, a reflection which could not fail to make it a matter of wonder that she should so much have desired such an event. There were people who had the matchmaking passion, like the votaries of art for art. But Madame Merle, great artist as she was scarcely one of these. She thought too ill of marriage, too ill even of life. She had desired that particular marriage, but had not desired others. She had, therefore, had a conception of gain, and Isabel asked herself where she had found her profit. It took her naturally a long time to discover, and even then her discovery was imperfect. It came back to her that Madame Merle, though she had seemed to like her from their first meeting at Gardencourt, had been doubly affectionate after Mr. Touchett's death, and after learning that her young friend had been subject to the good old man's charity. She had found her profit not in the gross device of borrowing money, but in the more refined idea of introducing one of her intimates to the young woman's fresh and ingenuous fortune. She had naturally chosen her closest intimate, and it was already vivid enough to Isabel that Gilbert occupied this position. She found herself confronted in this manner with the conviction that the man in the world whom she had supposed to be the least sordid had married her, like a vulgar adventurer, for her money. Strange to say, it had never before occurred to her. If she had thought a good deal of harm of Osmond, she had not done him this particular injury. This was the worst she could think of, and she had been saying to herself that the worst was still to come. A man might marry a woman for her money perfectly well, the thing was often done. But at least he should let her know. She wondered whether, since he had wanted her money would now satisfy him. Would he take her money and let her go? Ah, if Mr. Touchett's great charity would but help her today, it would be blessed indeed. It was not slow to occur to her that if Madame Merle had wished to do Gilbert a service, his recognition to her of the boon must have lost its warmth. What must be his feelings today in regard to his too zealous benefactress, and what expression must they have found on the part of such a master of irony? It is a singular, but a characteristic fact, that before Isabel returned from her silent drive, she had broken its silence by the soft exclamation, "Poor, poor Madame Merle." Her compassion would perhaps have been justified if on this same afternoon she had been concealed behind one of the valuable curtains of time-softened damask which dressed the interesting little salon of the lady to whom it referred, the carefully arranged apartment to which we once paid a visit in company with the discreet Mr. Rosier. In that apartment, towards 6 o'clock, Gilbert Osmond was seated, and his hostess stood before him, as Isabel had seen her stand on an occasion commemorated in this history with an emphasis appropriate not so much to its apparent as to its real importance. "I don't believe you're unhappy. I believe you like it," said Madame Merle. "Did I say I was unhappy?" Osmond asked, with a face grave enough to suggest that he might have been. "No, but you don't say the contrary, as you ought in common gratitude." "Don't talk about gratitude," he returned dryly. "And don't aggravate me," he added in a moment. Madame Merle slowly seated herself, with her arms folded and her white hands arranged as a support to one of them and an ornament, as it were, to the other. She looked exquisitely calm, but impressively sad. "On your side, don't try to frighten me. I wonder if you guess some of my thoughts. I trouble about them no more than I can help. I've quite enough of my own." "That's because they're so delightful." Osmond rested his head against the back of his chair and looked at his companion with a cynical directness which seemed also partly an expression of fatigue. "You do aggravate me," he remarked in a moment. "I'm very tired." "Et moi donc," cried Madame Merle. "With you it's because you fatigue yourself. With me it's not my own fault." "When I fatigue myself it's for you. I've given you an interest. That's a great gift." "Do you call it an interest?" Osmond inquired with detachment. "Certainly, since it helps you to pass your time." "The time has never seemed longer to me than this winter." "You've never looked better. You've never been so agreeable, so brilliant."
"Damn my brilliancy," he thoughtfully murmured. "How little, after all, you know me."
"If I don't know you, I know nothing," smiled Madame Merle. "You've the feeling of complete success."
"No, I shall not have that till I've made you stop judging me."
"I did that long ago. I speak from old knowledge. But you express yourself more, too." Osmond just hung fire.
"I wish you'd express yourself less."
"You wish to condemn me to silence? Remember that I've never been a chatterbox. At any rate, there are 3 or 4 things I should like to say to you first."
"Your wife doesn't know what to do with herself," she went on with a change of tone. "Pardon me, she knows perfectly. She has a line sharply drawn. She means to carry out her ideas."
"Her ideas today must be remarkable."
"Certainly they are. She has more of them than ever."
"She was unable to show me any this morning," said Madame Merle. "She seemed in a very simple, almost in a stupid state of mind. She was completely bewildered."
"You had better say at once that she was pathetic."
"Ah, no, I don't want to encourage you too much." He still had his head against the cushion behind him. The ankle of one foot rested on the other knee. So he sat for a while.
"I should like to know what's the matter with you," he said at last.
"The matter?
The matter?"
And here Madame Merle stopped. Then she went on with a sudden outbreak of passion, a burst of summer thunder in a clear sky. "The matter is that I would give my right hand to be able to weep, and that I can't."
"What good would it do you to weep?"
"It would make me feel as I felt before I knew you."
"If I've dried your tears, that's something. But I've seen you shed them."
"Oh, I believe you'll make me cry still. I mean make me howl like a wolf. I've a great hope, I've a great need of that. I was vile this morning. I was horrid," she said.
"If Isabel was in the stupid state of mind you mention, she probably didn't perceive it," Osmond returned.
"It was precisely my deviltry that stupefied her. I couldn't help it. I was full of something bad. Perhaps it was something good. I don't know. You've not only dried up my tears, you've dried up my soul."
"It's not I, then, that am responsible for my wife's condition," Osmond said. "It's pleasant to think that I shall get the benefit of your influence upon her. Don't you know the soul is an immortal principle? How can it suffer alteration?"
"I don't believe at all that it's an immortal principle. I believe it can perfectly be destroyed. That's what has happened to mine, which was a very good one to start with, and it's you I have to thank for it. You're very bad," she added with gravity in her emphasis.
"Is this the way we're to end?"
Osmond asked with the same studied coldness. "I don't know how we're to end. I wish I did. How do bad people end? Especially as to their common crimes. You have made me as bad as yourself."
"I don't understand you. You seem to me quite good enough," said Osmond, his conscious indifference giving an extreme effect to the words.
Madame Merle's self-possession tended on the contrary to diminish, and she was nearer losing it than on any occasion on which we have had the pleasure of meeting her. The glow of her eye turned sombre, her smile betrayed a painful effort. "Good enough for anything that I've done with myself? I suppose that's what you mean?"
"Good enough to be always charming,"
Osmond exclaimed, smiling too. "Oh, God!" his companion murmured, and sitting there in her ripe freshness, she had recourse to the same gesture she had provoked on Isabel's part in the morning. She bent her face and covered it with her hands.
"Are you going to weep after all?"
Osmond asked, and on her remaining motionless he went on.
"Have I ever complained to you?"
She dropped her hands quickly. "No, you've taken your revenge otherwise. You have taken it on her." Osmond threw his head back further. He looked a while at the ceiling, and might have been supposed to be appealing, in an informal way, to the heavenly powers.
"Oh, the imagination of women. It's always vulgar at bottom. You talk of revenge like a third-rate novelist."
"Of course you haven't complained. You've enjoyed your triumph too much."
"I'm rather curious to know what you call my triumph."
"You've made your wife afraid of you." Osmond changed his position. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and looking a while at a beautiful old Persian rug at his feet. He had an air of refusing to accept anyone's valuation of anything, even of time, and of preferring to abide by his own, a peculiarity which made him at moments an irritating person to converse with.
"Isabel's not afraid of me, and it's not what I wish," he said at last. "To what do you want to provoke me when you say such things as that?"
"I've thought over all of the harm you can do me," Madame Merle answered. "Your wife was afraid of me this morning, but in me it was really you she feared."
"You may have said things that were in very bad taste. I'm not responsible for that. I didn't see the use of your going to see her at all. You're capable of acting without her. I've not made you afraid of me that I can see," he went on. "How then should I have made her? You're at least as brave. I can't think where you've picked up such rubbish. One might suppose you knew me by this time."
He got up as he spoke and walked to the chimney, where he stood a moment bending his eye, as if he had seen them for the first time, on the delicate specimens of rare porcelain with which it was covered. He took up a small cup and held it in his hand. Then, still holding it and leaning his arm on the mantel, he pursued, "You always see too much in everything. You overdo it. You lose sight of the real. I'm much simpler than you think." "I think you're very simple." And Madame Merle kept her eye on the cup. "I've come to that with time. I judged you, as I say, of old, but it's only since your marriage that I've understood you. I've seen better what you have been to your wife than I ever saw what you were for me. Please be very careful of that precious object."
"It already has a wee bit of a tiny crack," said Osmond dryly as he put it down. "If you didn't understand me before I married, it was cruelly rash of you to put me into such a box. However, I took a fancy to my box myself. I thought it would be a comfortable fit. I asked very little. I only asked that it should like me."
"That she should like you so much?"
"So much, of course. In such a case one asks the maximum. That she should adore me, if you will. Oh, yes, I wanted that."
"I never adored you," said Madame Merle.
"Ah, but you pretended to."
"It's true that you never accused me of being a comfortable fit," Madame Merle went on.
"My wife has declined to do anything of the sort," said Osmond. "If you're determined to make a tragedy of that, the tragedy's hardly for her."
"The tragedy's for me," Madame Merle exclaimed, rising with a long, low sigh, but having a glance at the same time for the contents of her mantel-shelf. "It appears that I'm to be severely taught the disadvantages of a false position."
"You express yourself like a sentence in a copy-book. We must look for our comfort where we can find it. If my wife doesn't like me, at least my child does. I shall look for compensations in Pansy. Fortunately, I haven't a fault to find with her."
"Ah," she said softly, "if I had a child."
Osmond waited, and then with a little formal air, "The children of others may be a great interest," he announced.
"You're more like a copybook than I. There's something, after all, that holds us together."
"Is it the idea of the harm I may do you?" Osmond asked.
"No. It's the idea of the good I may do for you. It's that," Madame Merle pursued, "that made me so jealous of Isabel. I want it to be my work," she added with her face, which had grown hard and bitter, relaxing to its habit of smoothness. Her friend took up his hat and his umbrella, and after giving the former article 2 or 3 strokes with his coat cuff, "On the whole, I think," he said, "you had better leave it to me." After he had left her, she went the first thing and lifted from the mantel-shelf the attenuated coffee-cup in which she had mentioned the existence of a crack, but she looked at it rather abstractedly. "Have I been so vile all for nothing?" she vaguely wailed. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As the Countess Gemini was not acquainted with the ancient monuments, Isabel occasionally offered to introduce her to these interesting relics, and to give their afternoon drive an antiquarian aim. The Countess, who professed to think her sister-in-law a prodigy of learning, never made an objection, and gazed at masses of Roman brickwork as patiently as if they had been mounds of modern drapery. She had not the historic sense, though she had in some directions the anecdotic, and as regards herself the apologetic, but she was so delighted to be in Rome that she only desired to float with the current. She would gladly have passed an hour every day in the damp darkness of the baths of Titus, if it had been a condition of her remaining at Palazzo Roccanera. Isabel, however, was not a severe cicerone. She used to visit the ruins chiefly because they offered an excuse for talking about other matters than the love affairs of the ladies of Florence, as to which her companion was never weary of offering information. It must be added that during these visits the Countess forbade herself every form of active research. Her preference was to sit in the carriage and exclaim that everything was most interesting. It was in this manner that she had hitherto examined the Colosseum, to the infinite regret of her niece, who, with all the respect that she owed her, could not see why she should not descend from the vehicle and enter the building. Pansy had so little chance to ramble that her view of the case was not wholly disinterested. It may be divined that she had a secret hope that, once inside, her parents' guest might be induced to climb to the upper tiers. There came a day when the Countess announced her willingness to undertake this feat, a mild afternoon in March when the windy month expressed itself in occasional puffs of spring. The three ladies went into the Colosseum together, but Isabel left her companions to wander over the place. She had often ascended to those desolate ledges from which the Roman crowd used to bellow applause, and where now the wild flowers, when they are allowed, bloom in the deep crevices, and today she felt weary and disposed to sit in the despoiled arena. It made an intermission, too, for the Countess often asked more from one's attention than she gave in return, and Isabel believed that when she was alone with her niece she let the dust gather for a moment on the ancient scandals of the Arnide. She so remained below, therefore, while Pansy guided her undiscriminating aunt to the steep brick staircase at the foot of which the custodian unlocks the tall wooden gate. The great enclosure was half in shadow. The western sun brought out the pale red tone of the great blocks of travertine, the latent colour that is the only living element in the immense ruin. Here and there wandered a peasant or a tourist, looking up at the far skyline, where, in the clear stillness, a multitude of swallows kept circling and plunging. Isabel presently became aware that one of the other visitors, planted in the middle of the arena, had turned his attention to her own person, and was looking at her with a certain little poise of the head which she had some weeks before perceived to be characteristic of baffled but indestructible purpose. Such an attitude today could only belong to Mr. Edward Rosier, and this gentleman proved in fact to have been considering the question of speaking to her. When he had assured himself that she was unaccompanied, he drew near, remarking that though she would not answer his letters, she would perhaps not wholly close her ears to his spoken eloquence. She replied that her stepdaughter was close at hand, and that she could only give him 5 minutes, whereupon he took out his watch and sat down upon a broken block. "It's very soon told," said Edward Rosier. "I've sold all my bibelots." Isabel gave instinctively an exclamation of horror. It was as if he had told her he had had all his teeth drawn. "I've sold them by auction at the Hotel Drouot," he went on. "The sale took place 3 days ago, and they've telegraphed me the result. It's magnificent." "I'm glad to hear it, but I wish you had kept your pretty things." "I have the money instead. $50,000. Will Mr. Osmond think me rich enough now?" "Is it for that you did it?" Isabel asked gently. "For what else in the world could it be? That's the only thing I think of. I went to Paris and made my arrangements. I couldn't stop for the sale. I couldn't have seen them going off. I think it would have killed me. But I put them into good hands, and they brought high prices. I should tell you I have kept my enamels. Now I have the money in my pocket, and he can't say I'm poor," the young man exclaimed defiantly. "He'll say now that you're not wise," said Isabel, as if Gilbert Osmond had never said this before. Rosier gave her a sharp look. Do you mean that without my bibelots I'm nothing? Do you mean that they were the best thing about me? That's what they told me in Paris. Oh, they were very frank about it. But they hadn't seen her. My dear friend, you deserve to succeed, said Isabel very kindly. You say that so sadly that it's the same as if you said I shouldn't. And he questioned her eyes with the clear trepidation of his own. He had the air of a man who knows he has been the talk of Paris for a week and is full half a head taller in consequence, but who also has a painful suspicion that in spite of this increase of stature, one or two persons still have the perversity to think him diminutive. I know what happened here while I was away, he went on. What does Mr. Osmond expect after she has refused Lord Warburton? Isabel debated. That she'll marry another nobleman. What other nobleman? One that he'll pick out. Rosier slowly got up, putting his watch into his waistcoat pocket. You're laughing at someone, but this time I don't think it's at me. I didn't mean to laugh, said Isabel. I laugh very seldom. Now you had better go away. I feel very safe, Rosier declared without moving. This might be, but it evidently made him feel more so to make the announcement in rather a loud voice, balancing himself a little complacently on his toes and looking all round the Colosseum as if it were filled with an audience. Suddenly Isabel saw him change colour. There was more of an audience than he had suspected. She turned and perceived that her two companions had returned from their excursion. You must really go away, she said quickly. Ah, my dear lady, pity me, Edward Rosier murmured in a voice strangely at variance with the announcement I have just quoted. And then he added eagerly, like a man who in the midst of his misery is seized by a happy thought, Is that lady the Countess Gemini? I've a great desire to be presented to her. Isabel looked at him a moment. She has no influence with her brother. Ah, what a monster you make him out! And Rosier faced the Countess, who advanced in front of Pansy with an animation partly due perhaps to the fact that she perceived her sister-in-law to be engaged in a conversation with a very pretty young man. I'm glad you've kept your enamels, Isabel called as she left him. She went straight to Pansy, who, on seeing Edward Rosier, had stopped short, with lowered eyes. We'll go back to the carriage, she said gently. Yes, it's getting late, Pansy returned more gently still. And she went on without a murmur, without faltering or glancing back. Isabel, however, allowing herself this last liberty, saw that a meeting had immediately taken place between the Countess and Mr. Rosier. He had removed his hat and was bowing and smiling. He had evidently introduced himself, while the Countess's expressive back displayed to Isabel's eye a gracious inclination. These facts, none the less, were presently lost to sight, for Isabel and Pansy took their places again in the carriage. Pansy, who faced her stepmother, at first kept her eyes fixed on her lap. Then she raised them and rested them on Isabel's. There shone out of each of them a little melancholy ray, a spark of timid passion which touched Isabel to the heart. At the same time a wave of envy passed over her soul, as she compared the tremulous longing, the definite ideal of the child with her own dry despair. Poor little Pansy, she affectionately said. Oh, never mind, Pansy answered in the tone of eager apology. And then there was a silence. The Countess was a long time coming. Did you show your aunt everything? And did she enjoy it? Isabel asked at last. Yes, I showed her everything. I think she was very much pleased. And you're not tired, I hope? Oh, no, thank you. I'm not tired. The Countess still remained behind, so that Isabel requested the footman to go into the Colosseum and tell her they were waiting. He presently returned with the announcement that the Signora Contessa begged them not to wait. She would come home in a cab. About a week after this lady's quick sympathies had enlisted themselves with Mr. Rosier, Isabel, going rather late to dress for dinner, found Pansy sitting in her room. The girl seemed to have been awaiting her. She got up from her low chair. Pardon my taking the liberty, she said in a small voice. It will be the last, for some time. Her voice was strange, and her eyes, widely opened, had an excited, frightened look. "You're not going away?" Isabel exclaimed. "I'm going to the convent." "To the convent?" Pansy drew nearer, till she was near enough to put her arms round Isabel and rest her head on her shoulder. She stood this way a moment perfectly still, but her companion could feel her tremble. The quiver of her little body expressed everything she was unable to say. Isabel nevertheless pressed her. "Why are you going to the convent?" "Because Papa thinks it best. He says a young girl's better every now and then for making a little retreat. He says the world, always the world, is very bad for a young girl. This is just a chance for a little seclusion, a little reflection." Pansy spoke in short, detached sentences, as if she could scarce trust herself, and then she added with a triumph of self-control, "I think Papa's right. I've been so much in the world this winter." Her announcement had a strange effect on Isabel. It seemed to carry a larger meaning than the girl herself knew. "When was this decided?" she asked. "I've heard nothing of it." "Papa told me half an hour ago. He thought it better it shouldn't be talked too much about in advance. Madame Catherine's to come for me at 7:15, and I'm only to take 2 frocks. It's only for a few weeks. I'm sure it will be very good. I shall find all those ladies who used to be so kind to me, and I shall see the little girls who are being educated. I'm very fond of little girls," said Pansy with an effect of diminutive grandeur. "And I'm also very fond of Mother Catherine. I shall be very quiet and think a great deal." Isabel listened to her, holding her breath. She was almost awestruck. "Think of me sometimes." "Oh, come and see me soon," cried Pansy. And the cry was very different from the heroic remarks of which she had just delivered herself. Isabel could say nothing more. She understood nothing. She only felt how little she yet knew her husband. Her answer to his daughter was a long, tender kiss. Half an hour later she learned from her maid that Madame Catherine had arrived in a cab and had departed again with the Signorina. On going to the drawing-room before dinner, she found the Countess Gemini alone, and this lady characterized the incident by exclaiming, with a wonderful toss of the head, "En voilà, ma chère, une pause." But if it was an affectation, she was at a loss to see what her husband affected. She could only dimly perceive that he had more traditions than she supposed. It had become her habit to be so careful as to what she said to him that, strange as it may appear, she hesitated, for several minutes after he had come in, to allude to his daughter's sudden departure. She spoke of it only after they were seated at table. But she had forbidden herself ever to ask Osmond a question. All she could do was to make a declaration, and there was one that came very naturally. "I shall miss Pansy very much." He looked a while, with his head inclined a little, at the basket of flowers in the middle of the table. "Ah, yes," he said at last. "I'd thought of that. You must go and see her, you know, but not too often. I dare say you wonder why I sent her to the good sisters, but I doubt if I can make you understand. It doesn't matter. Don't trouble yourself about it. That's why I had not spoken of it. I didn't believe you would enter into it. But I've always had the idea. I've always thought it a part of the education of one's daughter. One's daughter should be fresh and fair. She should be innocent and gentle. With the manners of the present time she is liable to become so dusty and crumpled. Pansy's a little dusty, a little dishevelled. She has knocked about too much. This bustling, pushing rabble that calls itself society, one should take her out of it occasionally. Convents are very quiet, very convenient, very salutary. I like to think of her there, in the old garden, under the arcade, among those tranquil, virtuous women. Many of them are gentlewomen born. Several of them are noble. She will have her books and her drawing. She will have her piano. I've made the most liberal arrangements. There is to be nothing ascetic. There's to be just a certain little sense of sequestration. She'll have time to think, and there's something I want her to think about." Osmond spoke deliberately, reasonably, still with his head on one side, as if he were looking at the basket of flowers. His tone, however, was that of a man not so much offering an explanation as putting a thing into words, almost into pictures, to see himself how it would look.
He considered a while the picture he had evoked and seemed greatly pleased with it. And then he went on. "The Catholics are very wise after all. The convent is a great institution. We can't do without it. It corresponds to an essential need in families, in society. It's a school of good manners. It's a school of repose. Oh, I don't want to detach my daughter from the world," he added. "I don't want to make her fix her thoughts on any other. This one's very well, as she should take it, and she may think of it as much as she likes. Only she must think of it in the right way." Isabel gave an extreme attention to this little sketch. She found it, indeed, intensely interesting. It seemed to show her how far her husband's desire to be effective was capable of going, to the point of playing theoretic tricks on the delicate organism of his daughter. She could not understand his purpose. No, not wholly. But she understood it better than he supposed or desired, inasmuch as she was convinced that the whole proceeding was an elaborate mystification, addressed to herself and designed to act upon her imagination. He had wanted to do something sudden and arbitrary, something unexpected and refined, to mark the difference between his sympathies and her own, and show that if he regarded his daughter as a precious work of art, it was natural he should be more and more careful about the finishing touches. If he wished to be effective, he had succeeded. The incident struck a chill into Isabel's heart. Pansy had known the convent in her childhood, and had found a happy home there. She was fond of the good sisters, who were very fond of her, and there was therefore, for the moment, no definite hardship in her lot. But all the same, the girl had taken fright. The impression her father desired to make would evidently be sharp enough. The old Protestant tradition had never faded from Isabel's imagination, and as her thoughts attached themselves to this striking example of her husband's genius, she sat looking like him at the basket of flowers. Poor little Pansy became the heroine of a tragedy. Osmond wished it to be known that he shrank from nothing, and his wife found it hard to pretend to eat her dinner. There was a certain relief presently in hearing the high, strained voice of her sister-in-law. The Countess, too, apparently had been thinking the thing out, but had arrived at a different conclusion from Isabel. "It's very absurd, my dear Osmond," she said, "to invent so many pretty reasons for poor Pansy's banishment. Why don't you say at once that you want to get her out of my way? Haven't you discovered that I think very well of Mr. Rosier? I do indeed. He seems to me simpaticissimo. He has made me believe in true love. I never did before. Of course you've made up your mind that with those convictions I'm dreadful company for Pansy." Osmond took a sip of a glass of wine. He looked perfectly good-humoured. "My dear Amy," he answered, smiling as if he were uttering a piece of gallantry, "I don't know anything about your convictions, but if I suspected that they interfered with mine, it would be much simpler to banish you." End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Countess was not banished, but she felt the insecurity of her tenure of her brother's hospitality. A week after this incident, Isabel received a telegram from England, dated from Gardencourt, and bearing the stamp of Mrs. Touchett's authorship. "Ralph cannot last many days," it ran, "and if convenient would like to see you. Wishes me to say that you must come only if you've not other duties. Say, for myself, that you used to talk a good deal about your duty and to wonder what it was. Shall be curious to see whether you've found it out. Ralph is really dying, and there's no other company." Isabel was prepared for this news, having received from Henrietta Stackpole a detailed account of her journey to England with her appreciative patient. Ralph had arrived more dead than alive, but she had managed to convey him to Gardencourt, where he had taken to his bed, which, as Miss Stackpole wrote, he evidently would never leave again. She added that she had really had 2 patients on her hands instead of 1, inasmuch as Mr. Goodwood, who had been of no earthly use, was quite as ailing, in a different way, as Mr. Touchett. Afterwards she wrote that she had been obliged to surrender the field to Mrs. Touchett, who had just returned from America, and had promptly given her to understand that she didn't wish any interviewing at Gardencourt. Isabel had written to her aunt shortly after Ralph came to Rome, letting her know of his critical condition,
and suggesting that she should lose no time in returning to Europe. Mrs. Touchett had telegraphed an acknowledgment of this admonition, and the only further news Isabel received from her was the second telegram I have just quoted. Isabel stood a moment looking at the latter missive. Then, thrusting it into her pocket, she went straight to the door of her husband's study. Here she again paused an instant, after which she opened the door and went in. Osmond was seated at the table near the window with a folio volume before him, propped against a pile of books. This volume was open at a page of small coloured plates, and Isabel presently saw that he had been copying from it the drawing of an antique coin. A box of water-colours and fine brushes lay before him, and he had already transferred to a sheet of immaculate paper the delicate, finely tinted disc. His back was turned toward the door, but he recognized his wife without looking round. "Excuse me for disturbing you," she said. "When I come to your room I always knock," he answered, going on with his work. "I forgot. I had something else to think of. My cousin's dying." "Ah, I don't believe that," said Osmond, looking at his drawing through a magnifying glass. "He was dying when we married. He'll outlive us all." Isabel gave herself no time, no thought, to appreciate the careful cynicism of this declaration. She simply went on quickly, full of her own intention. "My aunt has telegraphed for me. I must go to Gardencourt." "Why must you go to Gardencourt?" Osmond asked in the tone of impartial curiosity. "To see Ralph before he dies." To this for some time he made no rejoinder. He continued to give his chief attention to his work, which was of a sort that would brook no negligence. "I don't see the need of it," he said at last. "He came to see you here. I didn't like that. I thought his being in Rome a great mistake. But I tolerated it because it was to be the last time you should see him. Now you tell me it's not to have been the last. You're not grateful." "What am I to be grateful for?" Gilbert Osmond laid down his little implements, blew a speck of dust from his drawing, slowly got up, and for the first time looked at his wife. "For my not having interfered while he was here." "Oh, yes, I am. I remember perfectly how distinctly you let me know you didn't like it. I was very glad when he went away." "Leave him alone, then. Don't run after him." Isabel turned her eyes away from him. They rested upon his little drawing. "I must go to England," she said, with a full consciousness that her tone might strike an irritable man of taste as stupidly obstinate. "I shall not like it if you do," Osmond remarked. "Why should I mind that? You won't like it if I don't. You like nothing I do or don't do. You pretend to think I lie." Osmond turned slightly pale. He gave a cold smile. "That's why you must go, then? Not to see your cousin, but to take a revenge on me." "I know nothing about revenge." "I do," said Osmond. "Don't give me an occasion." "You're only too eager to take one. You wish immensely that I would commit some folly." "I should be gratified in that case if you disobeyed me." "If I disobeyed you?" said Isabel, in a low tone which had the effect of mildness. "Let it be clear. If you leave Rome today, it will be a piece of the most deliberate, the most calculated opposition." "How can you call it calculated? I received my aunt's telegram but 3 minutes ago." "You calculate rapidly. It's a great accomplishment. I don't see why we should prolong our discussion. You know my wish." And he stood there, as if he expected to see her withdraw. But she never moved. She couldn't move, strange as it may seem. She still wished to justify herself. He had the power, in an extraordinary degree, of making her feel this need. There was something in her imagination he could always appeal to against her judgment. "You've no reason for such a wish," said Isabel, "and I've every reason for going. I can't tell you how unjust you seem to me. But I think you know. It's your own opposition that's calculated. It's malignant." She had never uttered her worst thought to her husband before, and the sensation of hearing it was evidently new to Osmond. But he showed no surprise. and his coolness was apparently a proof that he had believed his wife would in fact be unable to resist forever his ingenious endeavour to draw her out. "It's all the more intense, then," he answered. And he added almost as if he were giving her a friendly counsel. "This is a very important matter." She recognized that. She was fully conscious of the weight of the occasion. She knew that between them they had arrived at a crisis. Its gravity made her careful. She said nothing, and he went on. "You say I've no reason? I have the very best. I dislike from the bottom of my soul what you intend to do. It's dishonourable. It's indelicate. It's indecent. Your cousin is nothing whatever to me, and I'm under no obligation to make concessions to him. I've already made the very handsomest. Your relations with him while he was here kept me on pins and needles. But I let that pass, because from week to week I expected him to go. I've never liked him, and he has never liked me. That's why you like him, because he hates me," said Osmond, with a quick, barely audible tremor in his voice. "I've an ideal of what my wife should do and should not do. She should not travel across Europe alone in defiance of my deepest desire to sit at the bedside of other men. Your cousin's nothing to you. He's nothing to us. You smile most expressively when I talk about us, but I assure you that we, Mrs. Osmond, is all I know. I take our marriage seriously. You appear to have found a way of not doing so. I'm not aware that we're divorced or separated. For me, we're indissolubly united. You are nearer to me than any human creature, and I'm nearer to you. It may be a disagreeable proximity. It's one, at any rate, of our own deliberate making. You don't like to be reminded of that, I know. But I'm perfectly willing because... And he paused a moment, looking as if he had something to say which would be very much to the point. Because I think we should accept the consequences of our actions, and what I value most in life is the honour of a thing. He spoke gravely and almost gently. The accent of sarcasm had dropped out of his tone. It had a gravity which checked his wife's quick emotion. The resolution with which she had entered the room found itself caught in a mesh of fine threads. His last words were not a command. They constituted a kind of appeal, and though she felt that any expression of respect on his part could only be a refinement of egotism, they represented something transcendent and absolute, like the sign of the cross or the flag of one's country. He spoke in the name of something sacred and precious, the observance of a magnificent form. They were as perfectly apart in feeling as two disillusioned lovers had ever been, but they had never yet separated in act. Isabel had not changed. Her old passion for justice still abode within her. And now, in the very thick of her sense of her husband's blasphemous sophistry, it began to throb to a tune which for a moment promised him the victory. It came over her that in his wish to preserve appearances he was after all sincere, and that this, as far as it went, was a merit. 10 minutes before she had felt all the joy of irreflective action, a joy to which she had so long been a stranger. But action had been suddenly changed to slow renunciation, transformed by the blight of Osmond's touch. If she must renounce, however, she would let him know that she was a victim rather than a dupe. "I know you are a master of the art of mockery," she said. "How can you speak of an indissoluble union? How can you speak of your being contented? Where's our union when you accuse me of falsity? Where's your contentment when you have nothing but hideous suspicion in your heart?" "It is in our living decently together, in spite of such drawbacks." "We don't live decently together," cried Isabel. "Indeed we don't, if you go to England." "That's very little. That's nothing. I might do much more." He raised his eyebrows and even his shoulders a little. He had lived long enough in Italy to catch this trick. If you've come to threaten me, I prefer my drawing." And he walked back to his table, where he took up the sheet of paper on which he had been working, and stood studying it. "I suppose that if I go you'll not expect me to come back," said Isabel. He turned quickly round, and she could see this movement at least was not designed. He looked at her a little, and then, "Are you out of your mind?" he inquired. "How can it be anything but a rupture?" she went on. especially if all you say is true." She was unable to see how it could be anything but a rupture. She sincerely wished to know what else it might be. He sat down before his table. "I really can't argue with you on the hypothesis of your defying me," he said. And he took up one of his little brushes again. She lingered but a moment longer, long enough to embrace with her eye his whole deliberately indifferent yet most expressive figure, after which she quickly left the room. Her faculties, her energy, her passion were all dispersed again. She felt as if a cold, dark mist had suddenly encompassed her. Osmond possessed in a supreme degree the art of eliciting any weakness. On her way back to her room she found the Countess Gemini standing in the open doorway of a little parlour in which a small collection of heterogeneous books had been arranged. The Countess had an open volume in her hand. She appeared to have been glancing down a page which failed to strike her as interesting. At the sound of Isabel's step she raised her head. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you who are so literary, do tell me some amusing book to read. Everything here is of a dreariness. Do you think this would do me any good?" Isabel glanced at the title of the volume she held out, but without reading or understanding it. "I'm afraid I can't advise you. I've had bad news. My cousin, Ralph Touchett, is dying." The Countess threw down her book. "Oh, he was so simpatico. I'm awfully sorry for you." "You would be sorrier still if you knew." "What is there to know? You look very badly," the Countess added. "You must have been with Osmond." Half an hour before, Isabel would have listened very coldly to an intimation that she should ever feel a desire for the sympathy of her sister-in-law, and there could be no better proof of her present embarrassment than the fact that she almost clutched at this lady's fluttering attention. "I've been with Osmond," she said, while the Countess's bright eyes glittered at her. "I'm sure, then, he has been odious," the Countess cried. "Did he say he was glad poor Mr. Touchett's dying?" "He said it's impossible I should go to England." The Countess's mind, when her interests were concerned, was agile. She already foresaw the extinction of any further brightness in her visit to Rome. Ralph Touchett would die, Isabel would go into mourning, and then there would be no more dinner parties. Such a prospect produced for a moment in her countenance an expressive grimace. But this rapid, picturesque play of feature was her only tribute to disappointment. After all, she reflected, the game was almost played out. She had already overstayed her invitation. And then she cared enough for Isabel's trouble to forget her own, and she saw that Isabel's trouble was deep. It seemed deeper than the mere death of a cousin, and the Countess had no hesitation in connecting her exasperating brother with the expression of her sister-in-law's eyes. Her heart beat with an almost joyous expectation, for if she had wished to see Osmond overtopped, the conditions looked favourable now. Of course, if Isabel should go to England, she herself would immediately leave Palazzo Roccanera. Nothing would induce her to remain there with Osmond. Nevertheless, she felt an immense desire to hear that Isabel would go to England. "Nothing's impossible for you, my dear," she said caressingly. "Why else are you rich and clever and good?" "Why, indeed? I feel stupidly weak." "Why does Osmond say it's impossible?" the Countess asked, in a tone which sufficiently declared that she couldn't imagine. From the moment she thus began to question her, however, Isabel drew back. She disengaged her hand, which the Countess had affectionately taken. But she answered this inquiry with frank bitterness. "Because we're so happy together that we can't separate even for a fortnight." "Ah!" cried the Countess while Isabel turned away. "When I want to make a journey, my husband simply tells me I can have no money." Isabel went to her room, where she walked up and down for an hour. It may appear to some readers that she gave herself much trouble, and it is certain that for a woman of high spirit she had allowed herself easily to be arrested. It seemed to her that only now she fully measured the great undertaking of matrimony. Marriage meant that in such a case as this, when one had to choose, one chose as a matter of course for one's husband. "I'm afraid. Yes, I'm afraid," she said to herself more than once, stopping short in her walk. But what she was afraid of was not her husband, his displeasure, his hatred, his revenge. It was not even her own later judgment of her conduct a consideration which had often held her in check. It was simply the violence there would be in going when Osmond wished her to remain. A gulf of difference had opened between them. but nevertheless it was his desire that she should stay. It was a horror to him that she should go. She knew the nervous fineness with which he could feel an objection. What he thought of her she knew. What he was capable of saying to her she had felt. Yet they were married for all that, and marriage meant that a woman should cleave to the man with whom, uttering tremendous vows, she had stood at the altar. She sank down on her sofa at last, and buried her head in a pile of cushions. When she raised her head again, the Countess Gemini hovered before her. She had come in all unperceived. She had a strange smile on her thin lips, and her whole face had grown in an hour a shining intimation. She lived assuredly, it might be said, at the window of her spirit, but now she was leaning far out. "I knocked," she began, "but you didn't answer me, so I ventured in. I've been looking at you for the past 5 minutes. You're very unhappy." "Yes, but I don't think you can comfort me." "Will you give me leave to try?" And the Countess sat down on the sofa beside her. She continued to smile, and there was something communicative and exultant in her expression. She appeared to have a deal to say, and it occurred to Isabel for the first time that her sister-in-law might say something really human. She made play with her glittering eyes, in which there was an unpleasant fascination. "After all," she soon resumed, "I must tell you to begin with that I don't understand your state of mind. You seem to have so many scruples, so many reasons, so many ties. When I discovered 10 years ago that my husband's dearest wish was to make me miserable, of late he has simply let me alone. It was a wonderful simplification. My poor Isabel, you're not simple enough." "No, I'm not simple enough," said Isabel. "There's something I want you to know," the Countess declared, "because I think you ought to know it. Perhaps you do. Perhaps you've guessed it. But if you have, all I can say is that I understand still less why you shouldn't do as you like." "What do you wish me to know?" Isabel felt a foreboding that made her heart beat faster. The Countess was about to justify herself, and this alone was portentous. But she was nevertheless disposed to play a little with her subject. "In your place I should have guessed it ages ago. Have you never really suspected?" "I've guessed nothing. What should I have suspected? I don't know what you mean." "That's because you've such a beastly pure mind. I never saw a woman with such a pure mind," cried the Countess. Isabel slowly got up. "You're going to tell me something horrible." "You can call it by whatever name you will." And the Countess rose also, while her gathered perversity grew vivid and dreadful. She stood a moment in a sort of glare of intention, and, as it seemed to Isabel even then, of ugliness, after which she said, "My first sister-in-law had no children." Isabel stared back at her. The announcement was an anticlimax. "Your first sister-in-law?" "I suppose you know at least, if one may mention it, that Osmond has been married before. I've never spoken to you of his wife. I thought it mightn't be decent or respectful. But others, less particular, must have done so. The poor little woman lived hardly 3 years and died childless. It wasn't till after her death that Pansy arrived." Isabel's brow had contracted to a frown. Her lips were parted in pale, vague wonder. She was trying to follow. There seemed so much more to follow than she could see. "Pansy's not my husband's child, then?" "Your husband's in perfection, but no one else's husband's. Someone else's wife's." "Oh, my good Isabel," cried the Countess, "with you one must dot one's I's." "I don't understand. Whose wife's?" Isabel asked. "The wife of a horrid little Swiss who died, how long? More than 15 years ago. He never recognized Miss Pansy, nor, knowing what he was about, would have anything to say to her, and there was no reason why he should. Osmond did, and that was better, though he had to fit on afterwards the whole rigmarole of his own wife's having died in childbirth, and of his having, in grief and horror, banished the little girl from his sight for as long as possible before taking her home from nurse. His wife had really died, you know, of quite another matter and in quite another place, in the Piedmontese mountains, where they had gone one August because her health appeared to require the air, but where she was suddenly taken worse, fatally ill. The story passed sufficiently. It was covered by the appearances so long as nobody heeded, as nobody cared to look into it.
But of course I knew, without researches," the Countess lucidly proceeded, "as also, you'll understand, without a word said between us. I mean between Osmond and me. Don't you see him looking at me in silence that way to settle it? That is, to settle me if I should say anything. I said nothing, right or left, never a word to a creature, if you can believe that of me. On my honour, my dear, I speak of the thing to you now after all this time, as I've never spoken. It was to be enough for me from the first that the child was my niece, from the moment she was my brother's daughter. As for her veritable mother—" But with this Pansy's wonderful aunt dropped, as involuntarily from the impression of her sister-in-law's face, out of which more eyes might have seemed to look at her than she had ever had to meet. She had spoken no name, yet Isabel could but check on her own lips an echo of the unspoken. She sank to her seat again, hanging her head. "Why have you told me this?" she asked in a voice the Countess hardly recognized. "Because I've been so bored with your not knowing. I've been bored, frankly, my dear, with not having told you. As if stupidly all this time I couldn't have managed. Ça me dépasse, if you don't mind my saying so, the things all round you that you've appeared to succeed in not knowing. It's a sort of assistance, aid to innocent ignorance, that I've always been a bad hand at rendering. And in this connection, that of keeping quiet from my brother, my virtue had at any rate finally found itself exhausted. It's not a black lie, moreover, you know," the Countess inimitably added. "The facts are exactly what I tell you." "I had no idea," said Isabel presently, and looked up at her in a manner that doubtless matched the apparent witlessness of this confession. "So I believed, though it was hard to believe. Had it never occurred to you that he was 6 or 7 years her lover?" "I don't know. Things have occurred to me, and perhaps that was what they all meant." "She has been wonderfully clever. She has been magnificent about Pansy," the Countess, before all this view of it, cried. "Oh, no idea for me," Isabel went on, "ever definitely took that form." She appeared to be making out to herself what had been and what hadn't. "And as it is, I don't understand." She spoke as one troubled and puzzled. Yet the poor Countess seemed to have seen her revelation fall below its possibilities of effect. She had expected to kindle some responsive blaze, but had barely extracted a spark. Isabel showed as scarce more impressed than she might have been, as a young woman of approved imagination, with some fine, sinister passage of public history. "Don't you recognize how the child could never pass for her husband's? That is, with Monsieur Merle himself," her companion resumed. "They had been separated too long for that, and he had gone to some far country, I think to South America. If she had ever had children, which I'm not sure of, she had lost them. The conditions happened to make it workable, under stress, I mean at so awkward a pinch, that Osmond should acknowledge the little girl. His wife was dead, very true, but she had not been dead too long to put a certain accommodation of dates out of the question. From the moment, I mean, that suspicion wasn't started, which was what they had to take care of. What was more natural than that poor Mrs. Osmond, at a distance and for a world not troubling about trifles, should have left behind her, poverina, the pledge of her brief happiness that had cost her her life. With the aid of a change of residence, Osmond had been living with her at Naples at the time of their stay in the Alps, and he in due course left it forever. The whole history was successfully set going. My poor sister-in-law in her grave couldn't help herself, and the real mother, to save her skin, renounced all visible property in the child." "Oh, poor, poor woman!" cried Isabel, who herewith burst into tears. It was a long time since she had shed any. She had suffered a high reaction from weeping. But now they flowed with an abundance in which the Countess Gemini found only another discomfiture. "It's very kind of you to pity her," she discordantly laughed. "Yes, indeed, you have a way of your own." "He must have been false to his wife, and so very soon," said Isabel with a sudden check. "That's all that's wanting, that you should take up her cause," the Countess went on. "I quite agree with you, however, that it was much too soon." "But to me? To me?" And Isabel hesitated, as if she had not heard, as if her question, though it was sufficiently there in her eyes, were all for herself.
To you he has been faithful? Well, it depends, my dear, on what you call faithful. When he married you he was no longer the lover of another woman. Such a lover as he had been, cara mia, between their risks and their precautions while the thing lasted. That state of affairs had passed away. The lady had repented, or at all events, for reasons of her own, drawn back. She had always had, too, a worship of appearances so intense that even Osmond himself had got bored with it. You may therefore imagine what it was, when he couldn't patch it on conveniently to any of those he goes in for. But the whole past was between them.
Yes, Isabel mechanically echoed. The whole past is between them.
Ah, this later past is nothing, but for 6 or 7 years, as I say, they had kept it up.
She was silent a little. Why then did she want him to marry me?
Ah, my dear, that's her superiority, because you had money, and because she believed you would be good to Pansy.
Poor woman. And Pansy who doesn't like her, cried Isabel.
That's the reason she wanted someone whom Pansy would like. She knows it. She knows everything.
Will she know that you've told me this?
That will depend upon whether you tell her. She's prepared for it. And do you know what she counts upon for her defence? On your believing that I lie. Perhaps you do. Don't make yourself uncomfortable to hide it. Only as it happens this time, I don't. I've told plenty of little idiotic fibs, but they've never hurt anyone but myself.
Isabel sat staring at her companion's story, as at a bale of fantastic wares some strolling gypsy might have unpacked on the carpet at her feet. Why did Osmond never marry her? She finally asked.
Because she has no money.
The Countess had an answer for everything, and if she lied well.
No one knows. No one has ever known what she lives on, or how she has got all these beautiful things. I don't believe Osmond himself knows. Besides, she wouldn't have married him.
How can she have loved him, then?
She doesn't love him in that way. She did at first, and then I suppose she would have married him. But at that time her husband was living. By the time Monsieur Merle had rejoined, I won't say his ancestors, because he never had any, her relations with Osmond had changed, and she had grown more ambitious. Besides, she has never had, about him,
the Countess went on, leaving Isabel to wince for it so tragically afterwards.
She had never had what you might call any illusions of intelligence. She hoped she might marry a great man. That has always been her idea. She has waited and watched and plotted and prayed, but she has never succeeded. I don't call Madame Merle a success, you know. I don't know what she may accomplish yet, but at present she has very little to show. The only tangible results she has ever achieved, except, of course, getting to know everyone and staying with them free of expense, has been her bringing you and Osmond together. Oh, she did that, my dear. You needn't look as if you doubted it. I've watched them for years. I know everything. Everything. I'm thought a great scatterbrain, but I've had enough application of mind to follow up those two. She hates me, and her way of showing it is to pretend to be forever defending me. When people say I've had 15 lovers, she looks horrified and declares that quite half of them were never proved. She has been afraid of me for years, and she has taken great comfort in the vile, false things people have said about me. She has been afraid I'd expose her, and she threatened me one day when Osmond began to pay his court to you. It was at his house in Florence. Do you remember the afternoon she brought you there and we had tea in the garden? She let me know then that if I should tell tales, 2 could play at that game. She pretends there's a good deal more to tell about me than about her. It would be an interesting comparison. I don't care a fig what she may say, simply because I know you don't care a fig. You can't trouble your head about me less than you do already. So she may take her revenge as she chooses. I don't think she'll frighten you very much. Her great idea has been to be tremendously irreproachable, a kind of full-blown lily, the incarnation of propriety. She has always worshipped that god. There should be no scandal about Caesar's wife, you know. And as I say, she has always hoped to marry Caesar. That was one reason she wouldn't marry Osmond, the fear that on seeing her with Pansy, people would put things together, would even see a resemblance. She has had a terror lest the mother should betray herself. She has been awfully careful. The mother has never done so.
Yes, the mother has done so, said Isabel, who had listened to all this with a face more and more wan. She betrayed herself to me the other day, though I didn't recognize her. There appeared to have been a chance of Pansy's making a great marriage, and in her disappointment at its not coming off, she almost dropped the mask."
"Ah, that's where she'd dish herself," cried the Countess. "She has failed so dreadfully that she's determined her daughter shall make it up."
Isabel started at the words, "her daughter," which her guest threw off so familiarly. "It seems very wonderful," she murmured, and in this bewildering impression she had almost lost her sense of being personally touched by the story.
"Now don't go and turn against the poor innocent child," the Countess went on. "She's very nice, in spite of her deplorable origin. I myself have liked Pansy, not naturally because she was hers, but because she'd become yours."
"Yes, she has become mine. And how the poor woman must have suffered at seeing me!" Isabel exclaimed while she flushed at the thought.
"I don't believe she has suffered. On the contrary, she has enjoyed. Osmond's marriage has given his daughter a great little lift. Before that she lived in a hole. And do you know what the mother thought? That you might take such a fancy to the child that you'd do something for her. Osmond, of course, could never give her a portion. Osmond was really extremely poor. But of course you know all about that." "Oh, my dear," cried the Countess, "why did you ever inherit money?"
She stopped a moment as if she saw something singular in Isabel's face.
"Don't tell me now that you'll give her a dot. You're capable of that, but I would refuse to believe it. Don't try to be too good. Be a little easy and natural and nasty. Feel a little wicked for the comfort of it once in your life."
"It's very strange. I suppose I ought to know, but I'm sorry," Isabel said. "I'm much obliged to you."
"Yes, you seem to be," cried the Countess with a mocking laugh. "Perhaps you are, perhaps you're not. You don't take it as I should have thought."
"How should I take it?" Isabel asked.
"Well, I should say as a woman who has been made use of."
Isabel made no answer to this. She only listened, and the Countess went on.
"They've always been bound to each other. They remained so even after she broke off, or he did. But he has always been more for her than she has been for him. When their little carnival was over, they made a bargain that each should give the other complete liberty, but that each should also do everything possible to help the other on. You may ask me how I know such a thing as that. I know it by the way they've behaved. Now see how much better women are than men. She has found a wife for Osmond, but Osmond has never lifted a little finger for her. She has worked for him, plotted for him, suffered for him. She has even more than once found money for him. And the end of it is that he's tired of her. She's an old habit. There are moments when he needs her, but on the whole he wouldn't miss her if she were removed. And what's more, today she knows it. And so you needn't be jealous,"
the Countess added humorously. Isabel rose from her sofa again. She felt bruised and scant of breath. Her head was humming with new knowledge. "I'm much obliged to you," she repeated. And then she added abruptly, in quite a different tone, "How do you know all this?" This inquiry appeared to ruffle the Countess more than Isabel's expression of gratitude pleased her. She gave her companion a bold stare, with which, "Let us assume that I've invented it," she cried. She too, however, suddenly changed her tone, and laying her hand on Isabel's arm, said with the penetration of her sharp, bright smile, "Now will you give up your journey?" Isabel started a little. She turned away. But she felt weak, and in a moment had to lay her arm upon the mantel-shelf for support. She stood a minute so, and then upon her arm she dropped her dizzy head, with closed eyes and pale lips. "I've done wrong to speak. I've made you ill," the Countess cried. "Ah, I must see Ralph," Isabel wailed, not in resentment, not in the quick passion her companion had looked for, but in a tone of far-reaching, infinite sadness. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There was a train for Turin and Paris that evening, and after the Countess had left her, Isabel had a rapid and decisive conference with her maid, who was discreet, devoted, and active. After this she thought, except of her journey, of only one thing. She must go and see Pansy. From her she couldn't turn away. She had not seen her yet, as Osmond had given her to understand that it was too soon to begin. She drove at 5 o'clock to a high floor in a narrow street in the quarter of the Piazza Navona, and was admitted by the portress of the convent, a genial and obsequious person. Isabel had been at this institution before. She had come with Pansy to see the sisters. She knew they were good women, and she saw that the large rooms were clean and cheerful, and that the well-used garden had sun for winter and shade for spring. But she disliked the place, which affronted and almost frightened her. Not for the world would she have spent a night there. It produced today more than before the impression of a well-appointed prison, for it was not possible to pretend Pansy was free to leave it. This innocent creature had been presented to her in a new and violent light, but the secondary effect of the revelation was to make her reach out a hand. The portress left her to wait in the parlour of the convent while she went to make it known that there was a visitor for the dear young lady. The parlour was a vast, cold apartment, with new-looking furniture, a large, clean stove of white porcelain, unlighted, a collection of wax flowers under glass, and a series of engravings from religious pictures on the walls. On the other occasion Isabel had thought it less like Rome than like Philadelphia, but today she made no reflections. The apartment only seemed to her very empty and very soundless. The portress returned at the end of some 5 minutes, ushering in another person. Isabel got up, expecting to see one of the ladies of the sisterhood, but to her extreme surprise found herself confronted with Madame Merle. The effect was strange, for Madame Merle was already so present to her vision that her appearance in the flesh was like suddenly, and rather awfully, seeing a painted picture move. Isabel had been thinking all day of her falsity, her audacity, her ability, her probable suffering, and these dark things seemed to flash with a sudden light as she entered the room. Her being there at all had the character of ugly evidence, of handwritings, of profaned relics, of grim things produced in court. It made Isabel feel faint. If it had been necessary to speak on the spot, she would have been quite unable. But no such necessity was distinct to her. It seemed to her indeed that she had absolutely nothing to say to Madame Merle. In one's relations with this lady, however, there were never any absolute necessities. She had a manner which carried off not only her own deficiencies, but those of other people. But she was different from usual. She came in slowly, behind the portress, and Isabel instantly perceived that she was not likely to depend upon her habitual resources. For her, too, the occasion was exceptional, and she had undertaken to treat it by the light of the moment. This gave her a peculiar gravity. She pretended not even to smile, and though Isabel saw that she was more than ever playing a part, it seemed to her that on the whole the wonderful woman had never been so natural. She looked at her young friend from head to foot, but not harshly nor defiantly, with a cold gentleness rather, and an absence of any air of allusion to their last meeting. It was as if she had wished to mark a distinction. She had been irritated then. She was reconciled now. "You can leave us alone," she said to the portress. "In 5 minutes this lady will ring for you." And then she turned to Isabel, who, after noting what has just been mentioned, had ceased to notice and had let her eyes wander as far as the limits of the room would allow. She wished never to look at Madame Merle again. "You're surprised to find me here, and I'm afraid you're not pleased," this lady went on. "You don't see why I should have come. It's as if I had anticipated you. I confess I've been rather indiscreet. I ought to have asked your permission." There was none of the oblique movement of irony in this. It was said simply and mildly. But Isabel, far afloat on a sea of wonder and pain, could not have told herself with what intention it was uttered. "But I've not been sitting long," Madame Merle continued. "That is, I've not been long with Pansy. I came to see her because it occurred to me this afternoon that she must be rather lonely, and perhaps even a little miserable.
It may be good for a small girl. I know so little about small girls, I can't tell. At any rate, it's a little dismal. Therefore I came, on the chance. I knew, of course, that you'd come, and her father as well. Still, I had not been told other visitors were forbidden. The good woman, what's her name? Madame Catherine, made no objection whatever. I stayed 20 minutes with Pansy. She has a charming little room, not in the least conventual, with a piano and flowers. She's arranged it delightfully. She has so much taste. Of course it's all none of my business, but I feel happier since I've seen her. She may even have a maid if she likes, but of course she has no occasion to dress. She wears a little black frock. She looks so charming. I went afterwards to see Mother Catherine, who has a very good room too. I assure you I don't find the poor sisters at all monastic. Mother Catherine has a most coquettish little toilet table, with something that looked uncommonly like a bottle of eau de cologne. She speaks delightfully of Pansy, says it's a great happiness for them to have her. She's a little saint of heaven and a model to the oldest of them. Just as I was leaving Madame Catherine, the portress came to say to her that there was a lady for the signorina. Of course I knew it must be you, and I asked her to let me go and receive you in her place. She demurred greatly, I must tell you that, and said it was her duty to notify the Mother Superior. It was of such high importance that you should be treated with respect. I requested to her to let the Mother Superior alone, and asked her how she supposed I would treat you. So Madame Merle went on, with much of the brilliancy of a woman who had long been mistress of the art of conversation. But there were phrases and gradations in her speech, not one of which was lost upon Isabel's ear, though her eyes were absent from her companion's face. She had not proceeded far before Isabel noted a certain break in her voice, a lapse in her continuity, which was in itself a complete drama. This subtle modulation marked a momentous discovery, the perception of an entirely new attitude on the part of her listener. Madame Merle had guessed in the space of an instant that everything was at an end between them. And in the space of another instant she had guessed the reason why. The person who stood there was not the same one she had seen hitherto, but was a very different person, a person who knew her secret. This discovery was tremendous, and from the moment she made it, the most accomplished of women faltered and lost her courage. But only for a moment. Then the conscious stream of her perfect manner gathered itself again and flowed on as smoothly as might be to the end. But it was only because she had the end in view that she was able to proceed. She had been touched with a point that made her quiver, and she needed all the alertness of her will to repress her agitation. Her only safety was in her not betraying herself. She resisted this, but the startled quality of her voice refused to improve. She couldn't help it, while she heard herself say she hardly knew what. The tide of her confidence ebbed, and she was able only just to glide into port, faintly grazing the bottom. Isabel saw it all as distinctly as if it had been reflected in a large clear glass. It might have been a great moment for her, for it might have been a moment of triumph. That Madame Merle had lost her pluck and saw before her the phantom of exposure, this in itself was a revenge. This in itself was almost the promise of a brighter day. And for a moment during which she stood apparently looking out of the window with her back half turned, Isabel enjoyed that knowledge. On the other side of the window lay the garden of the convent. But this is not what she saw. She saw nothing of the budding plants and the glowing afternoon. She saw, in the crude light of that revelation which had already become a part of experience, and to which the very frailty of the vessel in which it had been offered her only gave an intrinsic price, the dry, staring fact that she had been an applied, handled, hung-up tool, as senseless and convenient as mere shaped wood and iron. All the bitterness of this knowledge surged into her soul again. It was as if she felt on her lips the taste of dishonour. There was a moment during which, if she had turned and spoken, she would have said something that would hiss like a lash. But she closed her eyes, and then the hideous vision dropped. What remained was the cleverest woman in the world standing there within a few feet of her, and knowing as little what to think as the meanest. Isabel's only revenge was to be silent still, to leave Madame Merle in this unprecedented situation. She left her there for a period that must have seemed long to this lady,
who at last seated herself with a movement which was in itself a confession of helplessness. Then Isabel turned slow eyes, looking down at her. Madame Merle was very pale, her own eyes covered Isabel's face. She might see what she would, but her danger was over. Isabel would never accuse her, never reproach her, perhaps because she never would give her the opportunity to defend herself. "I'm come to bid Pansy good-bye," our young woman said at last. "I go to England tonight." "Go to England tonight?" Madame Merle repeated, sitting there and looking up at her. "I'm going to Gardencourt. Ralph Touchett's dying." "Ah, you'll feel that." Madame Merle recovered herself. She had a chance to express sympathy. "Do you go alone?" "Yes, without my husband." Madame Merle gave a low, vague murmur, a sort of recognition of the general sadness of things. "Mr. Touchett never liked me, but I'm sorry he's dying. Shall you see his mother?" "Yes, she has returned from America." "She used to be very kind to me, but she has changed. Others, too, have changed," said Madame Merle with a quiet, noble pathos. She paused a moment, then added, "And you'll see dear old Gardencourt again." "I shall not enjoy it much," Isabel answered. "Naturally, in your grief. But it's on the whole of all the houses I know, and I know many, the one I should have liked best to live in." "I don't venture to send a message to the people," Madame Merle said, "but I should like to give my love to the place." Isabel turned away. "I had better go to Pansy. I've not much time." While she looked about her for the proper egress, the door opened and admitted one of the ladies of the house, who advanced with a discreet smile, gently rubbing, under her long, loose sleeves, a pair of plump white hands. Isabel recognized Madame Catherine, whose acquaintance she had already made, and begged that she would immediately let her see Miss Osmond. Madame Catherine looked doubly discreet, but smiled very blandly and said, "It will be good for her to see you. I'll take you to her myself." Then she directed her pleased, guarded vision to Madame Merle. "Will you let me remain a little?" this lady asked. "It's so good to be here." "You may remain always, if you like." And the good sister gave a knowing laugh. She led Isabel out of the room, through several corridors, and up a long staircase. All these departments were solid and bare, light and clean. So, thought Isabel, are the great penal establishments. Madame Catherine gently pushed open the door of Pansy's room and ushered in the visitor, then stood smiling with folded hands while the two others met and embraced. "She's glad to see you," she repeated. "It will do her good." And she placed the best chair carefully for Isabel. But she made no movement to seat herself. She seemed ready to retire. "How does this dear child look?" she asked of Isabel, lingering a moment. "She looks pale," Isabel answered. "That's the pleasure of seeing you. She's very happy. Elle éclaire la maison," said the good sister. Pansy wore, as Madame Merle had said, a little black dress. It was perhaps this that made her look pale. "They're very good to me. They think of everything," she exclaimed with all her customary eagerness to accommodate. "We think of you always. You're a precious charge," Madame Catherine remarked in the tone of a woman with whom benevolence was a habit and whose conception of duty was the acceptance of every care. It fell with a leaden weight on Isabel's ears. It seemed to represent the surrender of a personality, the authority of the Church. When Madame Catherine had left them together, Pansy kneeled down and hid her head in her stepmother's lap. So she remained some moments, while Isabel gently stroked her hair. Then she got up, averting her face and looking about the room. "Don't you think I've arranged it well? I've everything I have at home." "It's very pretty. You are very comfortable." Isabel scarcely knew what she could say to her. On the one hand, she couldn't let her think she had come to pity her, and on the other, it would be a dull mockery to pretend to rejoice with her. So she simply added after a moment, "I've come to bid you good-bye. I'm going to England." Pansy's white little face turned red.
To England? Not to come back?
I don't know when I shall come back.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Pansy breathed with faintness. She spoke as if she had no right to criticize, but her tone expressed a depth of disappointment. My cousin, Mr. Touchett, is very ill. He'll probably die. I wish to see him, Isabel said.
Ah, yes, you told me he would die. Of course you must go. And will Papa go?
No, I shall go alone. For a moment the girl said nothing. Isabel had often wondered what she thought of the apparent relations of her father with his wife, but never by a glance, by an intimation, had she let it be seen that she deemed them deficient in an air of intimacy. She made her reflections, Isabel was sure, and she must have had a conviction that there were husbands and wives who were more intimate than that. But Pansy was not indiscreet even in thought. She would as little have ventured to judge her gentle stepmother as to criticize her magnificent father. Her heart may have stood almost as still as it would have done had she seen two of the saints in the great picture in the convent chapel turn their painted heads and shake them at each other. But as in this latter case she would, for very solemnity's sake, never have mentioned the awful phenomenon, so she put away all knowledge of the secrets of larger lives than her own.
You'll be very far away, she presently went on.
Yes, I shall be far away. But it will scarcely matter, Isabel explained, since so long as you're here I can't be called near you.
Yes, but you can come and see me, though you've not come very often.
I've not come because your father forbade it. Today I bring nothing with me. I can't amuse you.
I'm not to be amused. That's not what Papa wishes.
Then it hardly matters whether I'm in Rome or in England.
You're not happy, Mrs. Osmond, said Pansy.
Not very. But it doesn't matter.
That's what I say to myself. What does it matter? But I should like to come out.
I wish indeed you might.
Don't leave me here,
Pansy went on gently. Isabel said nothing for a minute. Her heart beat fast. Will you come away with me now? She asked. Pansy looked at her pleadingly.
Did Papa tell you to bring me?
No, it's my own proposal.
I think I had better wait, then. Did Papa send me no message?
I don't think he knew I was coming.
He thinks I've not had enough, said Pansy. But I have. The ladies are very kind to me, and the little girls come to see me. There are some very little ones, such charming children. Then my room, you can see for yourself. All that's very delightful. But I've had enough. Papa wished me to think a little, and I've thought a great deal.
What have you thought?
Well, that I must never displease Papa.
You knew that before.
Yes, but I know it better. I'll do anything, said Pansy.
Then, as she heard her own words, a deep, pure blush came into her face. Isabel read the meaning of it. She saw the poor girl had been vanquished. It was well that Mr. Edward Rosier had kept his enamels. Isabel looked into her eyes and saw there mainly a prayer to be treated easily. She laid her hand on Pansy's, as if to let her know that her look conveyed no diminution of esteem, for the collapse of the girl's momentary resistance, mute and modest though it had been, seemed only her tribute to the truth of things. She didn't presume to judge others, but she had judged herself, she had seen the reality. She had no vocation for struggling with combinations. In the solemnity of sequestration there was something that overwhelmed her. She bowed her pretty head to authority, and only asked of authority to be merciful. Yes, it was very well that Edward Rosier had reserved a few articles. Isabel got up. Her time was rapidly shortening. Goodbye, then. I leave Rome tonight. Pansy took hold of her dress. There was a sudden change in the child's face.
You look strange. You frighten me.
Oh, I'm very harmless, said Isabel.
Perhaps you won't come back?
Perhaps not. I can't tell.
Oh, Mrs. Osmond, you won't leave me.
Isabel now saw that she had guessed everything.
My dear child, what can I do for you?" she added.
I don't know, but I'm happier when I think of you.
You can always think of me.
Not when you're so far. I'm a little afraid, said Pansy.
What are you afraid of?
Of Papa, a little. And of Madame Merle. She's just been to see me.
You must not say that, Isabel observed.
Oh, I'll do everything they want. Only if you're here I shall do it more easily.
Isabel considered. I won't desert you, she said at last. Goodbye, my child. Then they held each other a moment in a silent embrace, like two sisters, and afterwards Pansy walked along the corridor with her visitor to the top of the staircase.
Madame Merle has been here,
she remarked as they went, and as Isabel answered nothing, she added abruptly,
I don't like Madame Merle.
Isabel hesitated, then stopped. You must never say that you don't like Madame Merle. Pansy looked at her in wonder, but wonder with Pansy had never been a reason for non-compliance.
I never will again,
she said with exquisite gentleness. At the top of the staircase they had to separate, as it appeared to be part of the mild but very definite discipline under which Pansy lived that she should not go down. Isabel descended, and when she reached the bottom, the girl was standing above.
You'll come back?
She called out in a voice that Isabel remembered afterwards. Yes, I'll come back. Madame Catherine met Mrs. Osmond below and conducted her to the door of the parlour, outside of which the two stood talking a minute. I won't go in, said the good sister. Madame Merle's waiting for you. At this announcement Isabel stiffened. She was on the point of asking if there were no other egress from the convent, but a moment's reflection assured her that she would do well not to betray to the worthy nun her desire to avoid Pansy's other friend. Her companion grasped her arm very gently, and fixing her a moment with wise, benevolent eyes, said in French and almost familiarly, Eh bien, chère madame, qu'en pensez-vous? About my stepdaughter? Oh, it would take long to tell you. We think it's enough, Madame Catherine distinctly observed, and she pushed open the door of the parlour. Madame Merle was sitting just as Isabel had left her, like a woman so absorbed in thought that she had not moved a little finger. As Madame Catherine closed the door she got up, and Isabel saw that she had been thinking to some purpose. She had recovered her balance. She was in full possession of her resources. I found I wished to wait for you, she said urbanely. But it's not to talk about Pansy. Isabel wondered what it could be to talk about, and in spite of Madame Merle's declaration, she answered after a moment. Madame Catherine says it's enough. Yes, it also seems to me enough. I wanted to ask you another word about poor Mr. Touchett. Madame Merle added, Have you reason to believe that he's really at his last? I have no information but a telegram. Unfortunately, it only confirms a probability. I'm going to ask you a strange question, said Madame Merle. Are you very fond of your cousin? And she gave a smile as strange as her utterance. Yes, I'm very fond of him. But I don't understand you. She just hung fire. It's rather hard to explain. Something has occurred to me which may not have occurred to you, and I give you the benefit of my idea. Your cousin did you once a great service. Have you never guessed it? He has done me many services. Yes, but one was much above the rest. He made you a rich woman. He made me. Madame Merle appearing to see herself successful, she went on more triumphantly. He imparted to you that extra lustre which was required to make you a brilliant match. At bottom, it's him you've to thank. She stopped. There was something in Isabel's eyes. I don't understand you. It was my uncle's money. Yes, it was your uncle's money, but it was your cousin's idea. He brought his father over to it. Ah, my dear, the sum was large. Isabel stood staring. She seemed today to live in a world illumined by lurid flashes. I don't know why you say such things. I don't know what you know. I know nothing but what I've guessed, but I've guessed that."
Isabel went to the door, and when she had opened it, stood a moment with her hand on the latch. Then she said, it was her only revenge, "I believed it was you I had to thank." Madame Merle dropped her eyes. She stood there in a kind of proud penance. "You're very unhappy, I know. But I'm more so." "Yes, I can believe that. I think I should like never to see you again." Madame Merle raised her eyes. "I shall go to America," she quietly remarked, while Isabel passed out. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was not with surprise, it was with a feeling which in other circumstances would have had much of the effect of joy, that as Isabel descended from the Paris mail at Charing Cross, she stepped into the arms, as it were, or at any rate into the hands, of Henrietta Stackpole. She had telegraphed to her friend from Turin, and though she had not definitely said to herself that Henrietta would meet her, she had felt her telegram would produce some helpful result. On her long journey from Rome, her mind had been given up to vagueness. She was unable to question the future. She performed this journey with sightless eyes, and took little pleasure in the countries she traversed, decked out though they were in the richest freshness of spring. Her thoughts followed their course through other countries, strange-looking, dimly lighted, pathless lands, in which there was no change of seasons, but only, as it seemed, a perpetual dreariness of winter. She had plenty to think about, but it was neither reflection nor conscious purpose that filled her mind. Discontented visions passed through it, and sudden dull gleams of memory, of expectation. The past and the future came and went at their will, but she saw them only in fitful images, which rose and fell by a logic of their own. It was extraordinary, the things she remembered. Now that she was in the secret, now that she knew something that so much concerned her and the eclipse of which had made life resemble an attempt to play whilst with an imperfect pack of cards, the truth of things, their mutual relations, their meaning, and for the most part their horror, rose before her with a kind of architectural vastness. She remembered 1,000 trifles. They started to life with the spontaneity of a shiver. She had thought them trifles at the time. Now she saw that they had been weighted with lead. Yet even now they were trifles after all, for of what use was it to her to understand them? Nothing seemed of use to her today. All purpose, all intention was suspended. All desire, too, save the single desire to reach her much-embracing refuge. Gardencourt had been her starting point, and to those muffled chambers it was at least a temporary solution to return. She had gone forth in her strength, she would come back in her weakness, and if the place had been a rest to her before, it would be a sanctuary now. She envied Ralph his dying, for if one were thinking of rest, that was the most perfect of all. To cease utterly, to give it all up and not know anything more. This idea was as sweet as the vision of a cool bath in a marble tank, in a darkened chamber, in a hot land. She had moments indeed in her journey from Rome which were almost as good as being dead. She sat in her corner, so motionless, so passive, simply with the sense of being carried, so detached from hope and regret, that she recalled to herself one of those Etruscan figures couched upon the receptacle of their ashes. There was nothing to regret now. That was all over. Not only the time of her folly, but the time of her repentance was far. The only thing to regret was that Madame Merle had been so unimaginable. Just here her intelligence dropped, from literal inability to say what it was that Madame Merle had been. Whatever it was for Madame Merle herself to regret it, and doubtless she would do so in America, where she had announced she was going. It concerned Isabel no more. She only had an impression that she should never again see Madame Merle. This impression carried her into the future, of which from time to time she had a mutilated glimpse.
She saw herself in the distant years, still in the attitude of a woman who had her life to live, and these intimations contradicted the spirit of the present hour. It might be desirable to get quite away, really away, further away than little grey-green England, but this privilege was evidently to be denied her. Deep in her soul, deeper than any appetite for renunciation, was the sense that life would be her business for a long time to come. And at moments there was something inspiring, almost enlivening, in the conviction. It was a proof of strength. It was a proof she should some day be happy again. It couldn't be she was to live only to suffer. She was still young, after all, and a great many things might happen to her yet. To live only to suffer, only to feel the injury of life repeated and enlarged. It seemed to her she was too valuable, too capable for that. Then she wondered if it were vain and stupid to think so well of herself. When had it even been a guarantee to be valuable? Wasn't all history full of the destruction of precious things? Wasn't it much more probable that if one were fine one would suffer? It involved then perhaps an admission that one had a certain grossness. But Isabel recognized, as it passed before her eyes, the quick, vague shadow of a long future. She should never escape. She should last to the end. Then the middle years wrapped about her again, and the grey curtain of her indifference closed her in. Henrietta kissed her, as Henrietta usually kissed, as if she were afraid she should be caught doing it, and then Isabel stood there in the crowd, looking about her, looking for her servant. She asked nothing. She wished to wait. She had a sudden perception that she should be helped. She rejoiced Henrietta had come. There was something terrible in an arrival in London. The dusky, smoky, far-arching vault of the station, the strange livid light, the dense, dark, pushing crowd, filled her with a nervous fear and made her put her arm into her friend's. She remembered she had once liked these things. They seemed part of a mighty spectacle in which there was something that touched her. She remembered how she walked away from Euston, in the winter dusk, in the crowded streets, 5 years before. She could not have done that today, and the incident came before her as the deed of another person. "It's too beautiful that you should have come," said Henrietta, looking at her as if she thought Isabel might be prepared to challenge the proposition. If you hadn't, well, I don't know," remarked Miss Stackpole, hinting ominously at her powers of disapproval. Isabel looked about without seeing her maid. Her eyes rested on another figure, however, which she felt she had seen before, and in a moment she recognized the genial countenance of Mr. Bantling. He stood a little apart, and it was not in the power of the multitude that pressed about him to make him yield an inch of the ground he had taken, that of abstracting himself discreetly while the two ladies performed their embraces. "There's Mr. Bantling," said Isabel gently, irrelevantly, scarcely caring much now whether she should find her maid or not. "Oh yes, he goes everywhere with me. Come here, Mr. Bantling," Henrietta exclaimed, whereupon the gallant bachelor advanced with a smile tempered, however, by the gravity of the occasion. "Isn't it lovely she has come?" Henrietta asked. "He knows all about it," she added. "We had quite a discussion. He said you wouldn't. I said you would." "I thought you always agreed." Isabel smiled in return. She felt she could smile now. She had seen in an instant, in Mr. Bantling's brave eyes, that he had good news for her. They seemed to say he wished her to remember he was an old friend of her cousin, that he understood, that it was all right. Isabel gave him her hand. She thought of him, extravagantly, as a beautiful, blameless knight. "Oh, I always agree," said Mr. Bantling. "But she doesn't, you know." "Didn't I tell you that a maid was a nuisance?" Henrietta inquired. "Your young lady has probably remained at Calais." "I don't care," said Isabel, looking at Mr. Bantling, whom she had never found so interesting. "Stay with her while I go and see," Henrietta commanded, leaving the two for a moment together. They stood there at first in silence, and then Mr. Bantling asked Isabel how it had been on the Channel. "Very fine. No, I believe it was very rough," she said to her companion's obvious surprise, after which she added, "You've been to Gardencourt, I know." "Now, how do you know that?" "I can't tell you. except that you look like a person who has been to Gardencourt."
"Do you think I look awfully sad? It's awfully sad there, you know."
"I don't believe you ever look awfully sad. You look awfully kind," said Isabel, with a breadth that cost her no effort. It seemed to her she should never again feel a superficial embarrassment. Poor Mr. Bantling, however, was still in this inferior stage. He blushed a good deal and laughed. He assured her that he was often very blue, and that when he was blue he was awfully fierce. "You can ask Miss Stackpole, you know. I was at Gardencourt 2 days ago." "Did you see my cousin?"
"Only for a little. But he had been seeing people. Warburton had been there the day before. Ralph was just the same as usual, except that he was in bed and that he looks tremendously ill, and that he can't speak," Mr. Bantling pursued. "He was awfully jolly and funny all the same. He was just as clever as ever. It's awfully wretched."
Even in the crowded, noisy station, this simple picture was vivid. "Was that late in the day?"
"Yes, I went on purpose. We thought you'd like to know."
"I'm greatly obliged to you. Can I go down tonight?"
"Ah, I don't think she'll let you go," said Mr. Bantling. "She wants you to stop with her. I made Touchett's man promise to telegraph me today, and I found the telegram an hour ago at my club. Quiet and easy, that's what it says, and it's dated 2 o'clock. So, you see, you can wait till tomorrow. You must be awfully tired."
"Yes, I'm awfully tired. And I thank you again."
"Oh," said Mr. Bantling, "we were certain you would like the last news."
On which Isabel vaguely noticed that he and Henrietta seemed after all to agree. Miss Stackpole came back with Isabel's maid, whom she had caught in the act of proving her utility. This excellent person, instead of losing herself in the crowd, had simply attended to her mistress's luggage, so that the latter was now at liberty to leave the station. "You know you're not to think of going to the country tonight," Henrietta remarked to her. "It doesn't matter whether there's a train or not. You're to come straight to me in Wimpole Street. There isn't a corner to be had in London, but I've got you one all the same. It isn't a Roman palace, but it will do for a night." "I'll do whatever you wish," Isabel said.
"You'll come and answer a few questions. That's what I wish." "She doesn't say anything about dinner, does she, Mrs. Osmond?" Mr. Bantling inquired jocosely.
Henrietta fixed him a moment with her speculative gaze.
"I see you're in a great hurry to get your own. You'll be at the Paddington station tomorrow at 10.
"Don't come for my sake, Mr. Bantling," said Isabel.
"He'll come for mine," Henrietta declared as she ushered her friend into a cab.
And later, in a large dusky parlour in Wimpole Street, to do her justice there had been dinner enough, she asked those questions to which she had alluded at the station.
"Did your husband make you a scene about your coming?"
That was Miss Stackpole's first enquiry. "No, I can't say he made a scene."
"He didn't object, then?"
"Yes, he objected very much, but it was not what you'd call a scene."
"What was it, then?"
"It was a very quiet conversation." Henrietta for a moment regarded her guest.
"It must have been hellish,"
she then remarked. And Isabel didn't deny that it had been hellish. But she confined herself to answering Henrietta's questions, which was easy, as they were tolerably definite. For the present she offered her no new information.
"Well," said Miss Stackpole at last, "I've only one criticism to make. I don't see why you promised little Miss Osmond to go back."
"I'm not sure I myself see now," Isabel replied, "but I did then."
"If you've forgotten your reason, perhaps you won't return."
Isabel waited a moment. "Perhaps I shall find another."
"You'll certainly never find a good one."
"In a default of a better, my having promised will do," Isabel suggested.
"Yes, that's why I hate it."
"Don't speak of it now. I've a little time. Coming away was a complication, but what will going back be?"
"You must remember, after all, that he won't make you a scene," said Henrietta with much intention.
"He will, though," Isabel answered gravely. "It won't be the scene of a moment. It will be a scene of the rest of my life." For some minutes the two women sat and considered this remainder, and then Miss Stackpole, to change the subject, as Isabel had requested, announced abruptly, "I've been to stay with Lady Pencil." Ah, the invitation came at last. Yes, it took 5 years, but this time she wanted to see me. Naturally enough. It was more natural than I think you know, said Henrietta, who fixed her eyes on a distant point. And then she added, turning suddenly, Isabel Archer, I beg your pardon. You don't know why? Because I criticized you, and yet I've gone further than you. Mr. Osmond, at least, was born on the other side. It was a moment before Isabel grasped her meaning. This sense was so modestly, or at least so ingeniously veiled. Isabel's mind was not possessed at present with the comicality of things, but she greeted with a quick laugh the image that her companion had raised. She immediately recovered herself, however, and with the right excess of intensity. "Henrietta Stackpole," she said, "are you going to give up your country?" "Yes, my poor Isabel, I am. I won't pretend to deny it. I look the fact in the face. I'm going to marry Mr. Bantling and locate right here in London." "It seems very strange," said Isabel, smiling now. "Well, yes, I suppose it does. I've come to it little by little. I think I know what I'm doing, but I don't know as I can explain." "One can't explain one's marriage," Isabel answered. "And yours doesn't need to be explained. Mr. Bantling isn't a riddle." "No, he isn't a bad pun, or even a high flight of American humour. He has a beautiful nature," Henrietta went on. "I've studied him for many years, and I see right through him. He's as clear as the style of a good prospectus. He's not intellectual, but he appreciates intellect. On the other hand, he doesn't exaggerate its claims. I sometimes think we do in the United States." "Ah," said Isabel, "you're changed indeed. It's the first time I've ever heard you say anything against your native land." "I only say that we're too infatuated with mere brain power. That, after all, isn't a vulgar fault. But I am changed. A woman has to change a good deal to marry." "I hope you'll be very happy. You will at last, over here, see something of the inner life." Henrietta gave a little significant sigh. "That's the key to the mystery, I believe. I couldn't endure to be kept off. Now I've as good a right as any one," she added with artless elation. Isabel was duly diverted, but there was a certain melancholy in her view. Henrietta, after all, had confessed herself human and feminine. Henrietta, whom she had hitherto regarded as a light, keen flame, a disembodied voice. It was a disappointment to find she had personal susceptibilities, that she was subject to common passions, and that her intimacy with Mr. Bantling had not been completely original. There was a want of originality in her marrying him. There was even a kind of stupidity. And for a moment, to Isabel's sense, the dreariness of the world took on a deeper tinge. A little later, indeed, she reflected that Mr. Bantling himself, at least, was original. But she didn't see how Henrietta could give up her country. She herself had relaxed her hold of it, but it had never been her country as it had been Henrietta's. She presently asked her if she had enjoyed her visit to Lady Pensel. "Oh, yes," said Henrietta. "She didn't know what to make of me." "And was that very enjoyable?" "Very much so, because she's supposed to be a mastermind. She thinks she knows everything, but she doesn't understand a woman of my modern type. It would be so much easier for her if I were only a little better or a little worse. She's so puzzled. I believe she thinks it's my duty to go and do something immoral. She thinks it's immoral that I should marry her brother. But after all, that isn't immoral enough. And she'll never understand my mixture. Never." "She's not so intelligent as her brother, then," said Isabel. "He appears to have understood." "Oh, no, he hasn't," cried Miss Stackpole with decision. "I really believe that's what he wants to marry me for, just to find out the mystery and the proportions of it. That's a fixed idea, a kind of fascination." "It's very good in you to humour it." "Oh, well," said Henrietta, "I've something to find out too." And Isabel saw that she had not renounced an allegiance, but planned an attack. She was at last about to grapple in earnest with England. Isabel also perceived, however, on the morrow at the Paddington station, where she found herself at 10 o'clock, in the company both of Miss Stackpole and Mr. Bantling, that the gentleman bore his perplexities lightly. If he had not found out everything, he had found out at least the great point, that Miss Stackpole would not be wanting in initiative. It was evident that in the selection of a wife he had been on his guard against this deficiency. "Henrietta has told me, and I'm very glad," Isabel said, as she gave him her hand. "I dare say you think it awfully odd," Mr. Bantling replied, resting on his neat umbrella. "Yes, I think it awfully odd." "You can't think it so awfully odd as I do. But I've always rather liked striking out a line," said Mr. Bantling serenely. End of chapter 53.